Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the College Nation Radio Show. I am the chief host of College Genesis, guiding you through the next few hours and interesting conversations, stimulating debate and discussion. I know some of you guys are out there tonight partying at the club and everything like that, but hopefully you'll rush home to hear the College Genesis before it's over tonight. I'll be here for a few hours and everything like that, so you can check any time and whatnot. Look, when you have topics like is investing in the hood a good idea or bad, you know what's going down tonight. You know people want to call in and rumble with the College Genesis, right? And that's why we call ourselves Collar Rumble tonight, because there's going to be a rumble here tonight. Everyone has strong feelings about this topic, right? So like, share, subscribe. It's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do to like, share, and subscribe. Tell a friend, tell somebody, right? And basically, like this, the real Donald Trump says it's a bad idea. Why is it a bad idea? Aren't you the one, Donald Trump, that basically have all these urban enterprise zones everybody's talking about? When that didn't Donald Trump sign the thing talking about enterprise zones with that? What's that guy, Timothy Scott, whatever, and that pastor, whatever, like that in Ohio, whatever. So the real Donald Trump in here said bad idea, but that ain't what you said on the presidential campaign, real Donald Trump. So the bottom line is this, I'm hearing every time I look around, there's always somebody telling black people to invest. And years later, I see nothing to show for it, you know. Okay, I say so. Good to have people like me who have money, but for the average Joe, it's a bad idea. Well, I'm starting to really believe you are the Donald Trump, because that's how Donald Trump really thinks. That's how he really thinks. Yeah, so good for people like me, but for the average Joe, no. Yeah. People are all going out there, getting their putting themselves in debt and risk and everything to invest in the hood and whatnot. Yeah, we're gonna build the hood, buy up the block, man. I heard all this story before, and I'm gonna wait till a little more people get in here, because I got a story I gotta tell. Like I said, I got a story to tell, right? Something very, very interesting happened. I turned my opinion against investing in the hood. Something like, how many? Wait, I'm trying to think, what year was this at? What year was this? This was like back in '06 and '07, I believe. And basically, there was these projects or some housing, rundown neighborhood that got a revival. Yeah, it was about 2000. Remember when they had all those housing and some people investing in housing redevelopment and stuff like that, You know, Elvis didn't discourage me. Elvis is a freaking clown. I don't know. Elvis, I don't even want him on the show right now. I'm taking a break from Elvis. Elvis basically is jealous. Elvis wishes he could do what I do. That's what it is. He wishes he could be me. He wishes he was. He's like, damn, why is this? I think I'm on his mind on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. He studies me like a book. I don't know shit about him, but he knows everything about me. The guy studies everything I say and whatnot, and just like writes it. Oh, Kyle said this, Kyle said that. He must do this. Well, he studies me like a friggin' map. But anyway, there was a story I remember. It was like 2000. Okay, it must have been 2003. I thought 2006. But when we had all those investments in places like Baltimore and stuff like that, I remember like there was like $500 million went into Baltimore, and I think 2 houses got built and everything like that. Remember that? Well, in Portsmouth, Virginia, the same thing happened, right? I remember seeing this black couple, right? And you know how, people say, Carl, you sound like an elitist, right? These are people coming from the lowest rungs of black society. The sister, like, I mean, they're not pretty people, whatever like that, but they are people. We love them. And this brother looked like he was hardworking, said he wanted to do the right thing. He was an older brother, right? And he's like one of the brothers that have been kicked around his whole life. Now he has a chance to raise a family, do the right thing, whatnot. And so what happened was they gave away these houses as like HUD. Like HUD, if you live in a house for 5 years, it becomes yours, something like that. So they got a brand new house, new flooring, everything like that, new side. It looked nice on the outside. They had a brand new house, right? And they're gonna start like, remember they first interviewed when they first moved in. This is how they were like so happy. Yeah, I got a chance to start a life. I got this job. I think this guy was an ex-felon or something like that, trying to put his life, those people trying to put their life back together. And he had a couple of kids with this woman, right? He said, "It's my wife, but we got married. We're gonna do the right thing, raise a family." And to me, that's the most precious thing as a black family. That's the most precious thing to me, right? So anyway, I basically said, "Man, that's a good idea." Then, about 5 months later, right, the news is breaking. Family who basically celebrated this new house, this new housing initiative, right? Say they might have to move because the neighborhood, there was bullet shots in the house one night. The guy said every night they're shooting on the block and stuff like that. They're like, "What the hell did I get my family into? I don't feel safe." Just had a house handed to them, brand new house, right? One of these urban renewal, let's rebuild the hood, whatever like that. All this stuff these freaking liberals always talk about. Rebuild the hood and everything like that. But the thing is, when you so-called talk about investing in the so-called hood, you still got to get people to live there. People still need safety. They still need access to supermarkets. They need access to healthcare. They need all these amenities. They need recreation. They need parks. They need all stuff like this. They need police. They need all these things. Fire department. All these things. You can't just say, "I'm going to go invest in the hood and rebuild the hood and whatnot." And then 5 years later, it turns into a friggin' war zone. The gangs come in. Craig and them come pull up. And when I turn shit out, and there's a gang thing, right? So I'm saying to myself, every time I hear somebody talk about rebuilding the hood, I think about that story. These people trusted in the system, right? Okay, they were told that they were going to basically uh, 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 start a new life. This guy was I think he was an ex-felon, He had a chance he was qualified for this new house, right? Him and his family get a start. It was a nice house too, man. It was like really nice how they retook an old house, remodeled it, everything like that. They had new sinks, new kitchen, new flooring, all that stuff like that, carpet, all that stuff, new paint on the outside. I think it was vinyl siding. Where it was really, really nice though. But when the house handed to the people, it was painted white. The pillars were painted white. Nice driveway, everything like that. So the house looked nice, right? Now, basically, they don't understand something. Even if you build a nice house, right? If if all you takes is like one house in the neighborhood where all hell's breaking loose, there goes the neighborhood. You ever remember that phrase, "There goes the neighborhood"? That "there goes the neighborhood" is real. So I asked the question. People say, "Yeah." Somebody on Dynasty Show say, "Yeah, we need to go back to the hood and build a hood." So we get mad at black people when they move out of the hood and don't want to come back with that. "Y'all ain't coming back to the hood, investing and whatnot." What obligation do black people have to live in the so-called hood? I don't get it. I used to be mad at my parents when I was a kid. They said, "Why the hell you move us out of the hood, man?" It was because we go on vacation, or it seems like it's so fun. But now that I see why I wouldn't be what I am right now if I didn't have the perspective of being around different people. Quite ghetto hood, so you don't have to complain about gentrification later. Oh, I can't wait till you come on, Kwame, tonight. We got a serious debate, man. We got a serious debate. And guess what? Why is it my ghetto and hood? Why is it my ghetto and hood? Well, aren't black people, on one hand, you can't tell black people that they're Americans and they should seek the American dream and then say you got to confine them to the hood. I've seen it happen. Now, this brother right here and his wife that I'm talking about, imagine if they gave him a chance into the mixed race suburbs, right? They probably was still there, but the people said, we got to move because it's not safe. They had a brand new house in one of these urban revitalization, whatever like that. They need people to move in. So if somebody's gonna offer you a house, clean up your house and say, "I'm gonna give you a new house." So yeah, people are gonna take it, but after a while, right, when the crime doesn't go down, property values don't go down, you got a house that's no worth it. A lot of black houses in areas or majority black have the lowest property value rate just by being 90% black. That's sad. That means if you live in a neighborhood that's more than like 50% black, the property values is going to tank. That means you got people in black neighborhoods who owe more in the house than the house worth after they've been there for 30 years. They have built no equity in the house right now because the property value is so low. Property values come from the ability to resell, the probability that the house could be resold, you know? And if you have a neighborhood that's in demand, with the and I hate to say it, if you don't like this, the most demand neighborhoods, right? The neighborhoods that have the most money are neighborhoods with the fewest blacks. You know, the more blacks that live in a neighborhood, the less likely the house could resell. So the property values go down, the market goes down. That's sad what it is. It's a culture. Like I said, this is why I'm the chief host and the culture critic, right? You know, and investing is questionable. Simp Police, man, come on, Simp Police. Go take some of your money and invest in the hood and Bankhead and whatnot, you know. You won't make no money, you know, and you won't be able to go there and check on your investment and your property. They probably won't pay you for 6 months, whatever. But you might get shot if you go down there trying to collect. But hey, you're doing the right thing by investing. You know, nobody ever said anything about making money or making a profit. You know, that's out the door. The main thing is you're investing and you feel like you feel like you're doing something, you know, you feel like you're giving back to the hood and everything like that. That's why basically we got this, you know. He said Donald Trump said let's limit Section 8. I don't care. I'm not on Section 8. What the hell I care, you know? What do I care about? But just be careful about putting women and children on the street. Yeah, that's what I do. Now, no, I'm no fan of Section 8 and whatnot, but I still got empathy for people who are vulnerable, children. When it comes to children, you know, you gotta have a heart. Now, if it's a single mother or not that got a good job, she's on, yeah, okay, yeah, 2 years, you know, but doing this like this, but basically, if a woman's on have kids and whatnot, young kids and vulnerable, you know, and you say, okay, you know, we're gonna take your Section 8. That means you gotta live back in the projects, whatever, and putting their family in danger because they live in a high crime area. You know, it got to be a case by case situation. Some people could just stay on it longer, but as a rule, yeah, it should be just 2 years. You know, sometimes 2 years is not enough. Depends on the area. Some areas have no jobs. You know, now if the area says, okay, we have a jobs and opportunity and everything like that is available, then you can say, okay, 2 years out. But if you have a neighborhood where there's zero economic growth and everything like that, that's cruel putting somebody on the street like in that situation. So it's a case by case situation, you know. FBA fan demand reparations. Yeah, man. Kwame, man, talk to Jonathan Miller, man. He's working on that, man. You could probably call Jonathan Miller, man. He can have your check in the mail anytime now, man. You know, just call Jonathan Miller, Kwame, and he got you right. Don't talk President Trump. Talk to Jonathan Miller, man. He got it going on, man. He's gonna get that reparations for you, man. Don't worry about it, Kwame. You're gonna get that nice big payout, man. Don't worry about it. It's gonna happen, bro. The word 96, the problem with investing in the hood is most property, mainly stores, are not owned by black. What the hell has that got to do with anything? So all the money in the hood is going out of the hood, not being recycled. We got to recycle the money, the black dollars in the hood, man. Man, you must be from the old school. The word 9%. You know, I never heard of what's 9%. I heard of 5% or 10%. What's 9%, man? It's like you're almost gonna be a 10%er, but you take 1% away or something like that, or you're a 5%er, but you add more 7% away. Man, everybody always got to come up with something, man. Whether it's the Unk symbol, whether it's Ubuntu, whether it's Kwanzaa. Every time I look around, there's something new the Negroes got themselves involved with. Man, I can't keep up with all this, you know. I really can't, you know. So we're gonna have a good show tonight. We're gonna have fun, man. We're gonna get down tonight, right? This is a call of rumbles tonight, man. You know, I'm here to rumble. Kwame said, my neighborhood is currently all Pan African and ran by blacks. Where is this place at besides your imagination? You know, where is this at? You know, is that's called imaginary? You know, yeah. We all want to be in a Pan African neighborhood, all black and whatnot, you know. But you know, we gotta get to reality, man. You know, it ain't happening here in America, man. Dude. Come on, Kwame, it's not happening. We all like wishful thinking, man. I'm from Jamaica, Queens, man. Come on, were you kidding me? That's where I'm from. I was born in Jamaica, Queens. I was born in Mary Immaculate Hospital. You know, and but all my family's still in Jamaica, Queens. And now most of them live out in Baldwin, Long Island, Hempstead, Baldwin. I love Long Island. Amityville, Central Islip. A lot of my family moved from Jamaica, South Jamaica to Long Island. and some moved upstate New York. But that's where the core of my family lived in Jamaica, Queens. And yeah, we got to my cousin lives in Jamaica, Queens. My cousin Debbie, she has a lot of properties, and she lives in Jamaica Estates, And so there's nice houses in Black. Hey, but those aren't Pan African. Trust me, I know Queens, man. Those are some bougie ass Black people. Because my family, that's where my family's at. Those are some bougie ass Black people. That's Queens is the most bougie, non-African centered people in the world. They're mostly Christian, church going people. And that's where you get frustrated, Kwame, because you said yourself, you're tired of the church. But the bottom line, hey, you want to live in a nice Black neighborhood, you're going to deal with Black Christians. Yeah, I know all about Roselle, St. Albert, dude. That's my old stomping grounds. That's Black Christian culture, man. There ain't no Black Pan African culture, bro. What are you talking about, man? I go to Farmers Boulevard. That's where I grew up, man. Sufton Boulevard, Farmers Boulevard, Parsons Boulevard. That's where Far Rockaway. That's where I'm from, bro. You're telling me, man. I was out there before you were born. That's where I'm from, man. You gotta try to school me about these neighborhoods. That's where I'm from. That's where my family's at. But yeah, man. So it's like this. We say investing in the hood. It's a lot to it. It's gonna take some doing, And people are like, and then people's like, okay, no, we should invest in Africa. I heard also Holloman talk about investing in what the fuck I want to invest in Rwanda for. He said that Trump is gonna spend money on refugees. They're gonna need entertainment. So basically, let me say this. So I'm gonna stop what I'm doing and go all the way to the goddamn to Kigali, Rwanda, and open up a nightclub because there's not a nightlife there. Oh yeah, cool deal, man. I'm gonna make a lot of money. I'm gonna get rich. I guess I'm gonna get rich by opening up Kigali. Why everybody else come to us with these half-ass investment schemes or whatnot? Whether it's trying to invest in Africa, or investing in friggin' the hood and whatnot. Where do Black people can go that we could actually really make money and make a difference and like that, We got to create those opportunities, One thing I do know is you ain't investing in no hood unless you basically change the friggin' culture, the people, Jamaica Queens middle class, yeah. Well, I know Jamaica Queens middle class, but you try to make it seem like it's Pan-African. No, it's not Pan-African. It's just that's Black success. Queens is like the epitome of Black. Jamaica, Queens, and that area right there are the largest Black home ownership. The wealthiest Black people in the world live in Jamaica, Queens, in that Queens, Long Island area, and New York area. That's the wealthiest Black people there. The Black New York owns more property, more homes than any other group of people in New York. Uniondale and all that stuff. The income in places like Uniondale outweigh even the white communities in Long Island. So yeah, Black people do got money in these areas. I ain't gonna lie about that. But it ain't no damn Pan-African shit. You can't just call everything Pan-African. It's just Black people living together, learn how to build some sort of civilization. Black people start coming to Queens, South Jamaica, Queens in the 50s. That's when we start coming. That's my family arrived there in the 50s. There was in the South and it was in Harlem. Then they moved out to South Jamaica, Queens in the 50s, the late 50s, early 60s. Yeah, people don't understand how much house costs in New York. You must have money. Yeah. In New York, man, just going around New York for my cousin, like, okay, we go over here, you go across the Whitestone Bridge. Damn, okay, it's like $20. God damn, it's like shit. Go over here, another toll. Okay, you park too long outside of a friggin' meter and whatnot. Somebody roll up on you. My cousin, okay, $75. Let me go ahead and go pay this. Just to survive in New York, money's constantly leaving your pocket. Just to get around every day, it's just money. You really got to have money to live in New York. You really got to have money. And this is just telling somebody, you obviously know that I'm telling the truth because I've been through that. There's no way I could survive in New York, right? I go there and I go through there and whatnot, spend a day there, and I'm like, God damn, man, this guy just got, man. One day cost me $300, man. What the fuck did I do, man? Shit, so. So it is what it is, man. So you got to have money, You got to have money. But yeah, it's like that. We're talking about the hood. Can we invest in a hood and make money? But can we invest in a hood if we don't deal with the criminal element, right? I would love to see more of these Negroes will not basically go follow my brother Cuddy and go to like Burkina Faso. If you get rid of the criminal element in Black America will boom, right? Black America, then the hood will be invested because people want to live there. But people are not going to live no place if friggin' uh, 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 what you call it, if they don't feel safe, if their cars are broken into, or they come out there and the windows shot up because a stray bullet knocked out their windows at night and whatnot. People are like, damn. Or rats. You see this thing where in New York, right? Rats have taken over some cities, right? In the wintertime, rats go inside of cars and whatnot, go up inside the engine, eat all the wiring out and shit like that. Who the hell wants to do this? But the people tell you, let's go to the hood, whatnot. Man, who the fuck wants to live around that shit, man? Are you kidding me? Yeah, Youngstown, Ohio is a cheap place to live because nobody wants to live there. I know all about Youngstown, Ohio. It started out as a black community, working class community. Now the gays have bought up Youngstown, Ohio. They got whole enclaves that they said, look, they built themselves a safe haven of just gays. They bought all the black people out. They said, look, it made it like a gay thing. So nobody's moving to Dayton or Youngstown. Yeah, nobody's moving to these places, man. Nobody's going to Ohio. Y'all can forget that shit. Like Diane Spade. Oh, Cleveland's about to move. Who the fuck is gonna move to Cleveland, man? Are you kidding me? It ain't happening. The Midwest is freaking dead ass, man. I don't see nobody going to the Midwest. I don't see nobody going to Memphis. I don't see nobody going to Chicago, really. I don't see nobody going to Gary, Indiana. All these places like that are garbage, man. I don't know. People say, you can buy all this property in Detroit. Yeah, you know the reason why property sells for $300, right? Because nobody wants to live there, So nobody wants to live in these places, Look, when I notice this, when white people are developing communities, they know that if 90% of people that's going to come there are white, the probability of that neighborhood booming and being successful is going to be great. Unfortunately, the only time black people are successful is when we happen to move into areas where we're the minority. If we're like 10% of the population, Well, the thing is, Honeyflower, as more and more black people move out, like the Jeffersons moving on up, or not, look, as more and more people move out, right, the community never has a chance, right? There's no money circulating, there's no services, no nothing, right? So the only thing you could do is say, the only way you could probably build a hood is if the government says, tell all black people, this is the only place you can live. And everybody starts moving back to the room by force. Unless you plan on forcing black people back to these neighborhoods, you're just wasting your time talking about redeveloping the hood. Because for what I'm seeing right here, like I live in Virginia Beach, Chesapeake, right? We're like a refugee camp for black people fleeing Norfolk, Portsmouth, Newport News, and Hampton and whatnot. I'd be like, damn, Bing, why are you out here, man? I gotta get out of here, man. I said, man, you guys all brag about your hood when you rep your hood. Then people be, I rep Berkeley when I rep Berkeley. Why the fuck are you out in Virginia Beach then? Because they know they can't. Although this is the funniest thing about black folks, right? They always repping a hood that they want no part of living. You repping the hood, but you live in the suburbs. You spend most of your time in the suburbs. You take your kids to Chuck E. Cheese in the suburbs. You take your kids to McDonald's in the suburbs. You take your kids shopping in the suburban mall. You don't want nothing to do with the damn. I'm just telling you like it is, folks. He's like, we're gonna build the hood. We're gonna like this. Nobody like this. So bottom line is this, man. Look, I've heard it all, man. I've heard it all. I thought I was gonna hear something new, investing in the hood and whatnot. You can't get black people moving these places. Now what's gonna happen in Detroit is if people start buying this property, like they say, and whatever. Now if you start building Mexican communities or Arab communities, yeah, you'll make some money. But ain't no black people coming in mass to Detroit and all these places that have got abandoned properties. There's a reason why they're abandoned, because black people say, look, I had enough. That's the whole thing, is when people talk about collar, you're blaming the victim. No, I'm blaming, look, I care more about the black people who become victims of other black people, Black people who have to sell their homes and whatnot, move out because the neighborhood's so dangerous. because everybody's like, oh, you're blaming the victim and whatnot. These are victims. So motherfucker walking around shooting shit up, shooting guns in the air all night and whatnot, shooting up cars, shooting up people and whatnot. You got kids 14, 15 shooting each other with guns and whatnot. You walk outside and a stray bullet just grazing your head and whatnot, or a nice black family in Portsmouth last year. They look, oh yeah, night ain't bothering nobody, right? They woke up in the morning one night. There was a big shootout one night. The guy said, "We heard the gunshot." In the morning, woke up, there was big holes in the house, on the side of the house. When I said, "Yeah, I gotta get that fix of gunshot," they just take it like it's normal, right? So how the hell are you gonna keep that up? And then what happens is the family is like, "I'm getting the hell out of here. My mother's going to a nursing facility," and they said, "Well, why don't you move into your mother's house?" With that, people are like, "Hell, fucking no," you know. And so the bottom line is this: if you keep pushing black people out of these communities with violence and everything like that, and low property values and insecurity and poor quality of life, how the hell do you expect people to rebuild the hood? That's what I like to know tonight. You create a hell on earth for people, right? And people are smart to be like, I don't want nothing to do with the shit. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the fucking ghetto. I'm tired of thugs. I'm tired of ratchetness. I'm tired of seeing hood fights. I'm tired of loud talking and all this stuff like this. But yeah, you got somebody up there. We got to rebuild the hood and whatnot. Those people talk like that for like smacking. I swear to God. They make it seem like it's They make it sound there's something wrong with you. Damn, caller, you don't live it. No, I don't. I've been there, done that. I paid my dues. I've been there, done that. It doesn't matter as long as you got a good 20% of the people fucking up. It does not matter. You should have a neighborhood where there's less than 1% fucking everybody's functioning. You don't have that in a lot of these communities, because they just throw everybody in together and say you're black. So in other words, somebody basically going to school, taking the subway to work every day, trying to raise a family, because they're both black, they gotta live in proximity to each other. You gotta live in proximity to somebody that's freaking doing fucked up shit. Like I said, I saw this one thing in California. Oh, you gotta check in. That means basically you mind your damn business, right? You're gonna pay your tax to the city, but yet you gotta check in with some goon to give him money. Only in the black community. And then when black people say, so I don't want nothing to do with that, and they stay away from it, they say, why don't nobody come to the hood and spend their money? Because hey, the goons are there. You gotta check in. Check in. You gotta pay for protection or not. Damn, I thought that's what we got police for. I walk outside and see RBG flags. Oh yeah, sure. Oh, yeah, sure. So look, folks, we're gonna talk about the hood tonight. Do you have plans for rebuilding the hood? What's your ideas tonight? Let's see if your ideas are realistic. As we talk to Kala Rumble tonight. We're gonna rumble tonight. I know we're gonna have some disagreements and everything tonight, but feel free to call in, folks, because it's a Saturday night. I'm ready for the rumble. Stop what you're doing, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell somebody the College Genesis is on. Rico Mill said, fuck the hood. Now Rico's like, fuck Africa, fuck the hood. God damn, Rico. Fuck the hood, fuck Africa. Damn, man. Woo. I thought you FBA people love the hood so much. That's what I always thought, man. I thought FBA people love the hood. That's what I thought. I had it all wrong, man. I thought the FBA people love the hood. That's what they love, man. They said we got it popping. Preacher said, yeah, we got it popping. What the fuck do you got popping? The only thing popping is when black people live in majority white or Asian or Latin communities or that. In all black communities, it ain't popping. Trust me. Dark Mingo. Okay. That's Dark Mingo. Okay, I see. All right, Dark Mingo. What's on your mind?
What's going on, Carla?
Hey, Hundred Flower, please just give me 1 second. I know you like this. Show your cat face just 1 second. I make sure it's you, baby.
Hello?
Yeah. Go ahead,
Oh, yeah,
brother.
my bad.
I
But
get
now I
punched.
was gonna say, I don't think we should focus on investing in the hood first. We gotta fix the people. You know what I mean? Because
So
obviously, whatever we invest,
how exactly do you fix the people?
you said what happened?
Yeah, how do you exactly do you fix the people?
You already know we gotta just do like a mass re-education because that's what we gotta focus on first. Because if black people aren't financially literate and they don't see the value in any of the things that we're gonna build, there's no point even building it in the first place. You know what I'm saying? It's just gonna get destroyed and everything's just gonna get wasted. So we just gotta fix the people first, bro.
Yeah, we do. You know.
Yeah, like that's literally the only way. Like that's why you saying like there's literally no type of way because it's all just crime and everything. Like there's literally no point, man.
Did you listen to Dynasty Show today?
I caught a few of it, man. I didn't see
Yeah,
too
but it
much.
was also about, oh, man, money's in the hood. The hood's a gold mine. Get the hell out of here. Are you freaking on crack? The hood's a
Nah,
gold
it's
mine.
not really.
I hate when people say that shit. The hood's a gold mine. They'll tell us about Africa like that.
Yeah, but I'd say like it's only a gold mine if it's stuff that's gonna end up destroying the people in the end. You know what I mean? Like if
It's
you
a gold
selling
mine for
liquor,
people who don't look like us.
right? Exactly,
And
right.
you
That's
replace
why.
the black people with other people that are civilized and that could build and whatnot. Yeah, it's a gold mine, but to black people when that, because like I said, somehow we just basically black people. You get us together. We don't like laws. We don't like rules. We don't like any of that stuff like that. You know.
Yeah, yeah, and that's what I was saying too. Cause like like you wouldn't go to the hood and do a liquor store or a smoke shop or a chicken shack. You know what I mean? To end up
Right.
harming the people and shit like that.
I
Like
want to get
you,
honey
you
flower on. Honey flower, please, baby. Just 1 second. Put your camera on. You're in the back chat. Nobody's looking. Okay, that's her. That's her. Okay. She's a lovely woman. You guys should be respected. She's a beautiful sister. Anyway.
This is like me at my worst. I was watching like a bunch of like those animal videos and I was crying like the
Oh,
whole
that's all right.
day. So I look crazy.
No, you look
But
good. You look good. You look cute.
said
You look
at the
cute.
the
worst. Nah, that's
camera's off
crazy.
now, right?
Yeah, the
Nah,
camera's
yeah,
off.
yeah.
The camera's off. You good.
Okay.
You good. I said I would
Yeah.
put that in the back chat, so I know you remember what happened the other night, right?
Yeah, I
I can't
know.
take any chat. I
The
can't take
guy,
any chance.
the masturbation guy.
Yeah, he did it. He got Dynas with that.
I know.
They got it's not even funny. But Dynas knows
It's
how to edit it out.
not.
I had to delete the whole thing. He knows how to edit.
Yeah, because that affects your like monetization and
Yeah,
stuff.
everything. Yeah, saying so. The bottom line, you got these white guys. They got nothing else better to do but mess with us.
Right, yo, it's like the fourth time though, bro. This shit crazy.
Yeah, Dynas. He said what they do now is they study.
Do you think it's a white guy?
Yeah, it's a white guy doing
Yeah,
that.
bro. I think it's Chuco, bro. I'll put $100
How do you
on it,
know
bro.
it's not like a actual black person just putting a pre-recorded video or
Oh,
something?
yeah, that could be it too. But I don't think black people got that sophistication
Bro,
to
it's
do that.
Chuco,
That's
bro. I'm
white guy
telling you.
stuff, man. White guys do weird
Probably.
shit like that.
That's weird.
But these
Cause
are the
yeah, only
people that
white
want
guys
to
find gay
call
stuff
themselves.
funny,
They go around talking about they got black fatigue. So
Nah,
right?
but
Like they
like I
doing that
wanted to
stuff. Like
say
I got white fatigue.
the guy on Dinah's show, I didn't watch it fully. I was doing other stuff, but that was a good example of black fatigue.
yeah, they
Like
get fatigue. They can't get enough of us. It's like, all right, you got black fatigue. Why are they always trolling black websites?
no, the black guy today that was on Dinah's show, he was like, "You guys are liars and all this stuff." He was
Who is
just,
this? I must have missed that part.
it was a black guy. He was. They kept
Who,
saying, "Are
Cuddy?
you an immigrant? Are you an immigrant?" He was saying, "No, I was born in New York."
Was that?
Yeah, I ain't watched that
I don't
shit,
know.
bro.
Was that the guy talking about the investment in their property?
I didn't watch the full thing, but I caught the beginning where he was pretty much saying like this whole thing is a scam, like black empowerment, Pan Africanism, or something like that. Now
It's
that
only a
in my,
scam. It's only a scam when people sit back and don't want to do nothing and whatnot. Yeah, so my whole thing about
but that's black fatigue though, in a way,
yeah,
you know.
yeah. Well, what black fatigue started as black people are just tired of the struggle. You're tired of 2025. We're still going through the whole thing about racism and everything like that. White people hijacked it, like okay, then when they heard the hashtag black fatigue, that means we're just burnt out. White people took it as like we got black fatigue too. We're tired of black folk. They use that to spew all their hatred for black people. And a lot of the hatred comes from what they see in social media, not even stuff they see in real life. It's just if you're sitting there all day watching Twitter and all stuff like that, and all you keep seeing is gang banging and ghetto fights. Next thing you know, you're like, and those are you always see black people can't figure basic stuff out, and can't get their saying to get their stuff together. That's obvious to
Facts.
everybody else. Didn't it? Like I say,
Yo, they love them videos of black women shoplifting. Yo,
oh
they
yeah, they love that stuff like that.
they
All the
white
ones when
usual
they get caught
suspect.
shoplifting and stuff like that. They love that stuff. Anything that makes black people look bad, they just sitting there like that. And what gets me is they always, okay, this is what they do. Watch for this. They'll say, 13% or usual suspects, and usual and then basically something happened in the UK with some black people rioting or something like that, or stealing, whatever like that. And then they went over to UK like usual suspects, black.
They
So not
always say that. And then they also say uh afraid what ashamed of nothing or something.
Oh
There's
yeah,
another
offended
thing
by
they say.
everything, ashamed
Yeah,
of nothing or
offended by
something.
everything
Yeah.
is because I'm like I read the comments. I love reading comments, but
yeah, the bottom line,
I'm
the
just
comments
like,
be like, yo, they really say what they really feel. It's
yeah.
like, damn, they just say whatever they freaking really feel. But yeah, about the topic today, investing in the hood, right? And people are saying, no,
Why'd you bring this up though about investing in the hood? Like,
because of Diane show today, I heard somebody say the hood's a gold mine. I'm like, are you kidding me? It's a
it's
gold
crazy.
mine hood. It just sounds convincing too, because they make it seem like what it is they want to make black people feel like they get. Look, the bottom line is, as black people get jobs, like I said on Diane show today, this is how it really works, right? Leroy Jones works at a factory, right? He's trying to organize politically everything to lobby for people for better protection, better wages, health care, and stuff like that, right? Well, guess what? He's down there with the workers and he's organizing. He's seen as a chosen spokesperson, leader, and whatnot. He's going to get things done because he talks to management and everything. And then next thing you know, he says, something? The manager goes, the boss goes, hey, Leroy, come over here. Why don't you come to lunch with us? Me, lunch, yeah. My limousine's going to pick you up. You're going to come to lunch with us, you and your wife, right? Fights him out to lunch, dinner, and whatnot. Nice dinner, and whatnot, nice restaurant, and whatnot. He's sitting there. He said, look, I want you to be a supervisor. I'm gonna give you some of the things that you say where we'll talk about that, right? But I'm gonna double your salary. I'm gonna give you this. You're gonna be able to buy a house, whatever like that. What do you think his wife's gonna say? Stick with the his crew, or is she gonna say, look, I am sick and tired of this. I want to move out of the hood and move into a better neighborhood and stuff like that. This is your chance, our future. What do you think's gonna happen?
Yeah, wife definitely about to choose,
The wife said, you say, no, I gotta stick with the people, with the cause, the cause. She gonna like you. She gonna be like, nigga, are you
yeah, I'm
crazy?
out of here. Yeah.
And
But
I've
what is the
seen
cause though? What do you mean by
Nah,
the
like just
like it's like okay, the endless fighting for equality and all the
mm,
stuff like that we just get wrapped up in, and it gets
mm,
nowhere. She's looking at it like, look, this man offering you a bigger salary and opportunity, you better take it. Basically, the bosses all get offering that so it could quiet down any dissension in his company. And
mm-hmm,
so basically, once he becomes defected to the management, the next thing you know, the other people turn on him, and there goes the whole movement. They'll stop talking about a strike. They'll stop talking about this. They'll stop like that. They'll just go back to work and just accept whatever they get. But the bottom line is that's how the system works, right? Look, Black America is a victim of his own success. Every time somebody gets a better job, whatever like that, the first thing they do is move out of the neighborhood. That's the first thing. Like this. I remember this old story I always tell. My grandfather moved his family in the early 60s from Harlem to, hey, Marcus, turn your camera for a second, brother. I think that's Marcus. Yeah, okay. Yo, my grandfather moved his family from Harlem to South Jamaica, Queens. All right, you turn your camera off now, bro. South Jamaica, Queens, right? And then on the spare time, right? And that was at the time when all that whole neighborhood went from white to black. It was
mm.
like white people moving out to Long Island, right? Places like Levittown and those like that, and the black people moving in because they were the first time getting mortgages. And we were buying up white people's houses and whatnot.
That
We
was in
kept it up
Queens.
in Queens, yeah.
Is it still
Queens, the neighborhoods in Queens used to be all white. Then black.
mm,
Just overnight, white people moved out, black people moved in. And matter of fact, and
white
so
flight?
yeah, and also some white people stayed. A couple every black community, they'd be like that one or two white, mostly Irish. mostly Irish, old Irish that immigrated here from Ireland. Right? They were like, they're not going no place. You know, they're the only ones that stayed. The Irish, you know, the old Irish people. They were the only ones that stayed. Anyway, my grandfather was like, he had a side gig where he used to go down to Freeport, Long Island, and catch crabs and fish, right? And on the
Mm,
weekends, he would just take them around different people, sell them and whatnot, this, that, thing. And one time he went to this guy's house right in back of him. He was like, the way it was, like, they had an alley, right? The alley
mm,
separates the two neighborhoods, right? The alley you
mm,
drive your car through, you have your carport in the back, right? And the other side, you know, they had their backyard and everything like that. So my grandfather used to see these guys out there. Hey, Mr. Speller, how you doing? Anyway, so my grandma said I had an idea. Let me go talk to Mr. Such and Such because I talk to him every day. Where the guy goes, man, don't you work for Condensing? He goes, yeah. He goes,
mm,
you live right back. Yeah. He goes, and he's my grandfather, and I'm gonna keep you there. I ain't. He goes, you ain't moving out of this neighborhood on me. You know. He said my
mm,
grandpa had a little hustle going on. The way he said, I'm gonna keep you there. You know. He said,
mm,
you should be doing that job. You should be working your job, whatnot. You out here trying to make money on the side. He goes, man, you're gonna get rich on me. You ain't getting no rich on me. You know,
mm.
that was the mentality. You know, ain't nobody trying to see. As soon as black people get a little up and whatnot,
They leave.
they're out. He was like, man, so people like don't want to see you leave, so they basically ain't trying to help you. You know, but people do get better jobs and they bounce. You know,
You
and
could.
there goes the neighborhood.
Not yet. I feel like you can invest in the neighborhood. You understand?
Like what? Like what?
Like I live in Houston, so like basically like the third ward. That's like the Houston equivalent of Harlem. A lot of cultural events go down in the third ward, so a lot of people left. You know, was Jew the Jews had it, then the black people moved in. You understand? Then some of them left. Some people stayed, but the newer generation coming back in. But you see white people coming in too, and you have a lot of cultural events. So we got like they got like a lot of stores, food fronts, shit like that. In the third world, and the white people get kind of mad and shit, you know, and they trying to shut
Well,
that
let
shit
me, let me,
down.
let me
So
look up the third ward, Houston. How is it? Is
you
that
got
is that a nice place to live, or it
it's
looks like
straight, yeah, yeah. I want to move to third ward. Yeah, they just had Malcolm X Day
third,
in the third ward. We had Malcolm X
third
day
ward, third
today.
ward,
Yeah, I like every Beyonce in them
Houston,
from.
Greater Third Ward, Houston. Okay, let's
I like
see.
third ward. And me and my people, you know, we moved to DeSoto in Dallas. So DeSoto was white and that's all black. This upper class
Yeah, but
black
these houses,
neighborhood.
I'm looking at these houses, man. These are freaking old ass houses. Like,
Yeah,
damn,
beautiful.
like this is like from slavery times, man. Come on,
Yeah,
man. You know.
beautiful. But now they got
Look,
some
I'm
stuff.
No
looking at houses
way.
right here, man. The houses look like freaking those little
Wait, Tony,
bullet
show
houses
me.
from
I never
slavery, like
seen it
slave.
before.
Oh, you
They look
talking
like
about the
slave
shotgun?
shacks,
Yeah,
man.
you
People
talking
live
about
like
you
that
talking
still.
about nah, you talking about they got the old shotgun house, but I'm talking about where
Chill.
Beyonce came
House
from.
says Slave Shack.
Um, let me. It's a shotgun house, bro. Let me finish up. So
I
you
know all
got
about shotgun houses, man. So
you got
I'm looking at
Page, you
this,
got
right?
Amanita.
Okay, you know, for exhibit, you know, okay, third war epicenter,
Yeah,
Garden.
you got the Shade Center, you got Amanita, you got Emancipation, Blodgett. We own like a lot of stuff over there, like black owned shit. You understand? In the third world, but you know you got some shotgun houses too. But you also got the big houses too. Where
Okay,
Beyonce
look at
used to
this,
stay
what
there.
you call old historic neighborhood and
Yeah.
third ward, man. Oh man, this looks really bad, man.
Yo,
God
Nah, it's
damn.
Cole,
not
show the
bad. You
camera,
talking now the
Calvin.
north
I gotta
side
see the
fucked up.
screen.
The
Show the
north
Look,
side,
screen.
the north side.
hold on. Okay, I'm gonna share it. Let me share it
I
on.
know what you're talking about. You talking about the old shotgun
He go,
houses.
I know what you're talking about. You know what I'm talking about, nigga.
Yeah, you talking about, but they got
Got
different.
him
The
looking
third
this
world,
up.
Houston big. You got different areas.
Let's
Nah,
see,
bro. I'm
man.
telling you,
I mean, maybe it's just too late for Black America, man. I don't
bro.
know.
Yeah, I mean,
People
houses,
acting like
man.
people like look. I support anybody going to the black neighborhood doing what they gotta
But it's
do.
not third world, not bad though. It's
Oh
not
Nah,
man,
bad.
you
bro.
gotta be
Trust me, man. Compared to the
okay.
rest of
Well,
Black
let's see.
America,
Let's see. Let's
What
see.
you
Man.
fucking talk? What you talking about? You be
bro,
talking
they
about
be
some
Let's
dumb
see.
shit.
bugging out there. Like it just be
Dog, you from
wild.
New York? You don't know what you be talking about
Oh
half the
man, I'm
time,
not
bro.
even trying to do this. I'm just saying, like,
I'm just saying, but you be
Kyle
talking
about
shit
to
that you
turn
don't be
the
knowing
screen
about.
on.
You heard
About
me?
to
Like,
see.
what the fuck you talking about?
Well, let's
I'm
see.
saying I
Let's
know a
see.
dude
Let's
that
see.
got killed for one zip down there, so I know
What you talk?
that
You
they
talking
be
about
bugging
Houston?
out.
What you talking about Houston or South in general?
You said what?
Oh, you talking about the South in general? Houston? What are you talking about?
Nah, I'm just saying in Texas in general. I'm like, it's be
Texas
crazy
out
down
of
there.
all the southern states, I ain't say it's the most pussy, but they the most chill, they most player. You understand?
Nah,
Like it's
they be
not.
killing a lot of people down there, man.
No, the
Especially in
murder rate
Dallas.
compared to that. I used to
Especially
live
in
in Dallas.
Dallas.
I used to live in Dallas. The murder rate in
Yeah,
Dallas
they
compared,
kill a lot of people, man, down there.
dude, you not let me fucking talk. Thank you. So Dallas, you got the
Uh,
Great Southwest. You got DeSoto, City Hill, Lancaster, Duncanville. That's where the upper black middle class live in the area. But Dallas, it's not really. You got murder, but it's not compared to other southern cities. It's not hot. It's pretty chill. That's why a lot of
nah,
people
still, I
move
mean, a
to
lot of
Dallas
niggas
to
be
make
dying
money.
down there regardless. Well, I
People
would
die in
compare
New
it to the
York.
rest of the 50 states that black people reside in.
No,
That's pretty wild.
Texas compared to all right. Now Louisiana is different. You gonna have a lot. Mississippi, yes. Bama, the old South, yeah. But Dallas is like the new South. Houston, the new South, is pretty chill.
Nah,
How
I'm
you
just saying,
talking
as long
about?
as there's like open gun carry, bro, I'm telling you,
Oh, you
man,
talking
I
that
don't
East
know.
Hold on.
Coast
Let me
shit?
ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, brother.
Yeah,
The thing is, the reason why I'm apprehensive is, like I said, you heard the story I said a little while ago, right? About the
yeah,
black family. Now
yeah,
this was back in like 2004, 2004, no, 2004, 2006, right? There was this big fanfare about these new housing. Federal government revitalized these houses, and you had this brother that it was obviously an ex criminal, had bad luck, but now he's
yeah,
like older now. He want to put his life together. He had a wife and kids. He had like 3 kids one night.
yeah.
But do the right thing. A family. Oh God, thank you, God, thank you. We got a house. Thank you,
Yes,
Jesus.
sir. Yeah, yes, sir.
5 months later, man, they were like, we gotta leave. Brand new house. Rebuilt, refurbished house, everything. Right? Gotta leave. Why? Because it's too dangerous. And that's the telltale why people don't invest in the so-called hood. That's the
But
And
thing.
where was this again?
And this is right here in Portsmouth, Virginia.
Sheesh.
but people, I feel like people they doing it in some areas. They doing it
Yeah,
sometimes.
but the
Like some
thing
areas
is,
you gotta
though, hold
talk
on. Well,
about.
the thing is, like I said, what we got to do is this, right? We got to basically say enough is enough for Black America. If you really want to live in a Black community, man, it's almost we have to get to the point where we have to make it like a military thing.
That's
We
Exactly.
not
got
the
That's what
case,
I'm
bro.
saying.
That's not the
like
case.
I said,
Y'all
we
live in
can't
a
we
Yeah,
can't the
we
idea of
gotta.
just
That's
everybody
not the
doing what they
case.
want to do.
If
We're
they
not.
not listening, we gotta smoke them. Like there's
That's
literally
not the
the only
fucking case,
way.
cause dude, I
Like
live in
because we don't
DeSoto.
have enough time. You know what I mean, Kyle? Like, we don't have enough time
Man, that's not the
Now,
case. I
to
hold on.
used
help
to live
everybody
like a
Something has to
individually.
be done. In other words, basically like this: the
not too
number of
extreme,
Black
but it.
people moving out of these neighborhoods is like record. Moving out of majority Black neighborhoods. It's a shame. Third
But
ward
dude,
initiative.
they got like I lived in DeSoto. That's the upper black middle class area. Like it's not you don't need to be smoking, killing people. Like just make it a
Well,
little bit
I'm
more
not saying
strict.
that. I don't agree with that. But I'm just saying
Oh,
the fact of the matter is, brother, is like. Oh, hold on, I lost the damn thing. Hold up. Fact of the matter, I'm talking about is this. When people talk about, let's talk about Detroit. Now you got rows of houses. You heard Diane show today. People say you could buy a house for like $200, a tax lien, whatnot.
facts,
Well,
yeah.
what exactly? Else said people say, okay, that's fine. You can make money, right? And
Yeah.
flip it, whatever, like that. I ain't gonna doubt you, right? What
Huh?
exactly are you gonna build? You're gonna
I
build a
mean, you
neighborhood,
could.
huh?
I mean, the Arabs are doing it. They in Detroit buying up everything. So
Yeah,
why
hold on.
can't
That's
we?
why. Oh,
The
that's what I'm
issue,
saying. That's
they,
Arabs.
the issue is Pookie and Ray Ray.
That is the issue right there.
Nah.
That's the
Yeah,
elephant
that's
in
the
the room.
Yeah.
Bottom line, as
yeah,
long as
it
that's the
is.
key, look, as long as that's the
I
key,
can
look,
say the
I'm watching
women. I be
videos.
around niggas.
I'm
I see the
watching
women
videos
ain't
of
able that much.
young kids right now say, "I got help from my ops and whatnot," my ops and whatnot. And I'm saying, myself, as soon as that happens, guess what? People are like, man, what Black people do is say they're not gonna fight it or protest. They're gonna say, something. Next year, I'm out of here. You know, next year I'm out of here.
Nah,
And
yeah,
so
Have
I
that's
you
said,
very
well, so
ever
what's
true.
the point
find?
of it? I'll say, and all the time you wasted, you believe you want to strangle the person who told you come to the hood and reinvest and whatnot. Because
I seen it work. I don't know. I seen it work. But
I don't see it working. I don't. I don't.
I,
I'm
You
not
can
gonna. I'm
get
not gonna lie to you.
carjacked. You can get
I seen it work.
killed, shot. You can get
Hey,
home.
look, we can't even look. We can't even have a Juneteenth without somebody getting shot. I played a video last night.
You
At a
too extreme with
Juneteenth,
it, bro.
man, the
Like
place
you
is
be.
supposed to
I
be
feel
selling
like
Black culture and
I
whatnot,
think.
And so as long as we keep ignoring this,
I think you be
that's
extreme
the
with it though.
problem right there. Because why? Because quietly Black people are like, some. I don't want to sound like I'm against my own people, so I'm gonna quietly just move, and that's what's happening. People
Well,
quietly
the
just
thing
I
is,
moving.
think
the Pookies and Ray Rays, they're slaughtering they're slaughtering other black men, like they're killing each other.
No,
What
So
they
yeah,
killing?
you
What
and
have
the
that's the
Boogie
thing
Whatever
too. I
is
was
you
gonna
killing
have
say,
to
like,
each
I
other
wouldn't
though.
have
confirm
an issue
against them. You
if
have to.
like the crime was like organized. You know, if they was targeting like actual bad people, but you know, they kill random people that could be potential good
I'm
to black communities. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know the potential. This
Like business
random
owners,
person you
a
just
lot of
killed. You know what I
the
mean?
they kill business
I'm
owners,
Yeah, like stuff like that.
black
That's what
Y'all
I'm.
be
business.
That's
extreme
bad.
with it. Y'all be extreme with it. The fuck?
Yeah,
Y'all
but it
extreme with
happens
it.
all the time, bro.
Y'all,
You
y'all.
know, people. You know, I heard
I
this story.
mean, like the Juneteenth shit you talking about, they get shot up. Like I've been to Juneteenth functions, I ain't seen shit get shot up.
Well,
Second
okay.
lines too.
Do you
Like
want me to play a video? Want me to play a video?
but I
Yeah,
think
yeah, yeah.
we talked about this a couple of days ago. Like
No, I talked
Dollar
about
said
it
like
last night. You know, last
man,
night,
like
last night people said ain't nobody shot for Juneteenth, and there was like not only there was shot up, but I only played one video. There was like dozens of them. You know,
Right.
Juneteenth
Wait, and
celebration.
Marcus,
Like,
what Juneteenth did
how
you
do
go
if
to?
we
What
can't get
state was you
together and
in?
have
nigga
Juneteenth,
Juneteenth,
man?
that's a Texas nigga holiday. I laugh at
Are you
y'all
was in
for
Well,
celebrating
that's what
that
I'm
shit.
saying. Like, what are the
That's a
odds somebody
Texas.
gonna shoot it up? Like, everybody might be strapped, so like, I don't
But
think they might
what I'm
shoot it up.
saying
You know
is
what I mean?
I'm surprised I even celebrating that shit. That's a
Like, they
Texas
not
nigga
about to really
holiday
shoot it
But
up.
they
out
like
here.
to. The thing is, what they like to do is they like to have some social media beef, and then whenever there's a huge public event, that's when they go shoot each other.
I think y'all extreme with it though. Either y'all
I
don't be
watch a
outside,
lot of crime. I watch a lot of
but
crime
do y'all be
reports.
outside like that? That's my thing. Like,
No,
I
what
I
don't
function
go
stay.
y'all go
to
to?
Yeah, I'll be
events where
outside.
I stay far away
Pookie and
from
Ray
this
Ray
nonsense
are
you
I see what I'm
talking
involved.
about.
saying. I don't feel like I be outside. Like I be at church, I be at different events. I ain't never been shot up or
I ain't
nothing
trying.
like
Look,
that.
I ain't trying to be in none of these
That
events.
We
I
don't
mean,
go to the
yo,
Pookie
we used
wedding.
to have this
I
Yeah,
could
event.
like,
Yo,
go,
look,
I'm
check
not
this
I could
gonna
out.
go
shoot a
right. I
chance
could
Hold
for
on,
go
hey,
to
sure,
yo,
but
look, check this
emancipation.
out, brother. Yo,
I'll be
Marcus.
outside, but not
We
like
used to
that.
have this event on the East Coast of
You're
America,
not
right?
that deep.
Called
Yeah,
Afro. Hold, check this out. Yo, Doctor, let me talk. Called AFRAM, right?
yeah.
AFRAM was the largest black event on the East Coast, right? It ran for like since 1989, right? It was
Mm.
called African American AFRAM Fest, right? And
Mm-hmm.
AFRAM was in North Virginia. I mean, people from all over the world came there. You got people. We had vendors from Ghana there when it was just
Mm.
people, black people celebrating black culture and everything like that. The last 3 years of AFRAM was like I think it was 2007, right? And that year I went to New York. I didn't go to AFRAM. It's usually Memorial Day weekend. I went to New York, right? And I said, "Oh man, I'm gonna miss AFRAM." I went to New York to see
Yeah.
my family, right? I come back and when that 4 people shot and a crowd
Ah,
running. I'm
see,
like,
But
damn, man.
that
That
was
was
in New
something
York.
that everybody knows. Just things you could bring your family out to. Things start changing, you know? Things start changing where you can't even have black events anymore without shit
yeah, and
popping
this is
off.
not even like a party event, right? Like, this
Was
is
this in
like
New
a
York?
positive event.
No, Afram was in Norfolk, you know.
Nah, yeah,
Afram
that's what
was,
I'm
Virginia.
you
saying.
know.
Like, and they still did that. That's what
It
I'm
was
saying.
it
Like
was the
that.
largest. Look, it was so
I
well
guess, bro.
organized. You know, it was organized by black HBCUs. They said we want to celebrate African American health and culture, and they had so much food out there, live events, whatnot, vendors selling crafts. You had Ghanaian African craftsmen there. You had all kinds of people selling all kinds of stuff. You had people selling hip hop stuff. You had food. The black vendors out there, man. You talk about food that smelled so good. Yeah,
Nah,
people
yeah, I already
selling
know that.
fried chicken,
No, I understand.
those
Yeah, and,
waffles,
and y'all be having that
those
shrimp, that
hot
fried
waffles with the
shrimp.
ice cream on
Yeah,
it and stuff like that. Just so
What you
much
talking
food,
about?
everything.
Yeah, I
Everybody having
understand.
a good time. You had young and old, everything. You had a lot of college students out there.
I understand. And I
And
understand.
so,
I
and bottom
understand.
line is, all of a sudden, after 2006, the first incident happened. Matter of fact, the last time I went there was 2006, right? And
Mm.
I never forget, right? I was there, right? And then all of a sudden,
Mm.
a fight broke out, right? Everybody said, "Man," and everybody shut that down. So what the hell? Everybody's like, "What the hell are you doing that? This is a peaceful day." And the dude just, okay, I
Start
guess
fighting.
we look stupid. They stop, right? Then
Yeah.
a little while later, I had my back turned, right? And then somebody ran me into the back. I turned around and the dude was like, "Yo, look, just let it go, man. Just let it go." Somebody hit me in the back, right? I was like, "Whoa." I was getting beer. Somebody hit me in the back, right? I was like, "What the hell?" I turned around. Who the fuck hit me? I said, and the guy was like, "Nah, man." I said, then I did let it go. I let it go. You know,
yeah,
this
yeah.
peaceful thing. I saw my.
I give you a dusty brother though. Like I think y'all like going extreme with it, bro. Like that's just my opinion.
Yo,
Like
no, how can I
I'm not even
explain? Look,
saying
I'm just
anything extreme.
y'all going
Marcus. I'm
extreme
just
with it.
telling you what I live. Now,
I
some people
guess.
say some people are cool with that, right? But
Yeah.
some people like, look, hey, look. Even though, like I said, if Afron was there, even if it was risk, I still try to go. I like being around my people like that, right? But the thing
So
is,
what
though,
events do you have over there? You mind me asking?
Well, right now we have a Moja festival. That's really good.
Is it
That
state?
happens on Memorial Day weekend. I'm going to that. It's a Moja,
So
you know.
so you going? All right then. All right.
Moja means unity, you know. That happens
All
every
right.
year. Nothing ever happens at a Moja.
All
Now,
right.
if something happens at a Moja, something jump on a Moja, something's really, really wrong, you know.
Yeah, because like you
Then I'll
going
be
to
like, yo,
events
you
that
know what I'll do? I'll get on the next plane out of here, man. Say, look, Black America, yeah, I'm done.
It's
You know,
yeah, I'm
done.
out of here.
if
Because
it's
yeah, you
something
going
happens
Y'all
to
like
events
that in
is
How
Moja,
specifically
about
for
you, dog? Hold on,
positive.
dog Nigga. What do you be? What events do y'all got over there? And I'm gonna ask you.
You said what happened?
Like what other events? What events you go to? If you mind me
Oh no,
asking.
I don't really be going to events out here like that.
Where you live in New York?
thing?
Yeah, I live in New York.
Oh, right. Honey Flower. Where do you? What events do you go to? Or you just get out? If you mind me asking. I just
What
want to see something.
events do I go to?
Yeah.
The only places I go to are like family friendly places.
Oh, that
I
sound
don't go
right.
to like
now
it's
check
not, I used to
check this out. A couple of years
That sound
ago
about
in
right.
Virginia Beach, right, suburban
I
Virginia
don't go
Beach,
to
right?
like block parties and stuff like that because people get killed. Those
Where do
kind
Check
you
of
this out.
live?
We
If you
had a
mind me
hold on.
asking.
Okay, hold on. We have this thing. We have these company that comes with carnival rides to Mount Trashmore in Virginia Beach every year, right? They usually
Yeah.
come around Memorial. They stay for like a week, right? Last year, no, 2 years ago, right? Some kids were beefing on the line, right? And next thing you know, a 15-year-old girl was shot and killed, right, in a crossfire bullet,
Mm.
right? Out of it,
Mm.
everybody, you have families out there, and I felt so bad because just how these white people out there, like, you know what they're saying, man. It's just saying, man, why are people? Then also another one happened right
What
in
black fatigue?
Hampton, right? People like start fighting and guns start coming out and whatnot,
Yeah.
and people like people are just saying, okay, yeah, some
Black
people, you
fatigue?
know what the white people are thinking, you know what they're saying.
Yeah.
They're trying to be nice about it, but you know what they're thinking.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah, these
Can I
now
make
niggas.
they're
a quick
basically saying now they're coming out with it. They don't care anymore.
Yeah,
can I
black fatigue.
can I make a quick comment?
Yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Dusty Brothers, he left a very good comment. I'm not even gonna lie. He
You
said
said a what?
Dusty
Dusty
Brothers
brother.
left a good comment. He said, let me scroll down about Pookie and Ray Ray. He said, I'm so tired of black people making all the excuses as why they can't build shit all across the world. We make excuses. We can whoop Pookie and Ray Ray's ass if they fail to conform. Now
No, y'all can't.
that's just a mind-blowing comment
No, y'all
because
can't.
my thing is, if that's possible, then how come the good guys cannot beat Pookie and Ray Ray's ass?
Cause the good niggas got shit to lose. Pookie Berry put all that stuff
Yeah, yeah,
behind
we
him.
got stuff to do.
That's why I'm
So
saying y'all niggas. I've
Like,
been around real life niggas. They ain't got
yeah,
nothing to
so
like
lose.
Pookie
that.
and Ray
Them
Ray,
niggas.
like, can I
I've
say
been
something
around them.
quick?
Oh,
If
let her finish.
you
Go
know
ahead.
how Hillary Clinton once said that black men are super predators or whatever she said,
Yeah.
so is Pookie and Ray Ray so damn dangerous, so uncontrollable, so
No,
uncontainable that there's nothing that could be
Well,
done?
it's
well,
not. No,
Nah,
no.
yeah, yo, cause
honey
like,
flower.
No,
okay,
I
hold
would
no.
on.
say, look, I would say like this, right? The white power structure, right, knows, right. Like I said, there's an
Mm-hmm.
old saying: when the earth begins to settle, what does God do? He throws a stone at it, right? If
Yeah.
you have a peaceful, tranquil community, that's dangerous to the power structure, right? So the stone thrown at the black community is a chaos and crime they allowed to happen. It'd be different if we lived in areas where the police, the courts, everything, and prosecutors is controlled by us, right? And we had
Uh,
police and prosecution that knew that people knew that you mess up, we're gonna come for you, and that's gonna be it. But you have a situation where prosecutors are scared to prosecute because they're elected, you know, and you can't be elected prosecutor if your MO is putting black people in jail. That's why I said when you got a system that says we got people locked up one night. So what does that do? If you get a
yeah.
black person who is a judge, they're letting them out because they said we're locking too many black men up. They don't
Yeah.
look at like a young black man who basically may
It's
be late on his child support and may
yeah.
face jail time, right? They'll make a guy who had maybe had a certain amount of speeding tickets, whatever like that. That's not the young black man. They take all young black men, even if you shot somebody, right, and say they're all a black man. No, there's certain types of black men. Okay, you could say let's give him leniency. Somebody who has speeding tickets, someone who's
Yeah,
Mm.
on a child support, but they make no differential. Honey flower, you know.
I'm a,
You got these black people. The most dangerous thing in Black America are the black people who are judges, prosecutors, everything, because they have and the police. They have no intention of dealing with the crime, because the bottom line is a lot of black people are convinced that the system is
And the
racist.
single
Can
motherhood
I
homes,
can
Now
I
hold
me
on,
and
wait.
You
I
my
know,
want to
you
son
know,
say
you know
did
something
what
it.
can I
black
about
people
answer?
this,
do.
bro.
My
You
You
know,
son
said
black
didn't
people.
something
do
Hold
about
on.
it.
You know,
what you
hold on.
said
You know what black people end up
You
doing?
said what now?
They say, look, since I can't be safe in these neighborhoods, and the police and the courts and everything on these people's side, the thug side, I'm moving. I'm out of here. That's what
Well,
happens. You know, I know so many people said, look, my car got broken into again last night, man. I said, they're like, man, I'm going to get ready to go
yeah,
to work in the morning. I wake up, my car broken into. You know, I'm just done. I'm out of here. You know, you
Yeah,
yeah,
try.
with
but
my
it's not
people.
just that though. You feel me? Because like it's not just the danger. You know what I mean? Because it's kind of hard to even like invest in them. You know what I mean? Like say if you try to do a business or like try
It
to
is hard to
get
invest
money
in.
with them, like you know what I mean? They
It's
kind of a
hard.
little lazy. They kind of don't really want to
It's
do it.
hard.
They not really full circle on it, and it's just
It's
kind of
hard.
hard. You know what I mean? It's not just
Yeah.
them being violent. It's like other things
It,
too. You know what I mean? That
it's
makes it hard to change.
let me. I agree with you, dog, Migo. Like,
Nah, yeah, because I done tried it
hold
like
on.
a
And I
thousand
tried it
times.
too. I tried it too. Like, the thing is, Black America put too much stock on the Pookie Great Race. We're a
No, but they're
matriarchal.
front and
Hold on,
center,
hold on,
man. They're the
hold on,
rappers. They're
hold on.
our heroes in the black
But hold
community. They're the
on.
heroes, man. You
I know,
know.
I
Yeah, and they
understand, but
front a lot. Like they
hold
be
on,
acting like, yeah, I'm trying to get money. Yo, yeah, I'm with
hold on,
it,
hold on.
man. And
No,
then
I
they be
understand, but
bullshitting. Like,
this all this was predicted by mine and hand back in the day. Black America,
They call it benign neglect.
yeah, correct, but we're a matriarchal people. We operate opposite of what other people do. Big Mama, the women, damn near run the household. So it kind of ended because these women choosing these niggas to be real. Like they choosing these niggas to breed with, and they're gonna keep having these motherfuckers come out they womb. Either we got to talk about to the women about this shit because you can't really do nothing because the niggas gonna have somewhere to stay.
They need to
What
close
women?
their legs.
It's
Period.
impossible. I got homegirls. They don't. That's a whole different story. But
yeah,
yeah,
you in Texas? I believe you.
yeah, all down south. It's hard to. Yeah, just say that.
Yeah, they say Houston. I think black women they like
Check this out. Check this
60%
out.
of
I tell the
HIV.
story. Look,
yeah,
I
yes.
tell the story about Miss Cuffy all the time. Remember Miss Cuffy?
Now
I
who's
tell the
that?
story all the time. I told it again last night. Look,
Nah,
Miss
who's
Cuffy.
that?
Miss Cuffy, right? She worked she was a manager at a Taco Bell KFC, right? In the
Mm,
hood, called East Chesapeake section of Virginia Beach. That's the old section of
mm,
Virginia Beach that looks like Chesapeake because it looks like old, like everything like here in like the 1940s. You know, we call it East Chesapeake because it looks like the old section of Chesapeake. Anyway, she lived in a place called the McDonald Manor, which is a public housing. Section 8 house. I don't know what projects, whatever.
mm,
Anyway, she was a manager right there. That thing right there in McDonald Manor, that shopping center right there, right? I used to enjoy going there, talking to Miss Cuffy because I used to talk about Paul Cuffy. Paul Cuffy, Sierra Leone.
mm,
We used to talk about. She knew all about Paul Cuffy, and we used to talk about Liberia, blah blah blah, everything like that. I love Miss Cuffy. She thinks she's related to Paul Cuffy. So yeah, we Cuffy. She goes, I'm related to Paul Cuffy. I knew there's a lot of Cuffy in Virginia. Anyway, basically, Miss Cuffy. One day I was in Virginia Beach, right, and I saw Miss Cuffy come behind the counter. She was a manager there. I said, Miss Cuffy, what are you doing here? Because in that store, she was like a mother figure, right? And like she would always see the kids that she treated the girls that worked the kids that had her own grandkids, whatever like that. They just go grandma and mama, nana, whatever like that. And I said, and all of a sudden, I saw her say, "Oh, I don't live over there no more," and it hurt me. I said, "How do you know part of the community? You were part of the community." She goes, "Look, I say for 3 years, right? I got a new place in that little condos right across the street, right there. These condos are nice, man." She goes, "Is it gated? You got to put a code to get in." So we have the clubhouse, 2 pools, indoor and outdoor pool. We have a
mm,
racquetball court. We have all kinds of. You can walk your dog one night. I got my own private entrance right there, a patio, everything like that. She goes, "It's just beautiful. I love it there. I love my neighbors, everything like that." She goes, "It took me 3 years of saving, and when they gave me that key, I said, 'Thank you, Jesus.'" And I was like, "So, are you going back to the court?" She gave me a Negro please look. Jill, I'm gonna try to enjoy my life or not. But she made
mm.
a beeline because she's seen a lot, man. McDonald Manor, she's seen a lot.
Yeah, she older. You know what I mean? That's understandable. She gotta
Yeah,
enjoy
she's
her
like,
life,
look,
man.
Negro, please. You go back
Right.
there. She's like, you go back there. I said, well, that's your community. You know, she goes, your community too. I was like, not me.
So it sound like black people weak then, because everybody else can control their community.
Oh no, hold on, hold
That's what
on.
it sound like to
What
me.
do hold on? What do you really control? You don't control the
Everybody else
police.
control their community.
Hold on. Check this out. The difference between them and us, Marcus, is this. Listen to this carefully, right?
Mm.
In order for you to control a community or nation or people, you have to have the power of reward and punishment on your side. You know, black people, as long as the white man has the reward and punishment, we don't control shit.
But how
We
come
can't
Arabs
Because
control their
how
community?
reward
yeah.
anybody, and we
Wait,
don't have the power to punish
I
anybody
don't. How come Arabs control their community?
because they
Therefore,
have the power of reward and punishment on their side.
no, because they have fathers.
Yeah, they got a patriarchal structure. They got
They
power,
have
reward, and
fathers. The
punishment.
father
They
is
got
the
banks.
makes the
They
biggest
got things where
difference.
they can
The
do. They can
father.
ostracize people and stuff like that. They can shun people and whatnot, you know, and kick them out. We can't do that. We have no say so over anything in our community. No.
Communities
well, black men don't,
need
and they never
men.
will.
They need men to lead it. They need fathers.
Good luck
Yeah,
with
you know
that.
what? That's
So
a
we have
good
a
point
community
because
that's
like
a
we
completely.
can't really combat the
And you ever
black
go?
women. You
You
know
go
what
to
I
some of these
mean?
communities, right? And when you
Like
said
whatever she say goes.
Marcus, you don't have men
Yeah,
in
that's what
you.
I'm
You have
saying.
males. You have
Yeah,
males.
like that.
You know.
Because they say even if we were to kick out some Pookies and Ray Rays, like I'm sure a few,
Women
grannies
gonna
would be
take
like,
care of
"Nah,
them.
don't do that. Those
That's what I'm
boys, we
saying.
need
There's
them."
women that defend them. You know, because that's
Yeah,
the
right.
We matriarchal. It's a matriarchal culture.
We
So
gotta turn them into workers. Like,
and
nah,
about
lady.
the boy. Remember in the movie Lean on Me? Remember
Yeah,
the woman that tried to take down Joe Clark one night, and she kicked her son out. He goes, "No, those kids are good kids. They just they discourage what chances they got." He kicked them all out, right? And he said, "Yo, look,"
like
he
my
goes,
dad kicked me out there. Yeah,
he
you
said,
ain't lying. You need a dad. You need your father. Dad gonna kick your ass out the house. You need some type of shit.
"Yeah, my father broke his foot off my ass many times, you know,
My
because I had a
father kicked me
father
out the
around.
house.
That's why I am the way I am. I had a father. I grew up
right.
with
And
a
you
Yeah, my
gotta
father."
get the
dad. I remember my
punches,
dad.
man. Those just get you straight.
You said when I?
Now, when you get punched in the chest, I was like, that
I
shit
ain't
was
do all that.
crazy.
You know,
I ain't do all that. He
my
just kicked my
father
ass out the
my
house.
ass,
I
you
said,
know.
fuck, I'm stuck in there.
Nah, you gotta get punched, man. That shit turn you into a savage.
I ain't got time for that.
No, the bottom line is my
Shit.
father taught me discipline, you know, and being a man.
Yeah.
He told one thing I learned about my father was this, right? Sometimes when
Yeah.
things didn't go well, he just sat there, swallowed his pride, and just said, he just dealt with it. He said, sometimes, son, he goes, you're not gonna get what you want. He goes, it's easy to say, I want something, right? What
Yeah.
happens when you don't get something? It don't go your way. That's the test of a man. How you deal with
Exactly.
disappointment, you know? I learned that from my father. Sometimes things ain't gonna work out in your favor. You gotta be a man to suck it up and say, move on. You
So
know,
let
a
me
lot
ask
of
all
guys in
this
the
then.
community don't understand it. If they get one little adversity and whatnot, they're ready to shoot up the
They,
whole block and whatnot, you know.
Exactly. And that's why you gotta learn how to fight too with your father. You know what I mean? You teach you how to defend yourself
Oh
because
yeah, his
man,
told
that'll
me
like
that.
that'll
fighting
That'll
teach
down
you
do
south.
not to
That's
something.
retarded
always,
as shit. You
like
look
want to
like
go
fighting
shoot
down south.
something up. Because that's why a lot of dudes be shooting stuff up because they lose a fight and they're like, they can't deal with that.
Damn, fight down. Oh well. How the hell would we fight down
Dusty
Well,
south?
yeah,
brother
I'm not
says,
talking about
Crazy.
where the
check
fuck
this
you
out.
from.
Dusty brother
You
says,
fuck gonna fight
Ollie,
down
you're
here.
making some generate
Fuck.
excuses. Yo, what excuses am I making? You know, what
I don't
excuses am I
know.
making?
He said the
Yeah, my
jail
dad.
part.
Yeah,
The
DJ.
bottom
My
line,
dad. He kicked
look,
my ass that much.
how this can happen in America. That's why, look, let me say this. Give me like 2 minutes to say this, brothers and sisters. I said, I looked at this situation years ago, right? Everything in totality, right? I said, if we had our own nation somewhere, right, where we could start off at a patriarchy and basically have discipline. You think if we had our own nation where we had the power and people couldn't run to the white man, like, you think we have all those problems? No. Our problems in America is because we live in proximity to another race of people who have all the power, and they use benign neglect on us. You know, the bottom line: if black people had their own economy, their own infrastructure, and stuff like that in America, even if they had their own infrastructure in America, right, we would be not having these problems. But we have a situation where the only people anybody respects is the white man. You know, the only thing they respect
I
is
think.
police and the courts. That's the only thing they respect. If you got a situation where they don't fear you or they don't respect you, you ain't gonna bring these people online. You know,
But the thing is, what do black men offer? Even the job world. What
we
do
don't offer. Yo,
black men offer?
I tell you what we offer is two
Do
words.
what's
We
up?
offer jack shit,
All right. I
and
just,
that's what
want to hear
that's
that.
it. Jack
I
shit.
just want to hear that. All right. I agree.
Now, if something, if let me give you a perfect example. I'm talking about.
Mhm.
What if black people hate when I say this, right? Because you got Sugar Boy Elvis will come up here. You voted for Trump, caller. When Donald Trump says, "I'll give you best 500 billion in a platinum plan,
500
500
billion. You
billion
know that's my
in a
thing.
platinum plan," right? That would
Mhm.
have greatly altered everything in Black America. Greatly
Exactly, bro.
altered
Trump.
everything, right? Black people, by you remember the Lisa Rays and Vivica Fox
Yeah, them
on,
nasty ass hoes.
you know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? So and she's out here talking about a man can't afford. She pushes 60, talking about who can't afford her when
You want
that. You
that
know, my
dried up? Yeah, nasty ass hoe.
she's a a ganny. You know, a granny. You know, talking about who can't afford it. And so this is what you have. So these women shut that down, right? And the whole thing is this. No offense, honey flower. When we start building this movement, right? Women just stay supported
Shut the hell up.
and
Stay
sit
out the
back
way.
and be quiet, you know,
Yeah, stay out
because
the
I
way.
know women. Oh no, y'all going too hard. You know, like
Mm-mm.
this, females will come in like, why y'all gonna talk about them and whatnot? You know, my ex girlfriend one time was like that, right? When I said that song by Rich Boy, you know, throw some D's on it, right? I
So
said
some
that's
Mhm.
yeah.
I said that was a stupid song I ever heard. She goes, but you got to understand what he's saying. He's a young boy. What he's saying is, he got some money and he gonna do. I said, yeah, but what about spending money on a healthcare plan or whatever? You know what I'm saying, what's this doing?
Yeah.
She go, oh, you just so hard on young dudes and whatnot. I said, nah, man.
Hala, I'm
You
not
got these
trying to
women.
build anything. I just talk.
Nah,
No,
we
I'm
Like I'm
just joking.
trying to
I'm just
build
joking
anything.
around. I'm
No.
just saying like this. I say well, a lot of our women, they're like when that Ice Cube, that just angered me. That whole Ice Cube situation right there. Imagine if we wouldn't have listened to that and we let's say we would vote for Trump, we probably missed the boat now. You
Yeah,
know,
it's done. It's done.
it's done
yeah,
now.
yeah.
We
That's
I
could
right,
come
yo.
after
give my
Trump
Bro,
if we want to.
Kyler,
You don't
perspective.
need
son,
us.
dude.
That's all I do. I just
Yeah, we
give my
missed the boat,
perspective.
bro.
Yeah.
And they act like that didn't happen. I'm
Nah,
like, yo.
it's done. Trump, Trump had time to,
Look. People got all wrapped up into he's a misogynist, blah blah blah. But if someone said they're going to put out $500 billion into black families, you know,
That's beautiful. That's
I
good.
don't give
And
a
they
damn.
said,
Some guys
dumb.
wearing a Klan robe. Let's do it. You know.
But the
Bro,
thing
you're like,
is,
what?
but I'm gonna tell you the truth though. We're gonna have to talk about this. Black men and black women are very separate. They got different goals. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? So we gotta deal
Yeah.
with that first.
So hold on. So like I said, most of the hood is controlled by single black women.
Yeah, they
They,
control. Yeah, women
Yeah.
control that.
they
That's what I
control
was
these hoods.
saying. Yeah,
You
it's
know.
over.
Check this out. You talk about go rebuilding the hood. You're building something that you gotta have no significance, no power over. You know.
I'm gonna get
And
money
that's
off them
why,
niggas. You get
and
money
that's
off
what
them
happened
niggas.
with that guy I tell you about his wife, right? Was led to believe that he was building something new, and what happened was he was like the exception. He was a man with a family, right? The
Yeah.
rest of them that got the house was mostly single mothers one night, and they got these grown ass kids that start acting up, you know. And next thing you know, his house is shot up, you know.
But
So,
hold on. Let me ask you this: the Arabs can make money off of us. The Chinese can make money off of us in the hood. Why can't black people?
well, the bottom hold on. Hey, look, you can make money in the hood, but you're not solving anything. The whole idea
Yeah,
is
yeah, exactly. That's
to
what I'm
But
build
that
saying.
nice
money that you
It's
communities
just
where
gonna
people
be the death
thrive, you know.
investment. Like
Yeah,
what
you
the
can make
Chinese sell
look,
us bullshit. What the
you can
Arabs
make
sell us
money off the
bullshit. They just
hood.
gonna sell you
Look,
people
let me tell you something.
perpetual
I know,
bullshit.
I know people. My dear brother, he's in the real estate. You know, it's not easy, not hard, right? Renting a
Mhm.
bunch of houses out of Section 8 to people who
I
need
know.
housing and whatnot. Yeah, you can make money in the hood, right? But are you building anything? You know, are you building anything? You know, sustainable. You know, and the
That
answer for
money
the
that you
most
can
part is no. You know.
But the thing is, though, that money that you make. So, say you and your brother's position in real estate, whatever, that money that you get from real estate, you could build some shit in Liberia.
Yeah, well, like I said,
You know what I'm saying?
I would say like this: if you basically, if black people got good at real estate in America, yeah, they could be in a position where they could invest money in Africa. I say that,
See, you know what I'm saying? Like
I say
everybody else.
that. But to do that, right? You can't sit there and get sucked into the long term. You know what the problem is? A lot of black people instead look. This is what I'm saying. People are not gonna like when I say this, right? I think you should just go into business just to make money. Stop trying to be a social scientist or save a
Exactly.
Negro. You know, a save a
Just get
Negro.
your money. Yeah.
Just go ahead and make your money. You know, if you can make some money, flip a house, whatever
Oh
like
no,
that.
I
Who
agree.
cares? You know, black people have this thing where they think they in a conundrum. Are they gonna make money or they're trying to improve people's lives, right? And
Exactly.
do
Yeah.
both. If you
Cause
want
you
to make
know it. You
money,
a
go ahead and
businessman.
make money,
Business is
right?
cutthroat.
Very
Yeah, if
cutthroat.
you want to make money, go ahead and make money, you know. But if you basically trying to basically save everybody and stuff like that, that's when you're gonna get frustrated. Like, damn, I
Yeah,
took all
exactly. Yeah.
this time. And you see
Wait, and
people they get bitter. They get bitter after a while.
right,
I
and then
went
wait, hold on.
10
You
years
said
trying to
something
rebuild
on the show yesterday,
revitalize a
bro.
community and
I
whatnot.
wasn't be able to be. I wasn't on here, and you said, "Yo," because you do business, and you were saying like no black men helped you. You said some white dudes, and Asian dudes helped you, and it just
And what?
resonated with me because I was like, "Yo, like that." I had a similar experience like that, like some you know what I mean, like some random white dudes and Asian dudes put me on to something that I was really
Yeah, well,
interested
that's
in.
me.
White
Well,
boys be helping you out?
my business now, what I do for a living, right? I help a lot of black people get started and stuff like that. What I do, I put people on, right?
Jeez.
But I've never had a situation because usually when I do business, when black men are making money, when they're like the whole thing. I got mine. You gotta get yours.
Exactly, bro.
Is I got mine, yeah, and they're like, you can get it. You can get it. Well,
You
tell
could get
me
it
how.
right.
They always say, you can get it, you can do it, you can get it. You know what I'm saying? Why you sitting there with like all kinds of business and everything like that,
Yeah,
thriving?
it fucked my head yesterday. Y'all got white boys in help you out. That
You know
shit
what I'm saying?
crazy.
Like this. So
Yeah, you
yeah, I
gotta
do a lot. I
broaden,
do
Ain't no
bro.
business.
white
I do
boy,
business
ain't
with
no white boy ever
anybody,
help a
right?
black
Like
nigga,
this. And
dog.
also, I'm in
Fucking crazy.
when you do Indians, whites, Chinese, and all these other people like that.
No.
I just be honest with you, right? They got the stuff they know and whatnot is so beyond us. It's unreal.
Bro. He'll never get it, bro. That's why I wish I could shake your hand right now, because only me and you gonna
You
understand that.
think I don't
You know what
really
I mean?
like,
Like you wouldn't even fathom the stuff that what I'm
bro?
saying. Like
You
that's
know what I'm
wild,
saying?
bro.
They're so far ahead of us,
Yeah,
Mark.
it's not even,
It's
bro.
unreal.
Nah,
We're no match. We're no match. The
Like
stuff
that's what I'm
they
saying.
know,
Like you
It's
that's why
not
you better
that.
off
See,
just
hold
doing
on, hold on.
business
technology
with
and
them.
stuff like that. Look,
We're not talking about that. I'm talking about
one of my
business.
guys that I'm partnered with, right? He's a
Yeah,
brother out of Houston. No, he's in Dallas, right?
yeah,
Him
yeah,
and I are really good partners and friends in business, right? He's a
yeah.
brother, right? But his partner that brought him on, and he's partnered with, is a white guy. Just basically like this. But he's one of them type of brothers, man. That basically like, yo, look, well, he told me he doesn't really fuck with Indians like that because there's
They
double
racist.
talk. But the bottom line is this: he basically said to me, he said, and we only talk about racism like that, but yeah, we were talking about these other people, right? He said, yeah, that's just beyond me. No, we were basically under our breath was these white guys know so much shit. He goes, I only took what I needed,
Yeah.
Bro,
Yeah, I took what
exactly.
I needed.
That's what I'm
These guys
saying.
are so
You
advanced
just do
and shit,
business. You
what they're
don't take the
doing and whatnot
racism
is
personally,
unreal.
bro.
If we and whether we're gonna ever catch up to them,
I
uh,
ain't talking about catching up.
Bro, it's possible, but we got to get the feelings out of it, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like the racism
black
stuff,
people
like
have to be
people got
willing
to
to
start
learn.
taking
We
it
have to
too
really be learn
seriously.
how the real world works. I was trying to
Because I
explain
learned a
last
lot,
night.
you know what I'm saying,
Look,
in them
I know. Look,
spaces.
I was
Oh, you
trying
from
to
the third
explain.
world? I think you
I
ain't.
was trying to explain to principal last night. Yeah, and I also look, I know. Let's say a country came to me and said, "Colin, can you design our healthcare?" Yeah, I know enough about healthcare and health insurance and stuff like that and wellness that I could design you a healthcare insurance. But I just mastered this business that I'm in. That
Hmm.
took me many years of doing this, right? And so and when I went to Dallas, right, and I was giving a speech, whatever like that, and people were just impressed that a black guy got up there and knows so much about how we could grow the agency and whatnot and grow everything and whatnot. They were like so impressed. So I said, yeah. But then again, over the years, I've been looking at them like, God damn, all the stuff that I learned, man, over the years. And I'm saying to myself, I want to know, do we have all it's like, look, I would love to be like boogie to black to the power and whatnot, blah, blah, blah. It's all black, we get together, but I gotta learn something.
Right? I got to learn something and I got to feed my family, man. Like,
We gotta learn. So we until we get to that point where we got black people who know what the white people know and stuff like that. And then how can we do that when we got a community that's hell bent on mediocrity? You know,
exactly,
our
bro.
community is hell bent on mediocrity.
And that's what I was saying, because to the honey flower point where she was saying, like about the black men, it's a lot of violence and stuff. It's not even that. It's like, the mediocrity also. Like they don't want to elevate past certain levels. Like I remember when I was finding out how to make configs, and I was showing my guys. I'm like, yo, bro, I know how to get this, get that. And they was like, yo, and then I was like, I'll teach you. But like, bro, they just never was really serious about it. So I'm like, man, I'm out of
well,
here,
that's
dude.
because
But it's
having
the niggas that you
hobbies or
around them.
being educated is not cool in the black. It's
Well,
not
yeah, it's
seen
not
as
even
cool.
that, but like
It
some of
ain't even
them
that.
were educated.
It's,
Like a lot of
they
them
they
did
like
like
education, but they don't want to apply themselves.
But I
exactly
feel
like
like the dude,
they'll be in
The
college and be in
women do.
fraternities.
The women care about education,
but
but
the
in the black male
Yeah, but hold on,
community,
but let me ask you a
you
question,
don't.
honey
education
You
is
flower.
hold on, hold on,
not
hold on,
Hold
hold
on,
on,
check
hold
this
on.
out.
being
It's both.
educated is not
Hold on, hold on. Now
celebrated.
Check this out. It's
you
men
tripping.
and women. Why? Because you look at what black women. No shade against them. Where they getting the reason? Sociology, and stuff like journalism. We need black people in the STEM fields, the science fields, engineering and all these things like that that make a difference and whatnot. There's jobs out there that I know white guys got right that you couldn't even pronounce. I'm a blah 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 blah. You ever see these guys? I'm
Yeah, I
like,
know what
I
you're
don't know
talking
what
about.
the hell you
Yeah,
do, but I
like
know
network.
I
Biospace
make
engineer.
$200,000 a year. I'm a such systems, whatever the hell they say. So I come across these guys, right? And I'm saying to myself, hey, and these white guys and whatnot, and they're like, and
Daycare
I say to myself,
degrees.
those type of white guys ain't got nothing to fear from black people. They know ain't nobody black taking their jobs. Nobody like not
Because
even the
most people
English.
don't know about the job though.
We
Yeah,
don't even know
cause
it
like
exists.
the
We
That's
don't.
what I'm saying. Like the shit I'm studying for, like network engineering. I ain't know what the fuck that shit was, but I found out and I applied myself.
And
Understand?
bottom line, and I would tell you, Marcus, whoever you got to hang out with, do it, man.
That's
You
what
got to
I'm
go to
doing.
lunch with these motherfuckers to learn that
That's what
shit.
I'm doing.
You got to hang
yeah,
out with the
go
golf club
ahead.
with all these guys and
I'm
white
in
guys.
tech
Man,
now.
do
Yeah,
it, man. Learn that shit. You know.
yeah.
So you got one life, you might as well. That's why I be learning
It doesn't about say
everything.
collar are the tools of the weak and
Mm.
incompetent build movements of nothing. We have to stop making excuses. Well, how am I making excuses? What is he talking about?
But I don't know. I think that's
He been
America's
talking
first
about
lesson,
Gen
man.
X for. He been talking about your generation a lot.
What,
Yeah,
what are
who's
you
Gen
talking about?
X? You Gen X,
Let
Kyler?
me say Gen
Yeah,
X.
he
Hold up,
like
look. Let
Gen
me
X
tell you
made
something.
game.
Hold on. Let me tell you in defense of Gen X. Right, we were the first generation that actually produced moguls. We were the first ones that produced Floyd Mayweather, who actually really made money in boxing. In sports. We were the first ones that did all this stuff like that. We produced P Diddy. We produced Jay-Z. We produced Carl Kanai. We did things that our past generation never would have thought was possible. So we come at Gen X, and we did a lot of stuff in Gen X that people could build on. I would have never thought that because I always heard the narrative. Oh, the white man got all control of the music industry. I had no idea that there was going to be somebody like P Diddy. Much I don't like him, or Suge Knight and whatnot, that had a record company that was grossing hundreds of millions of dollars and whatnot. That was unheard of. People from the hood making $100 million,
Birdman. Yeah,
anything.
yeah.
So Gen
We'll
X was the
see.
first one to do it. Now anybody can come up now. Gen Zs and everybody else, millennials can come up now, and it's not unusual to see you be taken seriously.
Yeah, cause like you said, yo, y'all was the last generation that was actually putting hands on white people. Cause you brought up, Suge Knight, like he was actually pulling up, and putting hands on white people to get better deals and stuff like that. So yeah, Dusty Brother definitely
Our
capping.
generation were the first ones that you actually saw, even though white people still had their hands in everything, right? We were the first ones that actually, okay, people could actually make money in music because we was always thinking like, if you're black, the whole thing was like the whole thing. You remember the old stories of the washed up singer, whatnot, living on the streets of
Mm.
Detroit,
They singing the
Motown, those
blues and
horror
shit in the
stories.
middle. Yeah.
So hip hop generation, my generation, actually changed the game.
Mm.
So like that. So let's not bash the generation Gen X's whatnot. As far as like
It's
entertainment.
but yeah, it's a lot, but we gonna see. Me personally, I don't think, like I said, it's too far gone. Uh, it's too far gone in my opinion. We let the Tango pathology take over in Black America. You understand? Like we gotta burn that motherfucker down and rebuild it. That's just me. You
Yeah,
know.
well, I just think basically when people talk about rebuilding, it's a thing that comes along with that, right? What type of community are you talking about rebuilding the hood for somebody else to move
Just
there?
just the black, just the code, like what religion, like everything. Just rebuild the whole black society, not even the hood, just the whole society.
Yeah, if we build black society, okay, one thing you need is families. You understand? A
Yeah, yeah,
society community need the nuclear family, right? You know
mm-hmm.
that, right?
Yeah.
If you got basically society telling black women that they don't need no man, they could do it all by themselves,
That's
whatnot,
what I'm saying.
what are we gonna do?
Can't do
Because the
nothing.
bottom line, you got a lot of brothers say, "Yeah, let's build a hood." They go there, and the whole thing is you got men that should have families raising them, a single men and whatnot, and they're competing with Pookies and Ravens. Look, you're in these communities, right?
Yeah.
Your social status is below the Pookie and the Ray Ray.
Kyla, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you saying that black people in America can't replicate Jamaica Queens?
No, You know why? Because
That's
Jamaica
crazy.
Queens was an exception. You know, if you study the history, I know
Wait,
Jamaica
what?
Queens. Hey, Jamaica Queens was an exception in history. You know,
But they got
just like
multiple.
hold up, just like Tulsa was an exception. There's things that happened in Tulsa that allowed Tulsa Black Wall Street. One was Oklahoma was Indian territory, right? After the Civil War, a lot of those black people who were owned by Indians, a lot of people in Tulsa, people don't know that, were actually some of them were Native American descent too, you know, and they
Right.
had vast tracts of land, right? And they got incorporated that land and whatnot, and they was able to build their own business districts, own oil fields, trade with each other, everything like that. That was
Mm-hmm.
not possible anybody else. The only reason that was possible also Oklahoma because it was Indian territory. So then another thing is Jamaica Queens, right? White people in large numbers, right? The community you live in right now, brother. Which one you live in? You live in Roselle.
Yeah, Roseville, Springfield
Okay,
area.
do you understand Roselle and Springfield at one time was all white?
Yeah, I understand that, but
Okay. Let me stop you right there. Why we was able to because all those white people showed their property for dirt cheap, right? We got the property dirt cheap, and they headed out to Long Island, right? Had that not happened, we would not have black Jamaica Queens, you know.
But the thing, it already happened before in multiple cities, like in multiple areas.
Yeah, but
Like
hold on.
same.
Queens was different, right? Because those black people, because of the IRT subway system and everything like that, you have people that lived in Manhattan and city. New York City is the largest economy in the world, you know, city in the world, right? Black people benefited because we lived in a city. If Jamaica Queens was any place else, right, it wouldn't have been like that. Black
But
people
what
would
you?
do good because black people. If you like, look,
but
you know
Detroit
how.
was one of
Hold up.
the,
But
Hell,
the
Jamaica Queens. Do you know how much garbage truck drivers make in Jamaica Queens?
no, I understand that. But I'm trying to like.
Hold on.
I lived it,
So the
but
level of money and everything like that's why there's a lot of wealth in that area. You
you
cannot
know.
do Jamaica Queens in a state that's poor. You can't do that in Memphis or
what
Nashville.
I mean, but like I said, the so
Was Detroit one of the
No,
richest cities in the world?
Detroit was never one. Detroit was a motor
it,
city, but
it
never
was
had
more.
the.
It's blue collar city. But what I'm
It
trying to
was
tell
never
you
like New York, bro.
is
Come on,
what I'm
it's not
trying
even
to tell you.
close.
What I'm trying to tell you is they already, like I said, the city here in DeSoto, they already did that, and they still got like 70% Black American middle upper, upper class
Yeah, but
areas.
your upper class in Texas is different than upper class in New York,
You
bro.
know what I'm saying? Like
Trust
they
me, you
work
know.
corporate cities.
Yo, check this out.
They
Upper
work at
class in
corporate
New
cities.
York. Yo, look, check this out. The
We
average
do.
person who think the middle class is just Soto, Texas, A part Texas,
They
if they
probably make
come to New
more
York, they
money.
will be poor. They'll be poor,
But you
really.
understand? But yeah, because it's the cost of living, dummy. Like it's the math. You don't understand that.
Yeah, I know
It's the
that
math.
cost of living, but the
It's
bottom
the
line, you
cost of
got to make
fucking
New
living.
York money. Okay,
Well,
Juanito,
yeah,
if you
because the
hold up,
cost of living is expensive over there.
Hold up, let me see. Juanito, if you want to come on, put your camera on. Let me
Who
see who you are.
Juanito? Hey, that's crazy. What's that about Juanito? I don't know what this is.
I don't know who that is, but put your camera on
But
so
you
you
know
can
what I'm saying?
disappear.
Like it's relative.
I'll let
But if you
nobody
look,
up.
So essentially, you're basically saying it's virtually impossible to replicate Jamaica Queen
that's
because no one.
crazy.
Yeah,
It already
that's
Oh,
kind
happened.
of
hold on.
wild.
You could replicate Jamaica Queens, but to
This
have
dude
the
tripping.
level of wealth and income and whatnot, the prosperity, no, you can't do that in place.
It already happened before
Oh,
in
hold on.
multiple
What city?
areas.
Look, no, you don't look.
You could look up DeSoto. I'm
Yeah,
just
I
telling
know
you.
the Soto, but I'm saying like, okay, let's humor you.
The white people already left and black people already went over
Let
there
me
and started
humor
buying
you,
up
bro. Let me
everything.
look here we go. You know what I'm saying? DeSoto, Texas.
Like the fuck. And that's 70% Black American. Like you
So
got City Hill, you got Missouri
okay,
City in
hold on.
Houston,
Juanito, I can't see your face.
Eh,
Sorry, I can't see your face.
you got
Put your
Gentilly in New Orleans,
Forget 70%. The area I live in is literally 99% black.
you got Gentilly.
okay, look, bro. I cannot see your face, bro. You know
Who you talking about?
the guy
Juanito.
Juanito. Want to
Juanito,
get on?
show your face. I don't know you.
Yo, he's putting a goddamn Mario. Sorry, you're out of here, bro. You're
You
out of here.
Mexican. Get your Mexican ass out.
You're out of here, band
Oh,
kick.
Mexican ass nigga.
Fuck out of here. You know you ain't come on my show. Your fucking weird ass out of here.
So you think it can't happen with Baltimore, Philadelphia, where there's
Nah,
where there's
that's
port
what
areas?
What economy do you have? Where is that? Do you have Wall Street? Do you have
they
Madison
got. I mean,
Avenue? Yeah, like it. Hold up. Do you know New York City? Basically, you know how much New York City generates a day as far as their transportation? They generate $400 million a day easy. You know, so this guy Juanito, you're out of here. Boom, ban. You're out of here. Good.
shit.
Like this. I say I'm dealing with these trolls, man. You try to come up here. Don't come
Yeah,
up
you
with my
gave him some
platform.
freak ass
We'll
shit
get
on your
banned.
shit. I saw
You
one
know.
thing. I had to get the hell off and throw the other. Off the channel. What the hell was this?
Okay, so which we call DeSoto, Texas. DeSoto, Texas. Soto.
It was white flight, the same thing you already explained. You know, and in Baldwin Hills too in California,
Oh yeah, there's
what?
nice places and whatnot, but I
Like
said
what?
what I say was Queens is unique because
They said Baldwin Hills is the most
black
expensive
people had bought
neighborhood.
those houses in Queens back in like the 40s and 50s and the 60s for really dirt cheap, and a lot of them
Yeah.
got literally so much equity in those houses. Like I said, you got people out there who got so much equity in the houses and when they are able to buy other houses and rent them out and stuff like that. You know, it's like it's New York City. You know, it's New York City. It's really New York City is like the best place for real estate. You know, because if you sell a house to somebody and whatnot, you know, most likely if he works for the city, you know how much friggin' just
So,
look,
Kyla, you telling me black people could establish a whole community, a whole area in the economic capital where it's probably the 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 hardest to
well,
own a
let me ask
house.
you let me ask you a question. You know,
Facts. Thank you.
hold up, most black people in New York that own those homes in Queens, you know, they're mostly city workers and blue collar, right?
You said what?
You know, most of those black people who own. That's the difference between Queens and everybody else. The same level of houses you see in Queens, you in other areas, the people will have to be professional doctors, lawyers, and everything like that, right?
What?
In yeah, I'm just telling you. Look,
Man, you crazy.
Queens, when you see those row houses and whatnot, you know, people are
This
having
man
like
crazy.
nice cars and stuff like that. Most of those people, look, a sanitation worker in New York makes $150,000 a year.
Can they let me ask you this, the hold on. Can they maintain that house? Can they
Yeah,
maintain that?
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Most of the people
All
in
right.
Queens, the houses are paid for. The mortgage is paid for. It's paid off. A lot of people
I'm
start
talking about
paying
the
their houses
property
off
tax.
in the '90s. You know,
The property tax, everything else. The property tax.
well, they pay property. The only thing you have is property taxes in New York. You know,
That's what I'm
city
saying.
tax,
Can
property
they
tax. But most of the people, the more people who bought their houses back in the '50s, the houses are paid off. You know, and my cousin Robert, right? He
But you
basically
got but you got the Caribbeans that come in and they buy houses too. So it's not just people from the
most of the
50s,
people from New
60s.
York, most of the people from Queens come from the South. You
Yeah, they
know,
from the south. I
and
thought Brooklyn was the
and Harlem,
Caribbeans.
in Harlem. You know.
I thought
My
Brooklyn was
family came from the South in Harlem, you know.
yeah, I thought Brooklyn was the Caribbeans or
Kyla,
something.
the neighborhood, the area I live in is nothing but Caribbeans.
Well, now there
Uh
is because know why?
oh.
Because
Uh
a lot
oh.
of black people, black Americans are moving out. They're moving back to Atlanta. They move back down
So
south. They're
what's
moving
going with the
upstate.
houses though?
And hold on, and a lot of black people in Queens right now moved out to Long Island. A lot of African Americans live in places like Baldwin. It's really nice. But Ocean,
Baldwin,
all these
Roosevelt,
places like that.
Hempstead.
They're moving out of Queens and they're moving out to Sunrise, all the places like that, you know. And Hempstead, you know, families like most of the families in Hempstead now, Islip, and all these other places like that, you know.
But that's my point though. If black people can replicate
Yo, James,
this,
hold on. This guy like this. I got I guess a white guy, Frosty Speaks. I don't care. He goes, a black platform makes it okay to insult other races. I didn't even talk about fucking. Did we even mention white people on here? You know.
No.
So why is this guy coming here bothering me? You
They
know.
they probably get paid by YouTube to troll these type
They
of
get paid by
platforms.
who?
YouTube.
Oh. Okay.
Makes perfect sense. Look, put it like this. Look, I don't really give a damn what you think, man. You know, this is a
He
black
right.
forum for black people. We discuss our issues here and whatnot. So
Yeah,
I'm not.
dog.
This
We
is
gotta
not
say
an
something was
FBA
him.
platform. If you're black, you're welcome here and whatnot. You know, if you're white, just shut the hell up and listen. You know.
Kyla, look at Houston. You got a substantial amount of black people that's wealthy
That's
in
Yeah,
why
I
I'm
know,
Houston.
but the thing
that's
is,
why I'm
though,
saying Dallas and
hold
Houston,
up.
like he tripping.
Yeah,
Atlanta.
hold on. Look, let me tell you something. If you go to the South, you got nice black neighborhoods all over the South and everything like that. But what I'm trying to say is the difference in New York is this. When you see black communities in New York City and whatnot in the surrounding areas like Mount Vernon and stuff like
They
that,
American or they Caribbean?
they're mostly American, African American.
All
You
right, just
know,
making
people
sure.
think they're Caribbean, but they're actually
That's where they
African.
come. That's what they tell me.
Kyla,
All right.
that's not necessarily true because Jamaica Queens
Real, Jamaica
majority
Queens not
from
Caribbean.
Jamaica.
Dude, I grew up there. You know,
When did you leave New?
everybody came from the South. You know, or Harlem. You know,
I,
that's what.
that-
Hold
So
up.
Jamaica Queens
Hold up.
mostly black American.
Nowadays, right? You got Caribbean, like in my aunt and uncle lives on South Ozone Park, right? You know what's that,
Oh,
right?
that's all
Oh yeah,
Guyanese.
hold, yeah, but check
That's
this out.
Guyanese.
Hold
All
up,
right.
check this out. Now, hold up. Now, when I was growing up, I didn't see nobody. I did see when I was growing up, there was some Puerto Ricans there, and there was some Jamaicans. Right when I was a kid, right?
When did you leave New York?
I left New York in the '90s. You know,
That's
Exactly.
why.
but
I heard y'all
now, hold
left
up.
in
But
the
the
'90s
people who
too.
actually established these communities and built them were Black America. You know,
Yeah, that's a fact.
but hold on, check this out. Now, my aunt and uncles, their neighbor are Ghanaians, you know, a Ghanaian family, you know, and they're nicest people. They always bring in my aunt and uncle food, whatever like that. Real nice people, and they would tell them my nephew goes to Africa all the time, and whatnot, you know, real nice people. Right? So the neighborhood's changed. Also, when I was out in Long Island, right, my cousin last year when I went to Liberia, right, I had to get on the airport. So I had to go to Walmart to get some stuff, right? You went some more tank tops, whatever like that. I went to the Walmart and I noticed something, right? Everybody in there, I saw black and white people in there, right? And the black people in there were like snagalaga, you know, snagalaga, speaking a foreign
Wait,
language,
what?
right? You hear that? Okay, you don't know. Snagalaga. That means
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
speak English. Snagalaga.
yeah,
And the
yeah.
white people were there, they were snagalagaing up too, you know, speaking snagalaga. You know, I'm like, nobody spoke English. So I'm saying like this, New York City is changing from it used to be just black America and white America. White people were Italians, Jews, Irish, right? Now the black population in New York is more and more becoming Caribbean,
Carla, Carla,
African, all these other places, you know.
Carla, y'all left in the '90s. Y'all Black Americans left in the '90s.
Oh no,
Y'all,
they're still
y'all
there.
been
Look, my family for the most part is still there. You know, so
Colin,
for
if you drive down Merrick Boulevard right now in Springfield, you'll see nothing but Caribbean
yeah,
restaurants.
yeah,
real.
good.
That's
Yeah,
what
they
I'm
got a lot of
saying.
Caribbean
Like,
restaurants, but who are the customers? Black America, you know,
but
because
who
we eat their
own?
Caribbean food. They're not spending
But
money. The money. Hold up. There used to be a place on Merritt Boulevard called Carmichael's back in the day. It was a Jamaican restaurant, you know. And this the difference between them and now is Carmichael's was a pillar in the black community, you know. Everybody, that's when my parents had their first date in the 60s, you know. And it was
okay.
owned by the Carmichael brothers, right? The place is shut down
Mm,
now. You can look it up now, Carmichael's, right? In
mm.
Merritt Boulevard. It's shut down now. It was an ice cream and it was a diner, you know, Carmichael's, right? And the people and the Jamaicans, they actually even owned a bank, you know. They made so much money, they even had their own bank. But Carmichael's was part of the black community, you know. Even though they were just see back then, we didn't see no Caribbean, Black America, and stuff like
I,
that.
I know that what I'm trying to say if Queens itself could replicate the same thing with Caribbeans, Africans, African
No, it's
Americans,
not going to
I
happen
think it
because
could replicate anywhere else.
bottom line,
No, no.
bottom line, look, there, hold up. A lot of these people in New York is more friendly to
Yeah,
Caribbeans and
y'all
Africans,
Pan
right?
African. Y'all New York
But the
motherfucker Pan
bottom line, hold
African
on,
as
yo,
shit.
look, in Africa, in the South, it ain't happening, bro.
We
You
That's
know,
definitely not
let
gonna
me tell you
happen.
something, man. In the South, right? I've been here for 30 years, right? I'm still not accepted. You know,
Yeah,
I'm
you
still
gotta
not
be part of the
accepted.
culture.
You know,
You gotta be part of it.
I'm not a
You got,
Southerner. When
you gotta
they
be
don't
under that
accept me here.
flag.
You
You
know,
gotta be
and
under that
they don't
flag.
gonna hear no. So you come down there if you down here we got Jamaican restaurants, but they sort of blending with the black culture.
Nigga, yeah. You gotta be under that flag.
You know,
Fuck all that.
so
You under that
if you
flag.
could come down here and just try to be team black, whatnot, you know, you're good.
Nah.
You know, like I know these two Jamaican brothers that own a restaurant club called Montego Bay here, right? And these brothers, we talk to them, and they basically like straight up Brooklyn dudes, you know, two dudes from Brooklyn, right?
Gotta
And
be
the
under that
bottom line, the
flag.
staff at Montego Bay is like half African American and half Jamaican, you know, and the
I'm gonna
crowd that goes there are who African Americans, you know.
I'm
Colin,
Same
gonna
you
thing.
tell
do
the
know
truth.
you do know a lot of people from New York, right? A lot of black people from New York is literally moving to Atlanta and basically replicating the same thing, the
Yeah, but I'm
same
saying,
type
but
of.
Hey,
hold on. But the thing is, the customers in these places are mostly, almost always Black American. You know, because Jamaicans like, look, I don't need to go to a restaurant and fucking eat this food. I can make it home. You know,
mm,
What
we
what
like
what
their
what,
food. We like your food because we can't make it. You
it's
know,
different.
what
It's
about
different.
Canarsie is another black neighborhood,
no,
middle class
Canarsie was
Caribbean, ain't
neighborhood.
always
that Caribbean? That's a Caribbean, right?
Canarsie was always Jewish. And
It's
what's that?
But
Jewish.
What's that?
but
Hold up.
Ain't that what
Now
Pop
you got
Smoke from?
hold up. Hold up. I do give you guys this. You do have friggin' Caribbeans that will move it now, moving into places like Bensonhurst, Canarsie, and places like that, Crown Heights, and whatnot. You know, and Brooklyn, whatnot. You know, but Black Americans never moved into these places. You know, we never moved into these parts of
Let
Brook
me
Park.
ask. I'm gonna tell you. I think
You
Chicago
know,
got more black growth than New York.
Got more what?
Black American growth than New York. I'm gonna tell you the
well, actually,
truth.
New York people think New
Nah.
York is Caribbean. No, it's
I
actually
think it's
mostly
career.
it's mostly Black American. You know, still to this day. You know, people like that.
The Black Americans I know in Queens and New York, they got multiple houses and stuff like that. So I don't know about I don't know. I've been to
Like in
Chicago.
Bronzeville, Humber Park, shit like that. They got some bread over there too.
Make no
What?
mistake. Like I said, look, when you talk about New York, we're not. You know, it's still a Black America, like Harlem. We're not. You know, stuff like that. Still
Harlem
Black.
still black American?
Nah, Harlem is gentrified.
I thought
Oh,
that
yeah,
actually
no, but
been
Harlem, but you still, even if you go to Harlem, right? Even though it's gentrified, that means the residents there, still the culture of Harlem and the people that's there, the largest churches and whatnot are Black American. You know, Refuge Temple, Abyssinian Baptist Church, and several other churches and whatnot are Black
Nah,
American.
Kyle, I'm not gonna lie to you. Senegal literally
that's
probably
all
took over the
synagogue.
Yeah,
whole.
no, they didn't take over.
Um,
They're there, but they ain't taking over, bro. Come on, you
they,
know.
you know, Kyle, they got Harlem is called right now Little Senegal.
Oh yeah, yeah. So they got sections that there and whatnot, but they're not taking over. Name me the banks they own. You know, do they hold like a Freedom Bank
Nah,
or
nah, 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 nah. But what I'm trying to
you know,
say.
so in the politics and whatnot? I didn't run them for office over there. No, you know. So the bottom line, yeah, they're there, numbers, whatever like that, but they ain't taking over, man. Come on, man. People always say that shit, but they ain't taking over.
So
I was
why you think the black wealth can't replicate in like Chicago, Detroit,
Chicago got
or
black growth, bro. What are you talking
yo,
about?
look, check us out, bro.
This
My
man
brother, my
crazy.
boy Dion, that's going on tour with us, that came on tour with us last year.
That
The
man
dude's
crazy.
in Chicago. I can't pry him out of Chicago, you know?
You can't
You
what?
know, I can't pry him out of Chicago. He's making so much money
Yeah,
in
Chicago
real
make
estate.
money.
He's a developer, you know?
Yeah,
He's making, you know, Black Chicago business community is off the chain.
yeah,
yeah?
they
I,
make
So
money.
so so
you got
but
people
you saying
like,
all this stuff? You saying that like it can't be replicated in
It
these
already
areas?
no,
happened.
but
Yeah,
hold on,
that's what I'm
yo, look, you
saying.
gotta
Already
say something.
happened. You keep asking
Yo,
the
you
same
gotta say
question.
something. Before you can replicate something, like sometimes cities, Chicago got a political machine that Black people basically dominate, you know,
They
and
dominate that
everything like
bitch.
that. So you got opportunity zones in Harlem. I mean, Chicago that you can't do in the South. You know, South is still controlled by white people. You
That's
know,
not the case, bro. The fuck?
it is
No,
a
it's
case.
not.
You know,
No, you keep talking
you
about this
gonna tell me
agenda
you
shit.
own you
That's
run
not.
you by yourself. You
That's
know,
not the
no, it's
case.
a partnership
It's
with
like
white people.
Dallas. Dallas been a black minority ran
Yo, bro,
city.
man, I was in Dallas a couple of weeks ago, man. It's a
What
white.
part of Dallas?
You know?
It's
I was
we
in
got.
Dallas, man. I was
What
at the
part of
Fairmont
Dallas though?
Hotel,
You
man.
was in
You know,
Plano. What part?
the corporation, the corporation
Was in
that I
Plano.
work for is the headquarters in Dallas. Man, I was there, man. Look,
No, 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 no. In Dallas, or were you in Dallas County? Or were you in Collin
I was
County?
in
Which one?
Dallas. I was in downtown Dallas.
All right, all right.
You know.
What I'm trying to say is though, they black. Come on, down south. You gonna
Like I
have
said,
all
look,
black
hold on.
cities, all
Basically,
black
when I was
towns
in
for hundreds
Dallas,
of years.
man, I I see nothing but white folks. You know.
Cause you were north of the Trinity. You didn't even go to DeSoto,
You know,
the
yeah,
secondary.
look, okay, whatever that. I know there's black areas in Dallas. You know,
Okay.
those are areas that
What
black people fled to.
what's the population of black people in Houston?
Houston, I don't motherfucking know. It's a lot, but it's like
Oh, I'll look it up
20%.
for you. Hold up.
I
I'll
don't
get
know.
it for you. Give me a second. I'll
I thought
look
we
it
were
up.
talking about Dallas though. But I'm talking
Because
about
if I'm not mistaken, Houston got a large wealthy black
yeah,
neighborhoods,
yeah. You got Missouri
affluent
City.
communities.
Yeah,
You got Mo
by
City.
southern standards. Yeah. Yeah.
You
Okay.
got Missouri City. You got different type of shit. Like I could name,
Why you,
bro.
Kyler? Why you keep coming at the South for? He
That's
said
what
by
I'm
South.
I'm
motherfucking
not the South,
saying. Knowing
man.
damn
Come on.
well them, y'all get ran by them Caribbean motherfuckers. Y'all ain't got no
Okay. Yeah.
bullshit.
Whatever. You know.
Yeah, I got that.
Okay.
Motherfuckers from
Houston
South ran by
African
them.
American population is a 500,000.
Only a 500,000?
That's
You
it.
said
Half a million.
African?
I thought it was a 1 million plus at
No,
least.
it's a
Nah,
half a
hell
million.
no.
Are you
Hell no.
kidding me? Show me any city in America got a million black people. It don't exist. Yo, I would like to put JA on, man. I'm gonna trust you like this. JA, either turn your camera on or talk to me in the back chat.
Came back to
You know, I can't see you, bro.
But Chicago is a nice city though. I like
All right,
going to Chicago. Chicago is a nice
I
city.
feel like I'm taking my chances. Like
no,
I
I'm saying
can't.
that's where the history started for Black America. That's crazy. You got all black towns and shit. Crazy as shit.
Chicago got a lot of black people with money. Even got a lot of problems, but the black people there that got money ain't no joke. They ain't trying to leave. I'll be saying, I always say, because I used to have an argument with my boy Dion. I said, man, every week he was, man, that's exaggerated. I said, I can't see
Nah,
shooting.
them
Remember
niggas,
Chicago had the highest shootings and whatnot. He
that's
said,
not the
man,
case.
I don't see none of that. So
That's
Nah,
not the
Chicago,
case.
Chicago remind me of New York when I go there.
well,
It's like
hold on.
Mississippi. Chicago's like if Mississippi and Alabama people moved up north and made like a New
Yeah,
York or some shit.
yeah, what you go? So I'm like this. He told me that, yo, man, he goes, man, this is the best place. I said, are you kidding me? Chicago's the best place for black people to get. Yeah,
It's cold.
evidently,
It's cold in
you
the
know.
bitch though. But you got Bronzeville though, Humble Park. You got all that shit over there. You
So
know.
you
But
got
you got a
people.
lot of
If
Chicago people. They moved down south, but they moved to like Texas, Louisiana,
if I'm
Mississippi.
not mistaken, the restaurant, the chicken spot, isn't that black owned with the mild sauce? I forgot the name of it.
Harold Chicken.
Yeah, Harold
They
Chicken.
said
Harold
that shit
Chicken.
ass though. They said that shit ass.
But it's a black food chain restaurant. So you see
Yeah.
a lot of black wealth in Chicago.
You can say that. I feel like I think y'all exaggerated. You can say that all over though. I feel like the Midwest, South, and like the East
Oh,
Coast.
come on, man. I don't see
Nah,
nothing.
nah, nah, nah,
Like a,
nah, nah,
you
nah.
gonna
If
I
tell
you
know
me
go to
West
places
Coast.
like St. Louis, it
and
look like you
Madison,
stepped
Wisconsin is hell on
I ain't
earth,
never
man.
been to
You
St.
know,
Louis. I don't know, but
yo,
St.
Gary,
St.
Indiana,
Louis like
Madison,
you.
Wisconsin is
Yeah,
hell.
yeah.
I ain't talking about West. I
Since
said you said what now?
Cincinnati probably look
Yo,
like you just stepped in.
Cincinnati is the worst, man. I only went there
I ain't
for
never
like
been
a
to Cincinnati.
day
What's
on
wrong
a
with Cincinnati?
layover. Man. Yo, the people, the black people working at the airport, any indication, I never want to go there, man. You know,
Why you say that?
Man,
I
I,
mean,
I drove. I
it
went
was
through.
beyond ghetto. The people would be beyond ghetto, man. You
I
know.
went through. I went
They
through
you said they get them.
Cincinnati. I went through Cincinnati. I was seeing needles on the floor. Like it was just crazy. I'm like, nah. If this is
It's
the
like
American
Philadelphia.
dream.
It sound like
Yeah,
Philly.
Philly's pretty bad too.
Mm.
Philly's
The
horrible.
houses look like shacks.
Philly's horrible, man. And you know what the problem in New York is? A lot of crime you see in New York, right there, are dudes coming from Philly, Newark, Richmond, Virginia, and whatnot. You know, the people
What?
that's no, look, let me talk to you for a minute. You know, people that real New Yorkers, right, are highly black New Yorkers are highly civilized. You know a real New Yorker, the way they dress, why they present themselves, they got class, sophisticated. They'll go to an opera. New Yorkers got a lot of sophistication. That stupid shit you see, the Bobby Shmurda's from the islands too. You know, he's Caribbean.
Are you sure? Cause I be saying, yeah, you might be on some. Hold on, you might be on some shit. Cause all the retarded New York people I met, all from the islands, on some
Yeah,
shit.
so the either islands or
Yo,
Philly.
leave
Philly.
my island people alone,
They be
man.
doing,
Yo,
they
I
retarded,
said,
bro. They be doing some retarded shit.
we're just
I
telling you
like
the
y'all
truth,
women though. I
man.
ain't gonna
Yo,
lie,
look, man.
but I'm listening though.
Look, check this out. Or no, I wouldn't even put it all in the islands because a
Hello,
lot of islands people really go do. They really rep in New York,
kind
right?
of.
Well, hold up. Well, check us out.
Yeah.
What you got to worry about is these dudes people that come from Philly, you know, because New York got a
Yeah, shit.
very good welfare system and something like that. So it attracts deadbeats from all over the region, right there. People coming from New Haven,
You're
Connecticut, and people coming from
what the fuck going
friggin'
on?
Newark, New Jersey, Philly, you know,
Crime, are you
Baltimore.
still on this bitch?
Yeah, yeah. So the bottom line is that's where New York's crime is coming from. You know, coming from these people that just migrated there back in the late '90s. You know, they turn
Nah,
into
I can't say it. Most of the crime is probably coming from the Caribbeans too. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah, they come from the Caribbean
Are you
too. But
sure?
the bottom line that it don't help when you got all these country
Hello,
bumpkins coming up there in New York or whatnot. You
crumbling.
know,
I don't see. Yeah,
so
this nigga.
Ja A, you're on, brother. What's on your mind? JA, man, come on, man. You come up, man. Come on, speak, man. I hate that when people get up there and don't say
I
nothing.
can't even hear y'all, bro.
Hey,
Can you?
Ja,
I can hear y'all
that's
now.
Ja.
Like I don't. That's John.
Yes, job. We ain't saying nothing. You know? Can you hear us?
Probably on our Obama phone. You don't got no service.
Yeah. So we probably on that AOL dial up shit. You know? Remember that? I mean, that was I started with that, man. No, actually, I had that in the '90s, right? And that's why I gave up internet. In 2000, no, 2006, when I really came online, and I
Mm-hmm.
discovered I could just turn on my computer and press a button. Next thing I already connect, I had to do a dial up or nothing like that. You know, I said, man, I got on. I remember I wrote my first blog, right, and I got like 10 responses the next day. I was like, well, thank you for replying to me, and I said, oh man, people are responding to what I wrote. and said when I said, "Man, this is powerful." I got addicted to it. People basically responded to my thoughts and everything like that. So I was like this, man. I had a newfound thing, the internet. When I was like, oh,
And find the internet turn your life up, huh?
oh yeah, well, yeah, man. Like I
Yeah.
said, I was a college genesis back in the '90s, right? I
Yeah.
thought that I was going to build a college nation, going door to door, city to city, and whatnot. When I
Yeah,
found
man.
that I could reach people from my computer, the cover of my computer, man, I was like, I reactivated the college genesis, college nation. I was like,
Mm.
I didn't know how I was going to do it, but I said, I got to reach the world, man. And my message, my story, my message got to get out there, And then when I got online, and whatnot, I started building my thing. I got on Blog Talk Radio, and I had a big following and everything like that. I'm trying to do the same thing. The only problem I did is I waited too long to get on YouTube. And so when this platform grows, this platform is going to be the premier Black nationals Pan African platform. I guarantee you that. Because I'm coming up with solutions and how we can get out of this. So, and I
Colin,
welcome
even
your
though
opinion.
the medium income in like in those cities is probably far lower than New York, people black people could still build up middle class neighborhoods
Oh yeah,
in
you
like
can look. Let me tell you something. You can
Dude,
go.
this,
You can
yeah,
go to
y'all on fat, bro.
Charleston. You can go to Charleston, South Carolina, and there's middle class black. It's all about where you live at.
That's what I'm
Middle
saying.
class in Charleston, South Carolina, is not middle class in New York or Connecticut and
Well,
stuff
yeah,
like
it's the
that.
cost of living.
It's all where you live at.
The cost of
You
living
can
is
you
like
can
what?
take you could build a nice black community any place, but you gotta have at least right. I say this right. You gotta have a basis of like blue collar jobs, civil service, and everything. You got to have that, at least, right? I don't think you could build a black community and everybody think they're going to own a black business. That's not going to
Oh
work.
yeah, that's facts. I agree.
You need
DC,
we still need jobs. That's how Black America thrives.
yeah,
Jobs, like, well, you can't take a job. That's the dumbest thing we ever did. Listen to people like Jason Black talking about we need to own a business. I own several businesses. I wouldn't have wished that on my worst
that's a
enemy.
lot of that's a lot of work.
Yeah,
You
because I
understand?
said I had a business, a
That's a
medical
lot of work.
transport business. I had
Over.
I had an ambulatory business back in 2017. Man, I had to disband it 2 years later because after 2 years of running a business, did everything like that, I didn't make one single dime. All I did was pay workers. I said, "Yeah, I'm just here employing people, but I ain't making no money." So I said, then I said to myself,
How the
I'm
fuck
going
that
back to
got
just doing
shit?
insurance because this idea of owning a business when that is stupid. We're misled by a lot of people. We need real infrastructure and industrial jobs and whatnot in Black America. That's what built Black America. The steel mills, the auto mills, the
Oh,
auto
bullshit.
factories, all this stuff like that. We need that again. So that's how you build
do,
a Black
do
middle
you
class.
do you think Detroit could bounce back?
Well, look,
Who you talking about? Me? You talking to me?
this is what happened in the '70s, right? In the '80s, there was a group, a think tank called McKinsey McCormick, something like that, right? They basically said to the future of America is we have to basically
Who put
integrate
my
China. Chinese are not that smart. American corporations went over to China, right, and milked them for their cheap labor. They said we have to basically use third party countries to manufacture our stuff because the whole thing is this: black people in America, right? We were doing good, right? But they said this is not sustainable. We're not gonna ever make no money because pretty soon these black people are gonna want more money, more benefits, all stuff like that, the unions and everything like that. So they began a thing of basically divesting from the American manufacturing. Save money. Now, how that's gonna work, in the future, I don't know. Will that work and everything like that? But Trump is trying to bring those manufacturing jobs back. They're mocking him for it.
No, I don't think that can happen. Trump is selling people a dream.
No, this is it's happening. No, hold on. He bringing in Houston. He bringing the what is the Apple factory, the Nvidia factory. Understand?
Yeah,
It's
he's
already
bringing a lot.
happening.
He
I'm not
got
present,
12
dog.
trillion dollars worth of
Yeah,
investment
it's coming
commitments,
back.
right?
But
That's
there's a
12
catch though.
trillion dollars. That somebody's going to get those jobs. That's going to
But
trickle to somebody.
check this out. It's a catch though. Some of that shit gonna be automated, so it's gonna be a tech boom in America. You understand? But you gotta hurry up and get into this motherfucker. You understand? But he bringing shit back.
Yeah, but
It's a,
hold on,
it's
but
gonna it's
even
a lot of
12
tech.
trillion dollars, some of that money is going to trickle into things. Let's say you do Uber and Lyft, right? there's gonna be your customer base where like is gonna boom, service industry because all these people that do make money, yeah, I ain't say everybody's gonna have a job, but somebody's gonna be making money and somebody got to spend money somewhere. So the money will
Hey,
definitely
caller.
circulate somewhere in the economy.
America is a service economy now. It's no longer industrial economy.
You know what that means? That means the value of services is higher than industry. And I agree with that, right? Financial, transportation, all stuff like that is the value of goods and services that are produced by services is greater than industry and manufacturing. That's what they call post-industrial age. It doesn't mean manufacturing is going anyplace. It just means the
Hey,
value of manufacturing is not the most important thing. More money. Look, more money is made by food service than it is manufacturing, right? Like say you got Pizza Hut, Papa John, you add all the restaurants together, right? And say what they gross when they gross way more than the manufacturing base. That's what it means, The
so this is so that you guys can hear me well.
yeah, go ahead.
That's a good point. That a lot of times we talk about manufacturing, but we miss that services. America, they're not in the numbers when you talk about American economic activity globally. Those are not in the numbers. But even on manufacturing, America still is a big manufacturer
It is.
because for like our steel in America, America produces something like 75% of its own steel. But this is the thing I was gonna say is like at the same time people give like at least on this panel, you guys are giving like Trump a lot of leeway, you know what I mean? And I didn't hear some of these arguments like when Biden was there, because Biden increased manufacturing under Biden.
You did? I don't remember that.
No, he
Yeah,
didn't.
look it up. Look it up. Manufacturing went up under Biden by hundreds of thousands, if I'm not wrong. And then the Chips Act and stuff like that, they passed the Chips Act to bring chip manufacturing back here. There were announcements on it with
That's Trump.
Intel and Taiwan Semiconductor and all that to
Yeah,
bring
but Trump
plants
is
back
doing
to the
that.
United States.
That's
Yeah, but
that's
I'm
Trump
telling
doing
you,
it though.
under Biden, these things also happened. But the thing is, with the
No,
Trump
maybe it
thing,
happened, but it's actually
Bullshit.
Trump who actually brought it home, man. So
well,
you
look,
know.
Trump's been there
America's
3 months.
ran
Now,
by
how is he
tech
going to bring all
man.
this stuff back so fast, for one?
Look,
Right
check
now,
this
America's
out.
ran by
Perfect
tech
example.
gurus now.
The first example I'm talking about,
It's
right?
technocracy
Hey,
woman.
yo, TikTok and Facebook generate more money than most manufacturing. Technology.
nah,
TikTok
but
and Facebook
TikTok
when
been
I make
around.
more money, and YouTube grosses more money than let's say Ford Motor Company.
Right, but TikTok has been around since Trump's first
Well, I
term.
mean, well, my point
By
I'm
the
trying to make,
way,
I get that, but I'm trying to say is
by the
the
way,
whole idea
TikTok
of,
is
like
also
I
owned by
said,
a
people
Chinese
understand
company.
something. People say, "Oh, manufacturing went out." No services. Even the fact that most people have iPhones, right? Apps, right? The apps, service setting. People things like DoorDash and Uber Eats and whatnot, and all stuff like that, and Uber and all that. You talk about literally trillions of dollars of service. Service is
Yeah,
way outstripping manufacturing.
I've already agreed
Because the
with you on that,
app
caller.
thing.
Me and you agree on that. What I'm saying is, on the Trump stuff and him bringing all this money back, I don't know what's the proof of that. Just Trump saying it? Like I don't
No,
get
I
it.
he got
mean,
What's the
commitments.
proof of
He
that?
got commitments.
it's already happening, bro. They already
Huh?
bringing the factory in Houston. They bringing
In
a
three,
chip
so you
factory.
guys are telling me Trump has been there for just over 100 days, and you guys are telling me all this stuff come back just
Yo, the
because he's
bottom
there
line,
now?
it's amazing,
It's
but he got
happening though.
commitments. He got commitments.
Yeah, it's happening.
I remember
He doing it.
at his
But
inauguration, a Japanese guy, right, banker, said committed $500 billion, right, and then well, first he had 100 billion, right, and then Trump said, "Hey, can you make it 500 billion?" He said, "Okay, we commit
bro,
five
I
hundred billion
know the
dollars.
guy.
That's
That's
five
the
hundred
guy
billion
that.
dollars
Oh,
worth of money
I
infused into
know
the
his
American
argument,
economy."
bro.
Kala.
That
Most of
guy
them,
is the guy.
most of the manufacturing companies, they know Americans is not. They want to work for $20 an hour. They're not. This is a capitalist
Oh, I know that.
society.
No,
It's
but
that's
that
the
no.
catch. The
Hold
catch is
on.
it's gonna be automated. I feel
That
like.
You're not going.
Japanese
You're
guy.
going to pick the people that work for $7 an hour that don't got no union. They don't want insurance. You're gonna pick that over the
America
people.
is still a manufacturing powerhouse. That guy, by the way, is Mashikoto Khan or something like that. His name. He runs SoftBank. That same guy. That guy been invested in America. You know the amount of companies SoftBank is invested in already. As a matter of fact, one of the businesses went under. That business called I think it's called WeWork. Rework. It's like office rental
I
space
don't know that.
business that went under, and he invested big money in that, and that went under even during Biden's time. That
Under.
they've been invested in America. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Some of these
but also,
investments were
but that
already
was pretty
happening.
impressive. Him basically
Look,
saying,
look, look, look at
No,
The
but
Louis
someone saying
Vuitton
something and doing something is two different things.
look at the Louis
You
Vuitton
don't like Trump, I guess.
look at the Louis Vuitton that he doing in Texas. It's becoming a complete failure.
The who?
The Louis Vuitton they
Who's
manufacturing
doing it?
Louis Vuitton, they manufacturing it in Texas if I'm not
I
mistaken.
ain't know that. I'm gonna
Yeah,
I
look that
never
up.
heard of that, but
Yeah, I'm gonna
I'm
look that
just
up.
saying some of
I
these
could put
things
it in
have
the back
already
chat.
happened.
All
So
right.
we have a lot of announcements, yes, but you got to look at you got to make a comparison. You can't just hear someone say something and just buy it just because they said it. You see what I'm saying?
well, I hope he does because I know this, right? The more money that's coming into the United States, it's somehow
It's positive.
if black people look, our MO is we live off the crumbs and the excess of America fat, you know.
Okay.
So the bottom line is, the more stuff coming into America, we somehow live. There's a lot of people that would love to replace us. The crumbs we complain about, you know, they would love to eat these crumbs we complain about, and that's the message here. When you know, people love to come here. If y'all don't want to take advantage of whatever's out there, you better take advantage. Now, I say about the topic tonight, yeah, you can invest in
You,
the hood
you
just to make money, right? What do you think about that, Jay? I say if you're gonna invest in the hood,
I
just make money.
I agree with that 100%. Invest
in the
in
hood.
the neighborhood. Invest in
Yeah,
these
but hold on. Are you
communities.
talking about investing in neighborhoods so we could build some sort of like something utopia is gonna come out of it, or you especially see people just a chance for black people to have some capital and make money, you know, and walk away. What do you think?
What I'm saying, I'm not saying for some kind of a utopia because I don't believe in utopias. You see what I'm saying? Because you're dealing with human beings. I don't care if they black, white, Chinese, whatever. You're dealing with human beings, and any system a human being built is going to have flaws in it. That's why sometimes the more people you have contributing in some meaningful way, if they have a goal in mind to achieve something, right? They have a similar goal in mind of achievement of some kind, right? Then kind of you might have a better outcome, right? But there's no utopia. But to make money, I definitely believe in that. I remember Dapper Don said he was telling people to buy these brownstones in Harlem for 10 grand.
And
You know what I mean?
now look, people complaining that
Right. This is
Harlem is
what I'm saying.
gentrified.
Because what's happening in the country, I believe personally, what I think is happening in the country is if you look at the West Coast and a lot of parts of the country, not everywhere, but particularly the West Coast and some parts of the Northeast, it's very expensive to live there right now. Some parts of the Midwest, some parts of the South, it's very expensive to live there, right? And so what's happening is a lot of younger people, they got money, they got education, they got skills and training and different things like that, but they can't afford certain areas as much. So some of these areas are going to become way more desirable. It might even be people in the same state that live in a part of the state that's more expensive, and they're going to find these places more desirable as time goes on because it's going to be cheaper to buy a home or whatever, right? Or rent, this type of stuff.
Well, let
So
me
they'll
ask you a
move
question.
there.
Let me ask you, Jay. What about
Hey,
the
I put the source in the back too about the Louis Vuitton factory in Dallas.
Jay? What?
Oh, I'll
Hold on,
try to
Jay.
look
How
that up,
about
man.
this?
Thanks.
Hold on.
Uh,
What about the fact that I said earlier that if you rebuild these communities, if you don't do something about the crime and the blight there, it was like we're walking into a trap. You know, what do you think about that?
well, I didn't listen the whole time, but of course, crime and safety are major factors, right? But what's happening, I think, too, and that we're not giving credit for is that crime has come down. Like the other night I talked and I mentioned that crime is down in Baltimore and crime is down. I said crime is down in the United States, really, I was talking about. And I said in Baltimore, it's even down. When I looked it up, Baltimore has lost population, right? And so the crime numbers are down, but because the population has come down, the per capita murder rate is still relatively high. I don't think it's as high as it's ever been, but it's still up there, right? But if you look at a city like LA, the crime rates have come way down. even though LA is growing in population, right? But nationally, violent crime is down in the United States. So even in some of these poor communities or poorer communities, which is one of the reasons for the crime in the first place, right? They're seeing a lot of these places. You're seeing a reduction. People aren't acting in the same ways that they were when crime was higher in the 80s and 90s. But it's just that relative to other areas of the country, people still look at it as a high crime area. But relative to the 80s and 90s, a lot of these places are way safer, even though people act or the
Right.
narrative of the area
What
is
we
still
have to
negative,
do is basically the culture has to change. We gotta stop promoting it like everything in black and white. Like every time you look around, every time somebody does something negative, everybody got to put it online. And so like that's creating the atmosphere that black areas are out of control, not worth the investment, unsafe, and stuff like that. So that's a narrative. If we change the narrative, I think we have a chance. If people think that they can move into like one of these all majority black communities when I feel safe and property values go up and we could live like everybody else, yeah, people are flooding there in a minute because black people like living around other black people. But
and that's true. And I don't want to create the perception that all black areas are crime areas, because I've been to black areas that are great and like not high crime areas. But at the same time, too, we live in a country in America, right? And so we got to understand the system we're in. In America, people have the right, the government cannot infringe, generally speaking, right? If they enforce the law as it says, and we have ethical people in offices that will keep these standards, right? The government cannot infringe on your First Amendment rights, right? And so what you have is that you have people that grew up in certain communities sometimes, right? Not all of them. Some people might adopt a culture. Some people grew up in the culture, right? And so they have an idea of how to live and what's ethical and what's moral and what's good, right? Or what they would like to do, whatever it is. And they can express this. Now, you might sit there and say, that's the craziest idea I ever heard. And you might be right. You could also be wrong, because someone is poor or comes from a certain community doesn't mean that everything they do is wrong, right? But they might do some stuff that could be, on an economic base or social basis could be considered wrong, right? And so they're coming from these communities, and when they create art or whatever they create, sometimes they express themselves in ways that you might disagree with, and it goes out to the world and throughout the country because it's a free society. You have the right to do that, and so you're going to hear every kind of idea in this society.
what I like
You
to
just got
see
to
is
be willing to
more
accept that.
people who have positive experiences in this community, right? Express that. It's like the only thing the world wants to hear is like, I'm from South Jamaica, Queens, right? I be honest with you, I resent people when they think of South Jamaica, they think of 50 Cent getting shot 9 times and all this stuff like that, the Supreme Team and all this stuff like that. That wasn't freaking the South Jamaica Queens I knew, or even to this day when I remember uh, families where people came up from the South with nothing. When I was able to retire in New York wealthy, and when I built families, many generations, and when I go to church and build, and when I get education, and send their kids to college and all stuff like this. That's the South Jamaica Queens I knew, but the South Jamaica Queens people think about is everybody was a drug dealer. So you was out there, did you sell crack? No, I didn't sell no damn crack. I never seen a crack vial before. I never seen nobody with a gat. I don't know what you're talking about. That's the whole thing. We're like, oh, you're from South Jamaica Queens. Oh my God, that's what 50 Cent's from. That's what the Supreme Team is from. That's where Fat Cat Nichols is from. That's where crack dealers from. South Jamaica Queens. Blah blah. I knew a lot of people who did a lot of good stuff and everything like that, had normal lives and everything like that, that didn't do all that stuff like that. Why their story is not being told?
Kyla, when you left New York, was it still New York Ave or was it Guy Brewer?
It was still Guy Brewer.
Okay, okay.
It was Guy Brewer when I left. Guy Brewer, Linden. I used to freaking I had an old stopping ground. That McDonald's right there on Guy Brewer and Linden.
Yeah, it's
You
still
know,
there. Got Linden and Sufton.
something living in something right there. I remember seeing there was a Mafia hit in 1985. A Mafia hit right there. That corner store right there, Guy Brewer and Linden. You know,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
I never forget. It was during the time when John Gotti was killed Castellano. There was
Yeah,
a mob hit.
all the mall dudes was right back there. What that neighborhood like going towards Far Rockaway. I forgot the neighborhood.
Yeah, Ozone, people like that, Springfield, all that right there. There's some nice neighborhoods back there too.
Yeah,
You look
most
at
definitely.
right
They
there,
they built they built
that
the whole
neighborhood.
casino as mansions back there and everything.
Check this out. That neighborhood and back of the McDonald's right there. You go back to my neighborhood; those houses are well designed and everything. They were built back like in the 1930s and whatnot. They look futuristic even to this day. So
Yeah,
yeah,
so,
that part of Queens, it look nice, man. It looks real nice, man. People still got them houses after all these years and whatnot.
but
But this is
Colin,
the
it's
thing
nice,
too.
but don't let it
Go ahead.
fool you.
Oh, there's gangs out there. I know. So trust me. Yeah, I know. So the bottom line, don't let it look nice, but I know. I'm from New York. I know. Don't
But
go in the
even
wrong.
in that story, it teaches us a lesson, right? You said you saw a mob hit, right? I'm
No, I
assuming
didn't
this
say
is
no. I was
Italians.
driving by, and the news
Yeah,
cameras are out there. When I saw the news, man, it was a mafia hit.
right, right.
It
But
was
what I'm
doing a
saying is
pizza. It was
that's
doing a pizza truck, the
Italians.
pizza investigation when they
Right,
call.
right,
And that was a mafia hit. So like, a lot of times,
right,
the Italian neighborhoods and kills like that would spill over into the black areas like that. And so
right,
they guess they caught the guy right there when the guy got shot up in his car or whatever like that. Some
right,
Italian. You know.
right.
Uh,
But
but
that's a narrative that Italians have in this country of being mobsters and all that too, right? But it's
yeah,
not
but
the
like I said,
only thing about
a lot
Italians
of
that's
Italians are not in that, but there's a lot of Italians I remember that were. They were in that mob
right,
life.
because you got the Irish mob. So all these narratives are running at the same time. You see what I'm saying? Same thing with black people, right? You have the idea, the narrative running of your 50 Cent getting shot, but you also have narratives of greatness coming out of Queens, right? Even even
Yes.
even if
Oh,
you
I
look at
know.
rap,
Like I said, but the whole
you have
thing is the world chooses to only look at 50 Cent. When it said South Jamaica, I'm from South Side. When I'm from South Side, man, that
right,
was the best place in the world. That was the best place in the world to grow up if you're black. South
right,
Jamaica, Queens. That was the best place in the world if you're a young black. Going to Flushing Meadow Park in the summer and whatnot. Cookouts and whatnot. It was the best place in the world. Rows and rows of nothing but black folks and whatnot. Pretty ass
right.
girls growing up. So people's like heaven on earth, man. South Jamaica was like
And it's
heaven on
still
earth.
and you still got plenty of places in America like that right
Yeah,
now
so
with
yeah,
black people.
the bottom line is this. All I want to see is my people happy and like that. So I
Mhm.
want like back in the days, right? I'm thinking about this when I was a kid, 70s, right? I remember girls doing double dutch.
Mhm.
I remember there was one game we used to play with jacks. Have you ever played jacks, Ja? Jacks? It's like you take a ball, right? It's jacks, right? You throw the ball up, right? Bounce it, and every time the ball bounces, you pick up a jack, right? And then you see who can
Yeah,
get.
I've played that game. Yeah,
Yeah, that's a Queens game, Queen Jacks,
not a
whatnot.
lot, but I know the game.
We used to
Yeah,
play hopscotch and whatnot. We used to play all these freaking games that were just unique to us. Handball, a court and whatnot.
yeah,
That was
handball.
basically
Yep.
a black world. I tell people all the time. If you don't know, you just don't know, man. It was like a culture. And also it was the most peaceful era. The '70s, man, was so beautiful. You didn't see no crime. You didn't see no nothing. You could walk down the street. We used to be sit on a stupid night, right? It'd be 12 o'clock at night. Mrs.
Oh, but
Salty
by the
was
way,
up.
let me mention something. Let me mention something. By the way, where you talk about the '70s, because when I looked up the Baltimore numbers, the crime rates in the '70s were actually higher than some of the other decades. Yeah,
Yeah.
in Baltimore.
In New York, crime was almost look on Saturday night, on a weekend night, or weekend night, or weeknight one night in the summertime. Mrs. Softy comes by, like everybody's running out to Mrs. Softy, and that's the whole thing. You knew how you were doing, right? Where if you had money to go to Mrs. Softy, you had that one little fly girl, Latoya. Her family got money and whatnot. Everybody like she always go up there and she could get a banana split and whatnot. My father used to do when he was like, when he see Mr. Softy, he was like, you go in there and get those nasty freeze pops when and split them in half. Like, man, damn, I want some Mr. Softy. When I father said, I got you, Mr. Softy. You get them freeze pops. Everybody else gets walking around with the ice cream cone, like, damn, what the ice cream cone so bad and whatnot. Then we graduate to Carvel. Now, you guys don't know about Carvel. We graduated at the Carvel, right? Carvel had the flying saucer. So I said my father did a step up. He used to take us to Carvel and get ice cream, right? But man, when I was a
Mm.
kid, man, even though I love Mr. Softy, I was hated too because I never had no damn money. All the kids that
Mhm.
had money and whatnot, they would sit there. I got Mr. Softy. You ain't got no money.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That
But you
was
see, the
funny.
thing is, man, even all that is a cultural thing in a sense, right? Now that's the thing. For me, I don't blame, like, because we don't, when the outcome we have, right, in our society is based on multiple factors. It's not just culture. It's not just, it can be culture, it can be socioeconomics, it can be education, it can be all kinds of different factors that lead, right? So even the culture of saying to another kid, hey, I got it, you ain't got it, right? That can create animosity if the other kid's not thinking in the right way.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
see what
You're
I'm
not
saying?
thinking. You know what happens? Sometimes kids like, man, when they grow up, I'm gonna make sure that's the kid that be like, oh, when I grow up, I'm never gonna be poor. Or whatever. I'm gonna have what. Then they take risks. What I me. Luckily, I
Sometimes,
had
right, it
a
can
family.
lead to that.
Whatnot. I had a family. To me, my family and love, my family was more important than material things.
Right, right.
So
And so that's the thing, man. Like, but I feel like as a black person, if you're gonna invest, man, in America right now, in this era we're living in, it's better than most other eras in America for black folks, in my opinion, man. Like, because the rights you have, right? Because there are things that are in your control, right? How you think about yourself. That's why I don't worry about if a black guy goes out and does something. I don't take that on. That's not me that did that. You see what I'm saying? If the whole black community is doing stuff that's like this is, is considered negative or whatever, I don't take that on. But at the same time too, we got to realize we live in a society and media is what it is, and sometimes people like destruction or reports on destruction more than they like to report on stuff that's being built up or whatever too, right?
yeah,
So I
people
don't
like
take none of this
negativity.
on.
People like negativity and whatnot. And the bottom line is black people, we're an endless supply of negativity for everybody. And people always see the
Right. And
negative
so I
side.
don't take it on. That's on them to have that view, right? I
Right.
just have to have the view of myself and try and push a positive vibe out to everybody I meet, right? Especially including my own, black people, you know what I mean? Because as soon as we start thinking of each other in a certain way and start acting a certain way, because that's why I think contentment is one of the most powerful things in life. I think, man, like, we're not to say you don't want to improve your condition, right? But you're content with at the same time, because then it kind of takes your mind away from like thinking you got to fight through everything.
Yeah. Yeah. You can't be content. You always got to strive for better and stuff like that. So it's
No,
just
no,
like,
I'm saying you should be content,
oh yeah,
but
I would say satisfied. That's a better word.
right,
Satisfied.
try to be satisfied, try and like, but that doesn't mean that you're not going to like keep pushing, right? You're like, okay, if I stayed in this position right now, I feel like I'm all right. You know what I mean? If my family stays in the position, we think we're all right. But
Right.
that doesn't mean you don't say, hey, don't go to school, don't do this. No, still go to school and do all that. But I'm not gonna do anything to get this goal. You know what I mean? I'm content to some degree or
Yeah,
satisfied to
in
some
other
degree
words,
with
basically,
what I
I'm
have.
like this. I'm like this. You do whatever you want to do, but whatever you do is going to cost you your life or your freedom or not, then that's not good. I don't care. It's not worth it. That's
Right,
why I feel.
right. Yeah, exactly.
It's not worth it.
Exactly.
It's not worth. I gotta have this. What I hate is people say, "Well, D, why are you a drug dealer? Why are you doing like that?" I just had to have that. I seen one guy talk about, if I don't get a NBA deal, I'm gonna become a drug dealer when because he goes, I'm gonna buy me a Lexus. It was on some about the those basketball games they have in New York,
Mhm.
Workers Park. The
Right,
one guy was like, I'm trying to make it in the NBA. So if I don't make it in the NBA, where with that, I'm gonna become a drug dealer. I am gonna get me a Lexus. So in other words, that material
right,
thing, Lexus, is more important than doing the right thing. That your life
right,
does. That Lexus gives your life validity.
right.
And so you
And at
got
the same time, too, you still got to be forgiven, in my view, in the sense that sometimes people just don't have the right information. Sometimes people just don't know. Sometimes it's younger people too, right? And so you see the glitz and the glamour and you're like, man, or you have issues at home. You don't feel like you're feeling connection with your household or whatever. And then you get connected with the street, right? and you get into it and you're like, man, these guys make me feel good. They're like family, brothers. We do stuff together, whatever, right? Next thing you know, you're doing some crazy stuff, right? And it's too late to get out. You see what
Yeah.
I'm saying? But then when you got in, you didn't feel that. You didn't think that was going to be the outcome. And so sometimes you got to just give people not say you don't correct them, not say that you don't try to point them in the right direction if you get to them before, but then at the same time, life is such a thing that people do all kinds of stuff. And the thing is, to me, it's more important to look at yourself than even look at others in reality, though, because we all have issues. You see what I'm saying? And so it's important for you to understand where you're wrong. You see, too.
Right. Yeah, man. Everybody got to take some self reflection and stuff like that. Like I said, about the topic tonight, investing in the hood. We got to. I believe we should invest in ourselves. If the hood is a good idea, then if we come together, if we can come together and say we want to start building nice communities and stuff like that nationwide, it'll happen.
Right. But I'm
It'll happen.
saying investing in the hood, to me, the foundation of all this stuff, one of the foundations of most of this stuff is building on yourself first, right? Like
Yeah.
you said, invest in yourself, right? Now, that's the foundation. But now, if you're saying that as part of investing in myself, I'm trying to figure out how I can make some money in this system that we live in, because we live in capitalism, right? How can I invest and make some money and stuff like that so I can reinvest in the community or reinvest my money wherever? Because you're building out a market by building out the market, providing jobs, you're
Right.
increasing safety, right? And so that's a part of investing in yourself. Because I see land sometimes in different parts of America. Like I know they were selling land in Detroit a few years ago, maybe 10 years ago. You could buy land, I want to say for
Yeah, that's
$1,000
what
and
that's
stuff.
what
I
they was
don't
talking
know.
about a dinosaur show today. That's why I did this show. They was talking about, oh yeah, I will say like this. My whole thing about the argument was they were like buying these tax lien certificates. My cousin did that in Texas. He bought like 3 houses. He got 3 houses on tax lien certificates, right? And he made a lot of money. He resold them for it was like 1,000% markup.
Right.
Anybody like that. But the thing is, but he was doing Detroit, and then people it divulged into, yeah, the hood's a gold mine. When I said, okay, I think people should go there and just start. Man, we need a class of black people, black men, that could get into real estate and make money. That's to me, that's the most important thing. We need people that can make real money.
And I get your point, and I agree with you. The thing is, though, it's like a lot of stuff is like building it out, but it's gonna start small. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's
there's
like,
people talking about, yeah, we could build. I said, there was like, you got to move it. I said, look, okay, I would look. The people who could invest in the community right now, got the money, they're not going to live there. Let's be honest with ourselves. They're not going to live there, right? But you don't want to be like shun them, so they basically say, well, I'm not going to do that because people don't want to accept me. But if you say, come back to this neighborhood and build something and invest, whatever like that, right? You don't have to live there, whatever like that, but you can invest. I think we should get to that point where people could feel welcome, that they can invest and participate in it, but not necessarily live there. Hopefully one day, if enough of us do it in these neighborhoods, right? And then real developers come in and people start organizing and building communities. It starts with someplace. And people start organizing community. Wow, man, all these houses going over in that part of Detroit. I can get a house for what, $50,000, $60,000? Oh, I'm going to do that, right? Next, the neighbor, you got a few years, you got a thriving community that started with just people investing, and stuff like that, right? But the idea of you investing, right, and you ask them, well, what's my investment? Well, am I going to make money? No, you're not going to make no money, but we're trying to build. No, don't tell people that they're trying. Look, if your investment leads to somebody coming along and putting together a community because they got investment in capital when not coming in, that's a good idea. But the investor is like black investors should be like anybody else. What's the bottom line? How much money am I going to make? Now, somebody else might say, I want to see these communities grow again, right? Okay, you're not an investor. You're somebody that wants to build a community, but you're going to need the investors to invest in you, right? So your goal is in the end to have a nice, safe community that's mostly all black. That's your end, right? You're one entity, right?
Mhm.
And you got the other entity is the people who say you are convinced who, well, you could invest in this house and build it up, whatever like that, you know. And then what happens is the person takes out a bank loan, whatever like that. Next thing you got a house for rent and whatnot. As the neighborhood grows, that's good, you know. But I think we just got to
Right.
get off this idea that, you know, everybody got to stop what they're doing and try to invest and build these communities. No, let it happen organically. If you invest in these communities, enough of you invest in the community, eventually someone will move in there.
Right.
Eventually, you'll
Because
have
the primary goal is you're trying to make a return, right? Some kind of return. And so
yeah.
that's all you're going in there with. But if you build it out and you change things there, but you see the thing is the it has to start small for most of us. And the reason is we don't have the capital, a lot of us, to kind of really go in and make a massive change in a
Well,
short
that's
period
what
of
I'm
time.
saying. So people think that we're gonna come together and 2 years later we'll have all these condominiums and all these black people moving in and whatnot. That's not realistic, you know. That's not realistic.
Now, the thing is, it can happen that way, right? But the probability of it happen goes down because the more people you have involved in a thing, sometimes the harder it is to organize and but then but at the same time that's more money too. So but you'd really have to have your head on straight and really have a lot of integrity and be really ethical to kind of bring that kind of number of people in and really have the experience to win the game to do it on a massive level where you're bringing in other people to invest with you. And so that's why I say it's going to take a smaller level. Like, you know, I can go in, I'm gonna buy a house or two, I'm gonna buy some land, I'm gonna make sure I keep the houses up, I'm gonna rent them as the houses gain in value, I'm gonna pull some money out, maybe try and open a corner store or something,
And
you
then
know.
hopefully somebody else will follow you.
Right. And
The
then
next thing you know, you
you
have
can
a
build an
whole bunch. You have
association.
a neighborhood developed.
Right. You can build an association of people that, hey, look, we're investors in this area. We're an association. We're going to look out for each other's interests and stuff like that. And that kind of stuff would be powerful, you know, to where
Yeah,
we're all
but the
small
thing is,
scale or whatever size we are, and we're
that's a
dealing with each
talk.
other.
That's a talk I don't hear enough of. Right? I just hear people talk
Right.
about, yeah, let's just go build. Well, you got to be organized. You know, are you?
Right. Right.
Did you form a such and such development association? You know, where
Right.
private
Right.
investors can come and you target and say, look, we need these properties bought up in this block right here. We're trying
Right.
to revitalize whole
Right.
block. You know, this property goes for this.
Right.
Right? We need everybody to. So you say, okay, you know, I joined
Right.
right now. It's okay. You say I got one on Fremont. I got one on this right now. Okay, this is all it takes. You say what? I sold a property that offered them for you for $100. You know, I could buy
Right.
that, buy that, buy that. Once I take possession of the house, the properties, I can get a mortgage, a loan on the house, right? Because the property's collateral, you know,
Right.
and then I can fix it up and whatnot, and then I can rent it out, you know, or sell it,
Right.
resell it.
Right.
If you
Right.
got enough people doing that, yeah, you can revitalize a neighborhood, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can
Yeah.
revitalize.
And
Go get
the thing is, like sometimes people want to see things done, you know, they just want to see you doing it. And then that's kind of being a leader too. You just got to start it and then people see and they come along.
right.
And there are other people doing it with you too. And then you form
I
a group with them.
I
But the thing
definitely,
about it, I
hopefully
think
by
we got to
next
be
year, I
very
definitely want to get
careful.
into this these tax lien things and whatnot. You know, I forgot all about that. My
Right.
cousin did that
Yeah.
back like 15 years ago. He made a lot of
Right.
money. He went down flew
Yeah.
down to Texas and got 3 tax lien certificates. You
Yeah.
know, he paid like around $2,000 for all 3 of them. You know, there was just
See,
tax
I
lien.
think that tax lien though, I think it takes a bit. It sounds relatively easy, but for most people, it takes some work because you got to find the properties that are on the
Yeah.
lien and
Also,
all that.
there's a program you can order. It costs you money where you get a
Mm.
listings. You know.
Right,
The
right.
thing is, when I tried to do it right, I tried to do it in
Uh-huh.
Virginia, right? And in Virginia,
Mm.
these lot of the banks and whatnot work with the county offices, and they don't put the listings out
Right,
there,
right,
you know. And so you don't know which
right,
one's tax. That's supposed to be a public
right,
listing, you know.
right.
And this
Because there are other people going to be looking at it too, and if it's a
and
good
Virginia,
deal,
Virginia,
the
they would
competition
not
is going to be
publish the
serious.
listings, you know. That's why I
Right.
couldn't get into it because Virginia
Yeah.
didn't publish the listings. You know, other states publish their
Right.
listings, you know, of
Right.
taxing.
Because
Virginia said,
remember, there was a guy on TV that had an infomercial too talking about tax liens, a white dude,
"Oh yeah,
years
tax lien
ago. I'm
certificate."
talking
Yeah, I
years
remember
ago.
that. That's where I ordered from, you know.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so, but to me, it takes a lot more work than people actually think. Unless you're like, if you have someone, because you would have to learn the ropes too. Because there's a tactic to it, there's skill to it, there's something to it other than what we think. Because if it's a good deal, you're gonna have a lot of competition. You know what I mean? In America,
Right.
I think. But then at the same
Well, you
time
got to
too,
hold. You got
even
to
if you
hold. It's
don't
the
go the
bidding
tax lien
start. The
route,
bidding starts on the property. What happens if
right,
you have like 4 people want to bid on a property, right? They start to bid.
right,
They
right,
say start to bid at like $1,000, right? Somebody say, okay, I'll
right,
give you, okay, 5, 6, whatever like that. You just keep bidding up,
right.
you know,
Exactly.
bidding up.
Options. But the thing is, even if you don't get a deal through a tax lien, I'm not saying don't do it. That's a method for
Oh
sure.
yeah, there's
But
also
there are other
foreclosed.
you
There's
can
also
buy property
foreclosed
outright too,
properties,
and you might get
everything.
a deal too, right?
No, there's
Because I remember
foreclosed
looking at
properties. There,
Baltimore, bro.
abandoned
Baltimore,
properties.
yeah, Baltimore, you could buy a property in Baltimore, and I think it was livable for
A
like
friend of mine, a friend of
100,000.
mine bought a property, a building for much of nothing. He's I fixed it up.
Yeah, less than a
He got a
hundred
couple. He
thousand and
got a
stuff
couple
too.
of buildings in
Yeah.
Baltimore. You know, he came
In
up.
Indianapolis, I see property for 100, 200,000 renovated property
Yes,
for
cheap. That's
200,000,
good.
which is relatively cheap. Chicago, I see people send me stuff duplex for 300 something. Now that's kind of but there's deals out there, man, all over the place. There are plenty of deals, plenty of deals. But you gotta be willing to pull the trigger and do what you gotta do. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Because I read a book, and the name of the book was Evicted. You know what I mean? And it dealt with Milwaukee. And I've heard other people report on this because there's another book I went through too that talked about it. I think it's called Plundered or something. But anyway, they talk about like how a lot of times, and I saw it in Baltimore, the rents in Baltimore compared to what you pay for the house were really high. If you go to a place like San Jose, California, they might want 1.2 million for a house, and you can only rent it back in well, at least when I looked at it, for like 3,000-4,000. But your monthly payment's way higher than that, right? But I was looking at Baltimore, you could buy a house for $60,000. You know what I mean? Maybe put 20, 30,000, get it up to snuff, right? And then you could rent it for like $1,400.
Well, yeah.
So they were saying that a lot of people make money out of that, and but the book was kind of calling them kind of like slumlords, because they said that what
And
happens is some of
that's
these
the hope.
people.
That's a charge you're gonna get potentially when you talk about investing in the hood. They're like,
Nah, but what I'm saying, some of these people they're really like slumlords for real. You know what I mean? No joke, because of how they operate their rental, right? They're really, and the people that they rent to, these poorer people, sometimes they can't really go anywhere else, even though the rent in another place might be cheaper. They might be paying for a lower quality product the same price or a higher price than a better area, right? But they get kind of trapped in this area in a sense, right? Through different means, right? And this, what the slumlord does is they just rent the property, but they're not really taking any moves. They're not keeping up with the maintenance a lot of times of the property, right? And so you can go in there and you can do that. You can say, hey, I'm gonna put aside a certain amount of money to maintain the property. I don't want to be a slumlord, right? They could do that. That's an option, right?
mm-hmm.
But sometimes they're just pulling the money out and just taking the money elsewhere, right? But they get the property so cheap they can do it,
Yep. That's how it works, man. You just gotta basically. It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of work. It's not for the faint of heart. When people, I don't want people
Right,
thinking. I want to be different than a bunch of the Jews when they started investing in the hood.
right,
They were definitely slumlording. I don't want to be
right,
that. So people
right,
I have yet to hear people tell me how they're going to be different from the Jews and everybody else that basically exploit the poor as far as like investing in real estate and stuff like that. I want to hear the difference, right? And I'm not discouraging anybody, but I'm just saying just be mindful of that, because people will come
right,
at
right,
you and they will say, "Oh man, you're just the same thing." Well, you thought you were doing something good, and next thing you know, people coming at you, and then what happens is people just throw their hands up. I'm done with black people. I ain't doing nothing. I don't want that
yeah,
to happen. I'm done with black people. I tried to invest in the hood and whatnot. Then people say, well, you just invested yourself. You're a capitalist. Whatnot. You see this. You heard these arguments before. You damn if you do,
yeah.
you damn if you don't. If you don't
But
invest in
you
it,
gotta
yeah,
go
go
ahead.
ahead. I said, if you
No,
don't
you
invest
good.
in the hood, you're a bad person, you're a sellout, whatever like that. And when you do invest in the hood, when that, oh man, you just get making money, you're exploiting people, blah, 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 blah. You can't win for losing, man. It's just a real tough situation, man.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I don't let that bother me. I don't care what. Not that I don't care what people say. You got to take on board what they're saying and see if it applies. You see what I'm saying? But I don't make it bother me in the sense of, I'm just going to stop doing what I'm doing just because someone says something, right? Because people are always going to talk. And the other thing you got to determine is, like we talked about the other night, there's no one I can think of in my life that I agree with 100%. But majority of it, I agree with them in some way with the majority of what they think. But we might disagree on a few little things, right? And so that's the same thing with people. The majority of people, then you got to determine, is it the majority of people that look at me this way, or is it a minority? Because majority of people might say, hey, he's doing good. He's investing in the community, he bought a place, he keeps the place up relative to these other people around here. He does a better job of keeping up the place and, talking to the younger kids that rent in this place, give them ideas, give the moms ideas, whatever. You're trying to do something to help the people, right? You're not just pulling the money out, not keeping up the property and all that, right? The majority of people are going to look at that and say, hey, that guy's doing good. But of course, you're going to have a few people that say, oh man, he's just a slumlord, he's just a capitalist, he's just trying to make money. But we live in a system that's capitalistic. By the way, the crazy thing is, there's a guy, I think he owns the Miami Dolphins football team, right?
Yeah, who's that? Belichick? No, somebody else. Jai, you dropped off. I can't hear you. His phone must went out.
No, yeah, sometimes if my phone screen goes dead, then it
Yeah.
shows the stuff. But anyway, this guy, I'll look it up. But if I look it up, I can't talk to you at the same time. But I'll try and see if I can find it before we
Let me
go.
see if I can find.
He owns this football team. Okay, type in O Block
O
owner
Block
football and see what comes up.
O Block owner.
Owner football. So O Block is this area in Chicago that's supposed to be a high crime area. Like some of these rappers and stuff came out of there, like a King Vons and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Right. And I was looking at this football, and they said that this guy, his company owned O Block essentially. And this guy's like a billionaire or something, a big time real estate investor,
Is someone by O Block? Let's see.
O Block owner. I think he sold it now, but he ran a company that owned it at one point or something like that, according to Wikipedia.
It says somebody
Come
found a buyer, and it's not Little Dirk. So Little Dirk, they were trying to freaking buy it at O Block. Oh Lord, And
I mean, if they were trying, I can't knock them for doing that, man. But
yeah, man, I guess they want to try to buy. Well, the thing is, if Little Dirk bought O Block, right, how is he gonna fix it up? I guess he tried to. Infamous O Block, a place that he and his the fellow artist King Von once called home. Last month, he tweeted money was no object after he learned the Parkway Gardens was up for sale. Okay. So he lost the bid to, okay, let's see, Parkway Gardens, $40 million. That's cheap. $40 million, but to make your money back, he goes, 100% project-based Section 8 community in the south side of Chicago, Yeah, so you definitely make money because it's all Section 8, so it is what it is. Don't say nothing about the owner. But Lil Durk tried to buy it, He lost the bid. He tried to buy it, when he lost the bid, but what he upkeep, what he look, the bottom line is this: you have to do something about the crime. You can't be a rapper that talks about crime and all stuff like that and then make that transition to real business, you know what I'm saying? That's the problem. A lot of these guys don't want to give up that life. And then they want to I want to go up, build the hood, whatnot, well, you can't bring that hood mentality with you if you want to do something big. Now, if you want to keep doing that, that's fine. But if you want to make that transition to business person, whatever like that, you gotta leave that alone. Really, you have to leave that alone. So it is what it is, man. So other than that, let the white man have it. Because he's gonna basically fix it up and do the right thing. If you don't have the balls or whatever like that to tell people no more crimes, no more shooting up and stuff like that. If he could do that, then he got a good investment and stuff. Some people just want to invest just to say they invest. I won't old block whatever. Are you gonna make any money? Are you gonna? Is it gonna be a good investment? You got a profitable investment? What are you gonna do, little dirt?
Okay, so can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Look up Parkway Gardens.
Okay, yeah, I know I
Chicago
did.
owner. I think it's called Related Midwest is the company that owns it. I think if I'm from what I read it on Wikipedia though, and Wikipedia is a okay source, I would say, generally speaking, right? It was the Related Midwest. It's like a bunch of different companies, like Related West Coast, Related this, Related that. And the guy that was running that or was an owner of that was this football owner. He was owner of a football team. And in Parkway Gardens, that's probably where what Lil Durk them wanted to buy. It's like an apartment complex, but it's like a high crime area in Chicago. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so you essentially it's a white guy. It's a guy that owns it essentially. I don't know if you could. I just looked it up a second ago, but I was reading, but I can't also
That
really read
also
it.
people have said that's where Michelle Obama grew up.
So yeah, I could drop down and look a little more and see if I can find the name of the guy, man. And I'm not knocking the guy if he owns it. You know what I mean? I'm
Yeah.
just saying.
Also, they said that was one time co-owned by African Americans. It
Right.
was
But
like a
he's a
co-op.
billionaire. Technically he could invest more money into it and stuff like that and try and improve the condition in the community and all that, but it is what it is. But I'm just saying,
I would, yeah, like I said, that's what I like to see. People do that and they prove it. That part I have not
yeah.
seen yet, and I didn't even hear about talk about that. How do we improve the
Right,
community?
right.
Or
But I'm
people want to
saying
still
that
live in the same hell?
what I'm saying is most people, like you said, Lil Durk though, more if he bought it, I wouldn't even have an issue with it per se. But like you said, because he was involved and he's arrested now too, he's in prison and he has a trial coming up and all that, because he is involved in that type of lifestyle in that particular area too, it'd be difficult for him to make it better overall, right? Unless he could bring people and say, hey, look, forget all the stuff that we did to each other in the past. We're going to move forward from now
Yeah,
on,
right.
It would be very difficult for him to do. But my point is that building is owned by people that actually have more money than a Lil Durk by far. You see what I'm
Oh yeah.
saying? Theoretically, they could, with the kind of wealth they have, really make a massive impact in that area.
And we got
You
Big
know.
Black on. He's from Chicago, man. He got something to say about that. What's up, Big Black?
What's up? Yeah, just looking at the title. What y'all talking about right now,
It
though?
says that. We're just talking about O Block, and stuff like that.
Oh yes, it's a lot of better places than O Block. It just so happened that most of the attention is on O Block as far as like the rap scene, but you know, I think
Uh,
it's over exaggerated. O Block is kind of over exaggerated.
yeah. Let me ask you a question about investing in the hood, Big Black. What do you think?
Well, the real estate game is, you can make some money in the real estate game, but as far as like a lot of let's say commercialized businesses like shopping centers and things like that, I mean, it probably won't be the best idea. I think it's uh you got that would be more geared towards like a middle class as far as like a
Let me
black
ask you a question. Did you listen to Dinah show today?
a little bit. He didn't let me on, so I just went somewhere else. But
I was on a little while, Anyway, but the one guy was saying, "Yo, the hood's a gold mine." Look, I admit this, but why do we exaggerate? The hood's a gold mine, whatnot.
no, that's not a goal, man. See, that's the problem, and that's where Pan Africanism can help, but a lot of people can't see, past a couple of days. This it's pretty much the property value, man. But a lot of companies they want to not only attract people from their neighborhood, but people from other neighborhoods to come shop with them. When you're talking about a lot of these retail businesses, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but we're talking about housing right now. What do you think? Do you think it's worth the investment to invest in some of these communities? Who's going to live there? You know, let's say which will go people. People talking about investing in Detroit, revitalizing Detroit. All those abandoned houses that are burnt down. People buying them for more cheap. Now, would you get involved with that, Big Black?
I wouldn't want to. I mean, I wouldn't even want to deal with the landlord thing unless on the real, you have those companies that mini manage your stuff.
Oh yeah, well, let's say you basically bought a property. You got a good deal on property, right? Would you take out is that fix it up and resell it or rent it out, something like that? Would you basically take the risk and be part of a revitalization of a community?
I
And
think
would you be the ultimate thing? Would you relocate to that community, right? To make let's say you couldn't rent the place out, right? Would you basically move into that community?
if I can't rent the place out, I definitely for the movie.
That's a problem, man. That's a problem. People like this. People always say, "I'm gonna revitalize it," but they don't want to make the commitment to move there. You know?
I mean, you can you got probably that's dirt cheap and don't take much to flip it, you know, or you
What if the people try that offer you money to flip it as an Arab or a Jew or a Mexican? Would that defeat the purpose?
yeah, pretty much.
That's exactly what's going to happen in all these deals people talking about. You're gonna people gonna get there, be like, "Oh man, okay, I did the investment, right?" Probably, but the thing is, ain't nobody black is gonna buy that. They're like, people are like, "Okay, I bought this property, I fix it up, whatnot." Okay, it's now appraised for $150,000, man. If I even at closing, if I get a mortgage on it, I'm walking away with $100,000.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, though, if you let's say you go on closing, right, you got to pay that mortgage, right, forever,
Right,
right? And so the only way to pay that mortgage really is to rent it out. And
right,
what if basically you can't find nobody to rent the property?
yeah,
You got to put the property on Section 8, hopefully, and then Section 8 is gonna be like, no, that's a bad neighborhood. They only approve of certain neighborhoods, so in Section 8, you know what I'm saying?
right.
Has to have certain amenities within a certain amount. So there's a lot to this than basically talking about going there and freaking buying. Somebody named the Broke Genius says, I bought a block for 10,000, Gary. He said the best real estate deal I ever did. I wish you'd call in and tell us about it.
Anybody don't block a little 10
You know,
grand.
everybody else, he's probably a troll, just I bought a block one night, people, the internet is wild, man. People saying some crazy shit, man. Yo, man, I bought like 5 buildings yesterday and sold them all in one day. When I mean, I
man.
got a Big Black. I got a PhD in Negroology, man. Just like I try to tell you, man. Like it's the same thing in Africa, right? Where it's man, Africa's the future. I have yet to see anybody make any money in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
I found the name of the guy, Carla.
What's the name?
The name of the guy that owns related companies, right? That owns Parkway Gardens. Now, from what I read, Parkway Gardens wasn't always what it was now. That area wasn't always a violent area.
Yeah,
Right?
Michelle Obama grew up there.
Right. Now, what I'm saying is, but then they broke down some buildings, sounds like the Calumet buildings or whatever, like was a bigger housing project. And then people moved to that area, and then it kind of got a little worse, right? But the guy's name that owns related companies, that owns related Midwest, that owns Parkway Gardens, his name is Stephen M. Ross. If you read a profile on him online, they're one of the largest owners of affordable housing in America. They're saying they have something like $50 billion in assets. You see what I'm saying? Because now, guess where they're getting their money, though? Because if they're doing affordable housing, a lot of times they're getting a lot of Section 8 money.
Oh yeah,
So they're getting that government money. You
It's
see
a
what I'm saying?
no-lose
Essentially, the
situation. To be
government's
honest
paying
with
that
you,
guy.
right? Jay, for you honest with you, if I ever got to real estate, that's exactly what I do, right? I get so rich in real estate and take that money and invest in Africa, right? And people are like, what about redevelopment? I'm like, look, let me stop before I say something I really mean, because I don't really give.
Yeah.
Look, I'm like this. The main thing is somebody black has to If people gonna be on Section 8, people gonna be like that. We at least need to own some of it, you know.
Yeah,
And
yeah, 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 yeah.
that's what
And
I
that's
feel.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Then when you own it, you can implement different strategies that some of the other owners might to make things better overall,
I
you
mean,
know.
yeah, out of the goodness of your heart, you want to
But
definitely make things
it's
better.
better for you to own it as long. Hopefully, you're not doing worse than the people that are currently owning it,
Oh no,
right?
but
And
I
even if
that's
you
just
did
you know,
what they
that's
did,
just
at
me.
least
That's just me,
right,
right? But I don't have confidence in some of these dudes out here. That look, I've seen black landlords before. They're worse. Look, man. The last thing of some of these brothers, man, that got real estate, they ain't trying to fix nothing.
Yep. It's a lot of that too. You know, the floor be uneven. You
Yo,
know, the whole floor needs to be jacked up in row
right?
houses.
And next thing you know, you go right through the floor. You be on somebody's eating dinner with the person below you and whatnot. You know.
right.
Yeah.
But the thing is, we can't at the same time write it off because this guy, you know, there are a lot of people that are not doing that too, that are black too, right? But at the same time too, you got to think that, you know, a lot of black people, they won't have the capital compared to some other people, right? So
Oh, I know we definitely
that
don't
could
have the
be an issue
capital
too,
compared to
right?
other people. You know, we definitely gonna be penny pinching and whatnot. You know, and that translates
Right.
to, look. I remember one time I was doing a roofing. I had a contract with doing roofing, right? And this is how you get around that. I'm not gonna put bad energy out there, but I saw this. I didn't like it, but I'll share it out there. Like, when you get, let's say you got a roof, right? It's leaking, right? And I went to this one house, and the owner basically was using my family's company to get around being cited and stuff like that. Because all you have to do really is say it's under contract, you know. And the people that called me was like, "Yo, the rain is still pouring on us. The roof is leaking, right?" And basically, I told the guy, I said, "Look, man, they complain." I said, "Oh yeah, but the injunction, whatever like that, is stopped because it's under contract. As long as it's under contract, that's all it takes. You know, you don't have to fix it. They could take up to like 2 years to fix the problem, right?" But the
Mm-hmm.
bottom line is this: so you file a complaint saying, "Oh man, my toilet's backed up and whatnot," right? You know, and it says slumlord be like, "Okay, we got a contractor coming out, right?" That's all you need. We got someone under contract, right?
Wow.
That basically stops the injunction, right? And it basically then you could basically say, something, this guy's tied up with other work, right? He ain't gonna be able to get to you for like a year, 7 months. That happens and whatnot, It's called passing the buck,
But you can make some money in the hood as far as like real estate if you buy a lot of. Because I see a lot of people doing that, right? They're partnering, they buying a lot of fixer uppers, and then they forming their own little company where they got maybe like 12, maybe like 12 or 13 houses, and collecting rent. They got their people to come.
Everybody, it's easy to collect the rent, but as far as like maintenance and upkeep, that's another thing.
Right, but they'll have their people that they go around. They'll employ some people
Oh
that
yeah, the little handyman and whatnot. The
yeah, they let
handyman,
handymans here and there. They'll be
roofing
there the
handyman.
next day, and they come and do whatever. They have their handyman for the electric work, their handyman for
They call jackleg work. Called jackleg work.
yeah,
To Big Black, I've been through all this before, man. I used to be a contractor, man.
uh-huh,
And bottom
yeah.
line is, the owners use us and whatnot. Oh yeah, we got one a contract, And next thing we ain't doing nothing. People like, I felt bad because there's people like, yo, there's water falling on my baby through the roof. And it's not funny, man. All of a sudden, I'm like,
Yeah, that
damn.
was funny. Like you said, water. No, it ain't funny, but God,
It's fucking crazy, man. I said you go there. I said people like coming out. We finally gonna get our roof fixed, and I felt bad, man. The kid like, we're gonna get our roof fixed, mommy. Yeah, he's this man, nice man. Fix our Yo, man. That's why I say when people talk about investing and whatnot, I remember them days, man.
what you tell him, Colin? What you tell him? About to run to the lumber store
Yo,
real quick.
man,
I'll
look,
be right back.
I just disappeared, man. I
Oh
was like, I just bolted, man. I gotta get the fuck out of here. You know, I can't do a damn thing because I knew this motherfucker had no intention of fixing that roof. Then 2 years later, man, that roof was still not fixed. I looked up there, drove by the place, and that big patch you can see, you can see roof with its
right.
damage right there. That thing was still messed up 2 years later. I was like, damn. So all that time, them people are getting wet. You know.
Yeah, I was staying somewhere, man, and the squirrels kept getting in the roof. I had a
Yeah.
couple of times I had to tell them, man, pass that up. They get in that roof and start fighting and
Or
carrying.
when rats get in the house, man. That's the worst. Rats.
Yeah,
Field rats get in your house when I, they're not really dangerous, but you don't want rats in your house,
nah, you with the rats in your house, nah,
Yeah, house rats are dangerous, but field rats are nothing. They only come in when the wintertime comes.
Oh, you talking about like the field mice?
No, field rats, field mice, and field rats. Let's field rats too.
Yeah,
They
I don't want
come
the
in.
field
They
rat.
come in your house. Field mice and field rats come in your house in the wintertime.
What's the difference between the field rats and the regular rats?
Oh, regular rats are fucking the ones that live off your garbage,
Alleys.
and they usually come when you're not clean. You know.
Okay.
Like that. Those house rats that want to clean. Field rats is somebody that just seeks refuge. Usually come in your roof or your water system.
Oh, okay.
They come through the water pipes and everything. You rarely see them. Sometimes you might see them, like that, but they usually run and get out of there. But they're not trying to be like, well, house rats be coming there. He be sitting there watching TV. He pull up when yo man, turn the channel, man. Turn the goddamn channel. The house rat be sitting there. He's sitting there with a making himself a sandwich and whatnot. He makes himself a sandwich and whatnot. He's like, man, turn that back. Turn that TV on. House rat makes himself at home, man.
Oh, okay. I see what you say. I think I know
Yeah.
what you're talking about.
I trust me. I'm from New York. I know all about that shit.
So they don't care about being embarrassed and shit.
Yeah, man, it's come in, man. They sit there, open the refrigerator up like they paying the bills and whatnot. That's what it is, man. I've been there, done that, man. That's why I said I wouldn't wish this life on nobody, man. People talk about investing in the hood, man. Unless you're gonna go in there with good intentions and whatnot, or you just go in there and just make your money. But most likely, if you have that mentality, you're gonna be a slumlord because you be like, yo, man, every time somebody calling you, my washing machine ain't working, man. The electric power keep going out when I like that. You're like, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning, somebody's calling you, you just turn your phone off, Or, you're
Like I
like,
said,
damn, man.
if you're gonna do that, you need to go in there, with the not just with one, property. If you're gonna do that, you're
You
gonna
gotta
do
have a
it.
budget. You have a budget it's like I think there's insurance you could buy, that
Right.
basically takes care of that. You probably pay it's a lot of money, in case something happens to the house, whatever like that. You just file a claim and whatever like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the bottom line, yeah. So that's what renter or property owners insurance. So basically, shit goes down, you can just get that shit taken care of immediately.
But then
But
a lot of people are doing that little
a lot of these ragtag investors don't have that.
nah.
They
Yeah.
ain't trying to do all that. This one, all they see is make money, break out, rent it out, make some money, and be collecting every week. When they ain't think about spending any money and stuff like that beyond that. So it is what it is, man. Like people like investing in the hood or something. Like I said, and also Big Black, no matter what you do, you're gonna be still considered a friggin' slumlord.
Yeah. Yeah.
As soon as one thing goes wrong, man, next thing you know, yeah, man, this guy don't take care of shit. When you could be one thing, you could be going bankrupt trying to upkeep the property.
Right. Right. Yeah. 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 I wouldn't do it though. Like let's. I had the money where I can hire a team, but that required like a couple of properties where I'm pretty much almost hands off. I'm just collecting.
You need for that you need like 70% of your properties producing, no problem, whatever like that. To
Mm-hmm.
pay for those properties that you're gonna have issues with.
Yeah, because dealing with the tenants, especially those tenants that want to, when it's time to leave, they want to stay until they get
Oh,
kicked out.
when it's time to pay the rent, there's always something matter when it's time to pay the rent.
Yeah.
Oh man, you didn't fix this, you didn't fix that. When I'm taking that off the rent. Look, there's a lot to this shit, man. You gotta own what you own property before and did this stuff. You understand all this stuff.
Oh yeah, they don't take care of it like they own it. You know what I mean? They rent
Yeah.
it,
Oh
and
man,
rent and own is two different
you see
things.
that one brother, man? He had a property rented out to some people, and they trashed his house and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me play that video for all y'all think about investing in the hood. Let's let me find that video. Go ahead and talk, Big Black. That's pretty fun. I'm gonna find
Yeah,
this
but
video.
like I said, it's ways of doing it, but you have to have some money. You have to have, your plan well thought out. So
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, family trashes man's house. Renters trash man's house. Renters trash. Renters trash my house. Pop right up, man. I've seen this before, man. It pop right up, man. You know? Yeah, okay. I want this one brother, a lot of people, okay, tenant, out leaves, huge mess, the judge orders him out, Okay, yeah, okay. Tenants destroyed apartment. Let's see. I'll find this one. Hold up. This one brother, man, he was crying, man,
mm-hmm.
He was crying. It's like, man, tenants trash our rental property, the cleanup. Okay, I think this is it. Oh, this is it right here. This is what you gotta look for, folks, when you talk about getting into real estate. People are talking like Dynasty Show today. Everybody talking. People just basically salivating all the money and whatnot. But yeah, man. Yeah, I just basically I can't listen. I just hung up. Like these people, everything.
They've started. Looks like we got a miss.
You gotta take all those cabinets out, huh?
Oh yeah.
Oh, they got pests too.
So my next step in the process is to go pick out all of the finishes. I wasn't expecting to replace the kitchen cabinets, but they weren't salvageable. We actually had like 6-inch slugs on the wall behind the kitchen cabinet. So tearing them out, and a little mold was actually starting to grow. So that'll have to be remediated. I could go and buy just a cheap contractor pack of the particle board cabinets, but in situations like this, I don't think you should buy the cheap pre-made cabinets. I think at this point, you do it right, they last. So a friend of mine that actually builds cabinets, I'm just going to have him come in and build some solid wood cabinets for me. And that way I know they're durable and they're sturdy.
He find another one, what I'm saying? I want to see this one, man. This brother finds one brother, he was crying, man. He's like, man, they crashed my house one night, like a brother tried to do the right thing, invest in the hood, whatever like that, man. They freaking fucked his house up, He find his house. Landlord breaks down. Oh yeah. I think it's it. Breaks down crying. Okay.
Like, because I asked you to leave
Yeah,
because
this is
you did
it.
not pay your rent. I asked you to leave my house. I wasn't evicting you. I didn't want to even put an eviction on your record. I just asked you to leave my house and you do this shit? Like, because I asked you to leave my house and you wouldn't leave, talking about, Timmy, you going to have to take me to court. You do all this, though? Like, I ain't never did shit to you, never. I gave your bitch ass a place to live when nobody else will give you a place to live. And you tear my shit up. Ain't no scam, bitch, because ain't no insurance on this motherfucker. This gonna come out my pocket, bitch. You gotta have insurance to pull a scam, dumb bitch. Like you did this shit to me because I asked you to pay me my money? I work hard every motherfucking day. I go to work and stay the fuck out the way. I don't bother no motherfucking body. I didn't care if you and your nigga was in this bitch selling drugs, doing whatever the fuck you was doing. I didn't give a fuck. I told you, long as you keep my house up and pay me my rent, I wasn't gonna fuck with y'all. Ain't no landlord doing that shit. Because I know y'all gotta feed y'all family like I gotta feed mine, bitch. This what the fuck y'all do to people?
God damn. They'll take in the hood. They'll take
I
kind of
swear
me.
to God on my mama, bitch, if I see you, I'm going to prison.
That ain't funny, but god damn.
And that's on my
You crack it
kids.
up, man.
I'll shoot you dead in your motherfucking face, bitch. I'm mad as a motherfucker. I'd kill this bitch if I seen her on my soul. I would. I'm mad as fuck. My,
Yeah, I get the point though, right? That's what I was looking for, man. That just that right there is the shit that basically it keeps me thinking about renting property, getting in real. I will not do it, man. Sorry, man. I cannot
You
do
see,
it.
he probably was a nice landlord. I bet if
Yeah,
he was
probably,
like
probably
an
just go through,
asshole
give me money. He
landlord,
working hard. It's the brothers like us that mind their business, do the right thing. We get fucked over in the community real bad,
yeah.
And
I
that's
bet
what
if he was,
that's why I see a lot of these people talk about come invest in the hood. The hood's a gold mine. That's a lie. That's what's waiting for you. That's what the fuck is waiting for you.
see, that's why I'm saying, like, if I rent it out, I'll pretty do it like, well, I'm buying property and then I'll have a little company come and manage my shit. All I'm doing is collecting money.
Yeah. We also say it's cost you
Bro,
10%. It's cost you 10%, but it is worth it.
by the way,
Yeah.
I've heard that if you rent a Section 8 and someone destroys your place, Section 8 restores it back to how
Yeah,
it
but that
was.
wasn't Section 8. Also, he said he didn't have no insurance. But Section 8 requires you to have
Well, that's
insurance.
his other mistake too, by the way.
So he
You gotta
rented,
have
a
insurance
new
on that kind
place
of stuff,
and
man.
whatnot. I need a place to stay. Blah blah blah. These people and the dude they're probably jealous of him because he had a property or whatnot. They ain't trying to keep your property up. That's what you got waiting for you out there, man. That's the
Yeah, but
reality.
the thing is, man, nothing that in life is without risk, right? And so as you do it, you're gonna face
Oh, I'm
things.
not gonna
You're
do
gonna
it
have
because the bottom line is this: I've seen this happen too many times.
Yeah, I get your point, Carla. It's not for everybody. That's what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? It's not for everybody. But there's plenty of people out there. They make it doing it too. You know what I mean? You can't negate that.
Yeah.
And so the only way to figure out if it's for you, you gotta sometimes do it. Either read up on it before and see if it's for you, or you kind of know that
What
it's
I
not
would
for you.
never do is rent a property out without if it not being Section 8 or something like that because you got a guarantee, or the person has a deposit. He probably didn't get no deposit from her,
Right. So,
You know.
but the thing is, hopefully he just learns from this, and as he moves forward, he gets better at it because
Now I
that's
don't think
all this is.
if he didn't have no insurance, he can't recover from that. They really fucked that place up. He can't recover
I
from
mean,
that.
to me, it ain't that bad. To be honest with you, man, a cabinet's off, some windows are knocked out. It might
Yeah, well,
be a
if you're
few
working a
$1,000 to
job, you
change
don't
out
have
some
money
windows.
and
You know what I mean?
whatnot. If you don't have a lot of money and whatnot, he's probably like you said, I work every day. That means he's obviously, he probably can't get a loan, stuff like that in the house, whatever
If he
like that.
works every day, he should be able to get a loan. I mean, he should be able to access $20,000 pretty easy.
Yeah, hopefully, but some
Yeah,
people,
whoever did that, they did that out of spite.
yeah,
Tearing the windows out and stuff like that. Yeah, that's something. They had a chip on their shoulder when they did that.
only because he asked them for their money, for
That's
his money. Yeah,
yeah,
windows are the most expensive things you have in a house.
right.
Say bottom line, you go to the house, the first thing you look at is the windows. If you got a place for windows, if you can't get a deal where windows well, then again, in some state of Virginia, they got tax credit for replacing your windows. And if you buy a house from someplace like that, make sure the windows come, already done. You don't want a house where the friggin' you got to replace the windows. That's the most expensive thing.
Because honestly, he looks like he the house was renovated, man. That house looks kind of nice. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah,
Yeah, you like he's putting a lot of money in the house.
and it was a nice, spacious row house. It was, you know, it was
Yeah,
row house, but it looked like it's over 2,000 square feet.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know how
So
that
bottom
basement?
line is this: so you just basically, this is why I do this show tonight. It's a very cautionary tale tonight. I thought about that guy right there, and also earlier tonight, Big Black. I was telling him about back in like 2000. Think about 2005, 2006, right? I can't remember a year. There was this black family, right? In Portsmouth, there was one of these so-called let's revitalize the neighborhood and all stuff like that. Revitalize the neighborhood. So anyway, there was a black family. This guy, obviously, he's probably like looked like he had a rough life, been in jail, whatever like that. But he said, "Yeah, I'm just start." They revitalized his house and gave it to him, right? HUD, right, free. It said like this. Yeah, I'm sorry, my family. We're so happy we got a house. This is how we start our life. And now we're gonna. I'm raising a family, whatnot. And they did had the ribbon cutting ceremony and whatnot. And then a few months later, man, they were like, "We gotta leave." Bullets. They said, "Yeah, last night a bullet came through the window and through the house, whatever like that." I said, I say they had a nice house. That's what I said. When people talk about renovating these neighborhoods, they don't talk about the whole picture. How is it? Am I moving into a war zone or what? So that's what I was saying. Like I thought about that. People in dying say, "Oh yeah, we're gonna revalidate the hood and whatnot." Move back in the hood. People ain't gonna move to a place when they say the guy said he has had to move because he has to protect his family. He had a newborn. I think he had like a couple of kids, like 3 kids. One was a newborn. And
Yeah,
like, I felt so bad. One thing I hate is I hate whether it's black or white, particularly black people, right? I hate seeing bad things happen to good people. I hate that. I hate seeing people who mind their business, do everything, the right way, work hard, stay out of trouble and everything like that, and then bad things just happen to them, by wicked people. I cannot stand that. So the thing is, there's nobody you can cry to because you go there and say, "Look what these dudes did my house." They'll say, "Oh, why are you complaining, man?" So that's what the white people want to hear. You complaining and whatnot. It's always, but we're silenced by our own community.
yeah, it's kind of sad. I mean, but even for us to, like, let's say, the black community, the economic on the economic level surpass like the Latinos, you're gonna have to build out the not the the poor community as far as like the poor among us, but the middle class. The middle class has to
Yeah,
expand.
we're the only community where the poor is centered around the poor. It's not every other people centered their community and aspiration around the middle class.
Hmm.
Everything in Black America is the damn poor. And I'm not saying nothing about it. We love the poor. We want to help them out and whatnot, but they can't be the center of our culture and what we're trying to do. That's
Well,
what
like I
happened.
said, if the property value is low, that's not going to attract a lot of business.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, how do you get the property value up if the neighborhood's not safe?
Right. That goes hand in hand.
Yeah. Safe neighborhoods mean higher property values, more wealth in the community, right?
Yep.
Crime rate in neighborhoods increases urban blight, poverty strickenness and all stuff like and despair, and the neighborhood eventually dies.
Yep. There's nobody making no money,
Nick
even the
Terrell, Power LLC charged a business with the repair expenses. Use the LLC as collateral. Mr. Sandman was obviously on Dynasty Show today. That's what the guy was saying, but that doesn't solve the problem of somebody rented this guy's house out, trashed it, and didn't pay him no money. You know, you have all the LLCs you want, that ain't gonna solve that problem.
Yeah, Carla. The thing is, man, you gotta have hope, bro. Like, it's like this stuff is not for everybody. That's what we gotta remember. You don't
Yeah,
have to
well,
convince nobody. Really. I mean, because because who's going to do it is going to do it, and who's not going to do it, they probably not going to do it, and it just is what it is.
I said, like I
But the
said,
bottom line is,
I agree with that.
there are plenty of people that make their living or make some part of their living
Oh, yeah,
doing
if you
this
can
very
take
same
the
thing,
risk,
and
if
you
you say it
can't
like
look
this,
at one
you when I say it
example
like
of
this,
something
you got
bad
you say
happening
it like this, you got to flip
and
enough
base
properties
everything on that.
that basically one out of every 5 properties you might have a problem. You know, if you can do that, you're good. You keep doing it. You know, like
Yeah, that's
okay,
what I'm saying.
like this. But the bottom line, when you have only one property and it goes left like that, that's a problem, man. You know.
Yeah, I'm saying it's bad for the guy, but I wouldn't. I mean, and he might. The sad thing about it might cause him to quit. You know,
Oh,
but
he's
then there are people
definitely
that
gonna
go
quit,
through this
man.
and they might learn something and they keep
Unless
going. You
some
know.
miracle comes through, man, he's definitely quitting that. If he finds that woman, he probably in jail right now because he probably killed that chick.
Yeah. Because any business you start, you're gonna have that issue.
Obviously,
that's trifling right there, though. That's
obviously, man. Big Black understand what I'm talking about, right? That
yeah.
dude, man. He probably gonna need a couple of years to recover and shit. You know. I'm trying to say, what year was that? Hold on, that was. I remember. When this happened. That was.
Especially if you ain't got a little background in construction, you know what I mean?
Like
Yeah,
it
that was
wouldn't have stopped me.
that was 4 years ago. I remember that, man. When that video came out, man, I remember that, man. I was like, damn, you know. I said, what you call it? Check us out. Somebody said GoFundMe was started, and luckily there was over 2,000 people that donated to this house, made it beautiful again. Okay, so he had a GoFundMe. That's good, you know.
That's good.
That's good. Also, I'm glad to see. Hopefully, yeah, man. The dude, man, was crushed. Thank
Yeah,
God.
he really think about it, kind of had like a mental breakdown, a little mental
Yo,
breakdown.
man, he went crazy, man. You know, GoFundMe probably saved his life or whatnot. You know, probably saved his life.
Yeah.
So they started a GoFundMe. 2,000 people contributed. Right, that's good. If 2,000 people put 2,000 people put $10 a piece in, you know, that's $20,000. You know,
Yep.
so you know they put more than that, but if it's $10 a piece, 2,000 contributors, that's $20,000. You know.
Yep.
You know, so it is what it is. Well, that's good. So he probably came off better, you know,
Mm-hmm.
but you really felt it in his voice, right?
And so this is the thing, you know. That's how life is, you know. See, he
I
puts it
can't
out
say that's
there.
how life is, man. Dude, you know, I look. I want to protect people that basically like. Look, I don't want anybody feeling guilty that they got to go out here and put themselves in that situation. Let people like the Grant Cardones and these people who got deep pockets get into that. You know, the average person, basically, the average Joe. A lot of people think real estate is a get rich quick, it can't do that. You know, because they don't expect the problems to happen like this guy. You know. And most times it does happen, you know. Now to rich people, they got deep
Yeah, real
pockets.
estate is definitely not a get rich quick scheme, but it is. It's slow money, really.
Yeah, it's
But
like very slow money, you know, very slow. I would
but
not
it's
basically
a
advise
long
it.
term
What
investment.
Jay, this is what I'm talking about. What I don't like is when people basically get up here and talk about, you know, we had this argument before, me and Jonathan, about the fucking Detroit. Oh, Kyle, I'm about to go out there and buy a couple properties myself. Okay, right ahead. That's been 4 months now. Has he done it? No. You know, five properties up in Detroit, whatever like that. You know, that's what we're gonna do. I said, no, I think I'm gonna focus on Africa. You know, and he's like, no, it's opportunity in Detroit, Colin.
But remember, even the Africa move that's not without risk.
Oh yeah, there's that risk, but the whole thing is, I would not really get into real estate in Africa. I would do something else. I would love to build my real estate in America, right? Because like that, they got Section 8. That's Section 8. Look, if I had a chance, I'd milk that Section 8 for every dollar I can get. You know, like that old block, that's not 100% Section 8. That means 100% of the money, 100% of the time your rent is being paid. You know.
Yeah, that Section 8 looks so good. So a lot of renters don't even want to rent to people that don't have Section 8.
I would just do Section 8, man. You know, say hell with it, you know. But what about building the community, Carla, and jobs? I don't give a shit about that, you know. Stay on Section 8 for all I care, you know, for the rest of your life, man. For all I care, you know. I'll keep renting to you. That's the only way. If I get into real estate, that's all I'm doing is Section 8, you know.
You want to flip houses?
Well, I did flip house before, but I would like to do rental properties. You never see Grant Cardone?
No, I
He
ain't seen.
said basically, Greg Cardone said, "Look, we investors own this one apartment building. I think it's like 200 units, right?" He
Mhm.
says at 3 months, right, that pays everything, right. For the rest of the year, everything else is just profit. All
Hey,
the money is going right to their bank accounts. At
man,
3 months out of the year, everything goes to the expenses, taxes, whatever it has, right.
how
And
many
then the
units
rest,
here?
huh?
How many units do we have?
It was like two. It was like he was just giving a sample. He says about 200 units, an
Oh,
apartment.
shit, that's a lot of money right there.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. And so Grant Cardone basically is a master of real estate, man.
Mhm.
And so basically said, this is how you do it, man. And all that, he said you could buy into one of those properties, right? If you have $5,000, right? It's called, what is it called? What is it called? Investment, electronic investment, something like that. It's what's called e-investing or something like that, e-real estate, something like that. What it is electronic real estate. In other words, basically, you buy into it for like $500, right? And it's spliced up by how many people? Done like $5,000, right?
So it's like
And then
owning stock.
you're one of how many people that own it, right? And then when after things paid, you split whatever between however many investors in that pool is the rental units every month. So you
Oh,
got passive income coming in.
that's nice right there.
Yeah. So I was gonna do that too. It's called investing. It's online. It's online. It's called real estate, whatever like that. Something like that. I can't think of the name. Real estate or something like that. Somebody chat room, what is that called? Real estate or tech real let me see. Let's see like this. Let me see. Real estate. Let's see if I name.
It
That's real
sounds almost like a real estate investment trust.
Yeah,
real
that's what it
estate.
sounds like.
Real estate.
I would like to see some success stories off of that, though.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of them. It's like I said, it's a tech what's it called? Cyber real estate, something like that. Hold up. Try to think of what it's called. Crypto, no, not crypto real. Let me see. Is it electronic real estate? Electronic real estate? Electronic real estate. Tronic real estate. You know, real estate. Electronic real estate. Let me see where. Oh, that's what it's called. Digital real estate. That's what it's called. Digital real estate. Digital real estate. That's what it's called. Digital real estate. And so, what you call? So yeah, so digital real estate. These are things like I was saying earlier. White people are way ahead of us. It'll be like another 20 years till we figure this out. Digital real estate. Went out. Oh wow, I look a lot of stuff Big Black I've talked about is why don't we have our own stock exchange in Black America, right? Why don't we have our own digital real estate platforms, right? Instead of everybody going out there basically trying to invest and whatnot, what I'm saying? Why don't somebody create a digital real estate platform and app, where people can put money in, right? And it's so organized, it's spliced up and everything like that. The repairs, everything, the investment pays for everything, and then basically after everything, you get a return, forever.
There's that trust factor.
Well, the bottom line is that's why I said we need real Black people or people that basically, I don't care. Look, if we have to get to the point where somebody white has to come and manage it for us, a portfolio for us, hey, so be it. That's what it takes. So, but yeah, so we got to do something. That's why people get on Jay Morris. I give him a props for trying. He may not have been the best business person, because he tried to do like the white people, take your money off the top, whatever. Like, you can't do that, man, when your business hasn't made any natural profit. Usually, if you're gonna take that $1 million off the top, right, for yourself, pay yourself first, like the white people always say, you better make sure what you're investing in is gonna have a high return and high yield. You know what I'm saying?
It seemed like you were scamming, man.
Well, I don't think he was scamming. I just think he didn't know what the hell he was doing. That's what I think. That's my opinion. I think he just didn't know what he was doing. I looked at him. I don't think he was intentionally scamming. I can't see that. Usually, scamming people are scamming are short term. It's really quick, you know. When somebody's doing long term like that, and real organized like that, that means the person tried to do what he does. When I, you know,
That's
so
not always true because look at Bernie Madoff. He ran for decades. This scam.
well, then again, Bernie Madoff had a lot of money coming in, regardless. You know what I'm saying?
Something he did right because he didn't go to jail. You remember that show American Greed?
Yeah, I just watch that all the time. You know,
Yeah, it's a lot of people that probably started with good intentions
and they veer off and whatnot. When things don't go right, things go
Mhm.
left and whatnot, and the next thing you know, they're dipping into the fund and it goes left. You know, that's how it works.
And that's why I think it's better to start small unless you have a track record. And then once you build a track record, then now you can go big. But I think you should start small and
Yeah,
learn
but
quick. You
start
know, start
small.
small, learn quick, and
If
grow
you ain't
and
got
grow.
like a little thumb in construction, it could be hard, passing those inspections and all that just to rent out. You can run through some
Right.
money. But it could be done. But as far as like just starting off just with one rental property in the hood, I mean, it could be done. It's just you gotta have you gotta be that type of person that's gonna follow through all that. Me, I ain't got time, for people talking about they ain't got my money, they have my money this, on the second or third, or somebody that you get that tenant from hell that don't want to leave your property and want to cause hell and damn near have to fight your tenant and all that.
Yeah. And then next you know, she's inviting Craig and them over and whatnot. You know, you go ask for every time you go ask for it, Craig and them is over there. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you would have a possibility getting jumped or whatnot. You got to carry your gat. You know, to make a month your payments, pick up your payments, make your pickups.
Yes.
There's a lot to it, man. A lot to it. You know. So African guy said you make most of your money from government will pay you to house homeless people or halfway house. There's an open shelter. No, you make most of the money. You appreciate property prices. You need to make sure you like this. You know. You know. Okay. Yeah. So look, the bottom line is this. Yeah. Me personally, if I ever got into real estate, man, I've said that we need money for the Afghanistan, build the Afghanistan. Hey, I'm getting into freaking real estate, man. You know, I'm gonna milk every dime out of it. Everyone, 99% of people are gonna be Section 8. You know, all I want is the money. It's like, give me the loot. Biggie Smalls, give me the loot. Give me the loot. Yeah, yeah. Give me the loot. Give me the loot.
Hey, Section 8 ain't gonna reach out to Afghanistan.
No. I'm talking about the money we make is
Oh,
gonna be pumped into the Afghanistan. You know.
okay. I see what you're
I
saying.
want I want a money, so I want us to have build our own stock exchange. I want us to have our own digital real estate. All these things is going to fund the Afghanistan. All these things are fund the Afghanistan. We need literally billions of dollars flowing through our hands. So whatever you guys do, whatever like that, get out there and make that damn money. Get that money. That's all we need. We need the money flowing through our hands so we can invest in Africa. We can't go to Africa, empty handed. That's the problem with African people, black people in America going to Africa. Most of them are broke.
Mm-hmm.
You can't go to Africa with two dimes, not two dimes rubbed together. Talking about you would invest in. Also, Holland did a video today
But
talking
the
about.
thing is, Kala, relative to most people that actually live in Africa, these people that go over there are rich, man.
Oh yeah, no, but that's still not enough, man. Because what happens is this: they go over there over promising. They go over there over promising. Next thing you know, they get burnt out because everyone in Africa is out hitting you up for $1 here, $2 here, $5 here. And it never stops, man. My phone still rings off the hook. People trying to get money out of me. But like they're gonna love Big Black over there.
nah, I'm
They're gonna love you, Big Black.
already.
Yeah, you gonna go over there, my Pan African brothers. Big Black, they're gonna love you, bro. They're gonna love
Nah,
Big
I'm
Black,
cheap.
bro.
I've been to a strip club maybe twice. I'm cheap.
It'll be like your Africans will find a way to get out of there. My brother.
Hey, I'll tell you a story, Colin. I had a cousin. He liked going to a strip club. And I was with him. You know, he was man, come to the strip club. This and that, man. You ain't have to pay for nothing. You know, just buy a beer. So we went to the strip club and I was just babysitting the beer. They kicked us out. They was like, man, you ain't bought a beer since you got here. It's been like an hour and a half.
I've been strip club for years, man. I've been strip club damn near was like 15 years, man. You know, like shit. Me and my brother used to go strip clubs every year on our birthdays, you know.
Mm.
They got
So
those out there. They got those in Liberia and stuff.
they got like strip clubs like I'm talking about Virginia. Yeah, they got strip clubs in Liberia, but I don't go there because I'm with my wife. I don't know what I need a strip club for. You know, I got my wife. But yeah, they got them. They got not strip clubs like you see in America, but they got little back alley, little juke joints. You know that shit goes down. All I can say is, yeah, I don't go in those places, man. But shit goes down. If you walking in there and whatnot, you know, you got women ready to scoop you up in a minute. You know. You got women of the you definitely got the women of the night around there, you know. Trust me, you know. So yeah, they got all that stuff there in Liberia, you know. So if you're into that, you know.
Like, essentially, yeah. It's
But
kind
as
of.
far as like a regular pole dancing strip club, I have not seen that. I'm sure it exists, but I
You
have
know, I
not
was
seen
gonna ask you, man.
what
Over there, can you? Because they got gold there, right? For instance, right?
you got. What gold?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know like 15 gold miners in over there. Yeah, I know playing with
Can
gold.
you
People,
buy it at a cheaper price than generally speaking, like
yeah,
compared to?
look, check us out. You could actually buy gold. You could get somebody a gold miner, whatever like that. And the thing is to invest in a refinery. It costs you $100,000 to the equipment of a refinery you can order from China is like a total like no more than like 80 grand. You know, learn how to refine the gold to 100%, right? Then you can sell that gold, come back and sell that gold to gold trades in America and make like 1,000% markup. You know, you buy it for real cheap from the local gold suppliers because they go out there and dig the gold, and they bring it to you. You refine the gold, put it in gold bars, right? And then you go ship them back to America through DHL, DHL or whatever like that. You know, just don't tell me it's shipping gold into America. It's illegal. You know, just when you get into America, you go to the gold exchange where you live at. You know, and you know how it works, right? Because they always buying gold from you because that melted down. You go to gold exchange and you make a lot of money, you know, with gold, you know. So that's a business that I definitely want to get into one day, you know, is buying gold, you know, in Liberia, you know, because I know so many gold miners over there, you know. They're definitely a
Bring it
business.
here.
What?
Make it legal to bring it here. What do
Well,
you have to
yeah,
do?
well, I don't know how legal it is because that's considered commerce, collateral or something like that. Maybe if it's legal, you got to pay taxes. I know that, you know. So if it's a commodity or something like that, you know, I don't think you could just bring it to America. You know, you got to pay the government something. You know, you can't just bring gold here and whatnot. You know, it ain't gonna
A law,
happen.
but I don't know if gold's on it though. There's a law where you can bring products in from Africa essentially duty free
Yeah,
into
but I don't
America.
think that includes gold though. That's a goa. I don't think it's gold though. And the Trump administration is trying to shut that down. You know, because Trump is like, oh, Africa's like, dude, man, America's got so much, man. Why are you gonna take a gold away, man? Don't be a Trump. Don't be a fucking asshole, man. You know. So yeah, duty free when Trump's trying to end that shit. You know. But gold. I don't know if that includes gold. You know. I don't know. It might. Well, I don't. I seriously doubt it. You know. I think that's manufactured goods. You know. And produce and like agricultural goods. I don't think it's like gold. You know. So, yeah, gold is like a form of currency. You know. I ain't gonna let that happen. Yeah, but you can get into the United States, you know. You can ship it back to you, whatever they don't say it's gold. Or they'll lie on the form when they come get you when you imported gold, or they put it through a scanner and like I say, and next thing you know, they got your gold package in custom or the police station or the FBI or whatever like that, and say come down and claim this, and they lock you up for 20 years or some shit. Really careful. Like I said, I want to do it, man, but that's gonna be real careful. Because I said, man, it can't be that easy. I know so many Liberians that mine gold. I said, if I invested in a refinery, I could refine the gold, clean and refine the gold, and next thing you know, I'm bringing it back to America. Somebody said you have to go through customs, then you return overseas. You go through. No, I ain't talking about going through customs, right? I'm talking about basically having it shipped over through DHL, UPS or FedEx from Africa. That's what I would do. I wouldn't bring it through no damn customs. You kidding me? Shit. I ain't gonna make somebody at the airport rich. What the hell that. I'm gonna see if it could work. My guy Paul. He says he knows a guy in Baldwin County that's gold and wants to do business with people in America. But like I said, even though they do gold or not, they don't refine it. They sell it to like the Arabs and Lebanese and all those other people, and the people take it to their countries and refine it. I want to see a gold refinery of our own in Liberia. And we buy the gold ourselves. And basically stockpile it. And then what you do is you get in the Lords of London, you take it to England, get it stamped by the Lords of London. Now you can put it in different investment portfolios and stuff like that. So there's a lot of money, there's a lot of amazing, but just nobody's thinking, nobody's thinking. There's a lot of I see people go to Africa and they're not getting rich, man. There's things you could do in Africa to get rich, but people don't do it. They don't know how the system works, fortunately. But yeah, so that digital real estate is a thing I want to definitely explore. I'm gonna have that. I'm gonna have me an account by the end of the summer. You watch. Once I'm successful with one, then I'm gonna just start seeing who else wants to join me in this. And become a digital real estate investor. And we'll basically see how we could do to build a movement. I want to use this platform to create a new revolution. Of business people, investors, and stuff like that. So we'll see. We'll see. African guy says Africa's not cheap. You used to a Western lifestyle. Now, if you used to a Western lifestyle, no. If you want to go to Africa and live in a village with no electricity, no indoor plumbing, oh yeah, Africa's cheap. You can live there forever. And not pay now. You can earn like $100 a year and get by. But if you want to live any sort of modern life in Africa, it costs you money.
Yeah. Well, if you build, all you gotta do is keep pumping Pan Africanism, Colin.
Well, the bottom line is the Pan African movement got to start producing some money. I'm about to get monetized very soon, and whatnot, and I want to see people put their Pan Africanism to the test. But everything I'm gonna do is gonna be invested in that Pan Africanism in Liberia. Every money that this platform makes is gonna go right into Africa. So I'm gonna see whose Pan Africanism is really authentic. So.
Oh shit. Let's. Well, shoot. To get to that thousand, just put a couple of shows Pan Africanism versus Aboism, or
I
that.
mean, they're not even worth the thing. Did you see a debate I had with that black skin is amazing clown, Big Black?
I didn't get to see that.
Oh man, man, I woke up, man. I did like 1,000 views at one night, man. That was a record, man.
Oh, yeah. I
Yeah,
seen a couple of your lives, man. We getting like over 1,000. It was like about 4 or 5 in a row or something like that.
yeah, man. It's like I said, this channel's on fire, man. I thank all my audience, man. Y'all having some good conversation, man. Y'all the one helping build this. So yeah, so I think I got a good audience, man. Basically loyal, man. They like, share, and subscribe, man. This is a channel growing beyond my wildest imagination, man. You
Yeah.
know. So, and once we hit 1,000, then the algorithm is gonna push this to higher heights, and then guess what? We'll be at 2,000 in no time.
Mhm.
Because it pushes out the more subscribers you got, right, and you start getting monetized and whatnot. It pushes your show gets pushed into different algorithms. and so therefore, more people pick up the show when I. Then next thing when I first got on Dynasty Show in 2018, right? He started. He only had like around 6,000 subscribers. To us back then, he was a big platform. He had 6,000 subscribers. He was a big platform to us, man. We were unknown to BL. We were unknown, right? And I got on his show, and then next within a few months, he was at 10,000. And he started
So
growing.
when you get to 1,000, you can monetize,
Yeah,
right?
it becomes monetized. The channel becomes monetized. And also, not only that, because monetized, not only that, I can take super chats. Also, I'm going to be posting my Cash App and Venmo, in the subscription, so people can send me Cash App or thing. The main thing is a friggin' the main thing is basically we need. I'm gonna get a Patreon too, so I'm gonna do a lot of stuff so you can subscribe to the Patreon and whatnot. I'm gonna be doing articles and everything like that. So the bottom line is I'm going to be documenting everything we do in Liberia and stuff like that. If you want to see this friggin' country, this movement grow, I think Liberia would be a perfect people to set up shop in Africa so you can access the whole continent. That's the whole thing about Liberia. Once you're in Liberia, you got access to the whole entire continent, without getting deeply involved. Some people, how am I going to Nigeria? They don't need to go to Nigeria. Just go to Liberia, and you got basically, you can get like that. Why should I give my hard-earned money? I don't know, Ross Moise. If you want to give it, you give it. If you don't, you don't. It's no sweat off my back, If people want to contribute, they contribute. If they don't want to contribute, hey, that's fine. It's your hard-earned money. But I know Ross Moisture, man. I would rather give them away to me than go to that strip club you're gonna be going to. Or go to that crackhead on the street corner you trying to get have sex with, whatever like that. You should give the money to me.
Kind of. I think your channel can grow quick. Like if you like this on the real, just honestly, if you kind of like tone it down a lot on the, you going at the either the African Americans or the continental Africans.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
because you
Some people like that, man. Look, but you gotta understand. You admit I'm balanced, right? You admit I'm balanced, right?
well, that's the things you think you balance, but sometimes you go a little bit too hard on one side, the other side, and that throw people off. But
Well, I
what
know,
I'm
I
trying
know, I know. Like I said, I'm trying to get better at whatnot. But the other night, I had to go in on the so-called FBA Black America or whatnot. That was it. That was then. I was like, at Black America, this is your night, you know. And then sometimes African brothers and sisters, man, that's your night, man. Your night. You gotta take your whooping, Get
yeah.
over here. I look, I got a PhD in Negroology, man. I am basically the equal opportunity,
But you know why people subscribe to you more than likely is because the vast knowledge that you have about the continent and about world
Yeah,
history. You see what I'm saying? And, and,
yeah.
and your insight. So that's your selling point right there. As
Yeah,
far
that's
as
why I said I want to get a Patreon so people could. I really, when I start, I know I'm a better at blogging than I am talking. To tell you the truth, right? I could when I first got on the internet back in 2006, 2005, 2006, right? I used to blog. I used to write articles all the time, right? I mastered that, right? Put a picture up there. One of my favorite blogs was called Revenge of the Nerds, right? And I used a picture of Michael Eric Dyson. And I was going at him, right? Because he was going after Cosby. So I went after him, and I put his picture up there. So Revenge of the Nerds, whatnot.
damn, he went up to Cosby.
Yeah, you didn't know that? Yeah, he went after Cosby big time, man.
About that the last case he had.
No, this was back in the right time Obama was running. This was because of the Pookie and the Pound Cake speech,
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah,
Michael A.
about
Jackson
people,
going,
about people
Cosby,
doing that
I
work.
touch, man. You blah, blah, blah. He's talking about, he tried to form some bond with the so called hip hop community. That all fell apart, because the hip hop community is indefensible, He tried to be like, he don't understand the streets and all stuff like that, try to discredit Cosby.
Yeah.
So I remember that, I remember that shit, Cosby, sometimes, look, I would say like this: as some people in our community should have the right to criticize us. Black, oh, he's saying it about us. Is what he's saying true? Yeah. Black people don't like to hear the truth. But I got big black. I gotta tell black people like it is. We're the people like black people like to be cuddled, and basically like this. Well, we have a serious problem in our community as far as violence and dysfunction. It's real. It's not a joke. And I tell people all the time, like I said, Africa, you gotta basically
But it's
they
always gonna, as far as like the, what I'm saying, the ghetto, right? Well, the hood. When we say the hood, we're talking about the lower,
yeah,
the lower.
something, big black. When once I make I make this clear. When I talk about dysfunction in the black community, I'm not talking about any one segment, right? I
Uh-huh.
see dysfunction in the middle class, the upper class. I see it in the ghetto one night, and I also see people in the ghetto who basically are poor, but they go to church every Sunday. I
Yeah,
see people in the ghetto, right, that are poor, but the grandmother is sitting with the kids and making them read books to her, and you helping them with that homework. You see what I'm saying? I see
yeah,
people who are in the ghetto, right? The father's out there on his day off, throwing a football to his sons. I see the whole thing. So it's not like a lot of black people make it seem like just because somebody's in the ghetto they're bad. No, it's not. I see a lot of good people in the ghetto. And I see a lot of bad people that made it to the suburbs. So it's not that it's a culture in Black America of dysfunction, right? It affects every stratum of Black America. So I don't want nobody thinking I'm picking on one class of black people because they're poor. That's not the case. You know,
mm,
and people mistake, oh, you just talking about the poor, Colin, because you elite. No, no, I'm not no dang elite. You know. And this is what I'm saying. Look at Principe. He say something dumb like elite Africa has abandoned the blacks in the hood. He hasn't been listening to nothing I've been saying for the last few hours. The bottom line is this: you got people. When we say the hood is not our homeland. You know, the
right.
hood is not Africa. That was a place we congregated to because we had no choice. When the society says, "Okay, black people, we're going to take a chance with you that you can move into areas, you can move in different, you can move in this new subdivision, you can send your kids to better school, you can get better education and opportunities and everything like that." Which we call black people took it. What are you supposed to do? Sit there, live in abstract poverty forever? So it's so it is what it is. So like this Ross Moisture, he's funny. I don't know who he's calling broke, but it is what it is. What I don't know where these weirdos come from. Ross Moisture talking about. He said it's good. His cult. His what do you think about this? He said his tribe is perfectly acceptable for a grown man to be with a 12-year-old.
That's crazy. He said that for real. He said that.
Yeah, he said the Hausa man. Matter of fact, not too long ago, a Hausa man that was 50 years old bought a 4-year-old girl. He married her. You don't want me to play that video, do you?
Well, not really. I don't want to see. He married a 4-year old girl.
4-year-old girl
Where was this at?
in Nigeria.
Oh no, I don't see that. No.
So
Wow.
these people with these weird. That's why I'm suspicious of black people who want to embrace everything about African culture. Because I know usually was comes with it is a friggin' sexual deviancy. Everything is.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's just some sort of sexual deviant. But they stay. Look, we heard what you were saying, Ross Boyce, on the show last couple of nights. You said it. You said it was okay in the Bible too to marry a 12-year-old. You said that, bro.
Yeah, that's wild, man.
Yeah, man. You got these weirdos out here, man. Shit, we got some weird dudes out here, man. You gotta watch it. So yeah, but like I said, I'm trying to clean my image up and whatnot. I want to really look. I really want to go mainstream. I really want to. I really do think my message, man. Like I said, I never wanted to be a black leader. I never wanted to just like that, but I feel like I can't ignore this anymore.
I mean, if you, you'll climb real quick. Just talking about like the topics you were talking about on Bamani's show. You climb real quick. Uh,
yeah,
because it's only think about it like this. It's only a handful of African Americans that could get have a panel with pretty much all of the diaspora. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, the whole thing is what I define as diaspora is I say African Americans are a culture, a people, right? Our close people that to us are people from the slave descendants from the Caribbean. You know,
Mm-hmm.
those are the same. We're the same people, basically. You know. Now, when people talk about diaspora, I don't consider friggin' someone from Nigeria that just came here, immigrated here voluntarily, part of that. They're diaspora, but they're a different diaspora. You understand? You know?
That once they
Oh,
come to
this is
the
why I
land,
say this is why I say this, big black, right? This last time I was in Liberia, right? This really hit me, right, when I was there, right? I was in this one Lebanese this a pizza place, you know, it's a sandwich pizza. They got good food there, right? And I sat there because I wanted a homemade pineapple juice. They take pineapple. It wasn't even that good. It was foamy. A pineapple juice, right? Made from real pineapple. They do the processor, right?
mm-hmm.
Anyway, this guy who comes up to me and goes, "Aren't you College Genesis?" I go, "Yeah." He starts laughing. He goes, "Man, I used to love you on Dinosaur Show, man. I used to listen to you all the time, man. You know, yeah. Somebody said you was in Liberia, right?" I said, "Yeah, yeah." He says, "Yeah, man, Colin." He says, "Let me buy your drinks." I said, "Not so. Let me buy your drink." Anyway, dude sound like a straight up brother from New York, right? He
Mm-hmm.
said, "Oh, I was born in New York, in Newark, right? But I'm Liberia. I'm back in Liberia now, you know." So like this, you know. He goes, he goes, he said to me, "You need to." He goes, I'm back in Bone County, and I got like I think he said like 50 acres of land, right? That was
Mm-hmm.
in his family. He was able to go back to, you know, and he said,
Mm-hmm.
"Yeah, I'm just working on my farm. I'm doing palm oil processing. I'm doing this. I'm growing this. I got a rubber farm. What now I'm doing." So he had all this opportunity to him just because he was Liberian and he come from the Pele tribe, you know. Even though he's a straight up like a straight up African American, right? He still
Mm-hmm.
had roots there. But me personally, I have nothing in Africa, you know. All right. So my story in America is different than his story. He's an immigrant, you know, even though he was born in America, he's basically a new immigrant that has strong ties to Africa. Big black, you don't have no ties to Africa, you know? You have no stake in Africa, right?
Well, my hair. I mean,
No, you don't
mm-hmm.
have those. No, you look when it comes down to it, these Africans, right, that you see, right, they have real stake in the continent, and they let you know that when you go to Africa, that they got privilege and you don't. You know, that's how it is. That's the reality. I want to change that. I want Black America to be able to have something on the continent of our own. You know, me seeing Africans and everybody else benefiting, right? And I know for a fact of the matter is there's a lot of people leading the Pan African movement. And Pan Africa is nothing without Black America, you know?
Yeah, but what about all the diasporas in South America that what I'm saying that really ain't got their own country, you know?
Well, here's the thing: people, when you talk about Panama, the blacks are still the majority in Panama. You know, the blacks are like the majority in Guyana. The blacks are the majority in Haiti. They're the majority in Jamaica. You know, they're the majority in a lot of these countries. You know,
Now,
and
do they
so
run those
we're the only group of people basically that live as a minority group in a white dominated society,
Mm-hmm.
you know. So bottom line is this: I'm saying that our case is special in the diaspora situation, and my message, right? I'm not going to be one of these people. Oh, we're all Africans, and but no, no, no. I'm an African American, right? That's significant. That means something, you know. That means I don't have a country, an island in the Caribbean. I do not have any land in Africa, right? I've been completely cut off from my ancestral homeland, uprooted unjustly, right? So basically, I'm basically saying that when you talk to me, it's not like talking to someone from the Caribbean. It's not like talking to Dr. Arikana. You're talking to somebody who's so many generations removed from Africa, right? This sometimes I think it's almost impossible to fix this. You know, that's really what it is. Because if I'm failed, brother, if I fail, college Genesis fails, man, you can forget Pan Africanism, man. You know, it'll never happen. I'm trying to make it so that we could be involved and have a future in Africa. You know, right now we don't. That's just the truth. You don't have no future in Africa. You have no stake in Africa. You know, they'll
I,
make.
and I hear you, Colin, but uh, you're gonna have to talk to some governments. I mean,
Well,
I don't.
hold on. Look, I can't talk to a government. Know why? Because I'm not a government. Governments talk to each other. You
Oh,
know. You know what I'm saying?
right.
At least look. If I was talking to one of my people from Haiti or Jamaica, they could each stand on that square like, okay, Barbados, whatever, like that. That like just last year after we did the tour to Liberia, right? The Barbados government brought like a bigger group, 500 people tour group to Liberia, right? And they had high level meetings that basically reconnected Barbados with Liberia because some of the Liberians were actually from Barbados, you know? And so
Mm-hmm.
they did a reconnection, right? I can't do no reconnection with from a because I don't have a government, you know. They signed diplomatic agreements, you know, of trade, travel, education, stuff like that. You got Barbados training Liberian doctors and nurses, right? You know, government using government money to do different things. I don't have that power. I'm in America. I'm in white America, you know. So I'm fighting from that vantage point, you know.
Let me
Um,
ask you this: do you think, real quick, do you think like if you came, your message was, uh, we want to, communicate with some governments and see if we can get some land more than just like take the land.
Well,
Don't
no, no. This is what I say. This is what I say. I know I say that right, but my whole thing was, if let's say we do settle on, it's very easy, right? When I start doing this in Liberia, right, and I got everything I need in Liberia, right, the construction and that, we're gonna be able to make beelines any place on the continent. We're gonna be able to do reconnaissances and set up shop and plant our flag anywhere in Africa, right? And up to that whoever government that we land on to tell us no, and then we have to take steps from there. Does it have to come down to military? Because the bottom line is, I'm serious. We're not backing off. You know, we're not backing off. So I would like to have a peaceful solution to this, right? That let's say a country like Liberia or somebody like that could work on building our Afghanistan or stuff like that, where we can have our own government. We can finally have representation of our own. You know, we're never
but
gonna have anything until we have
but
a government of our own.
but put yourself in their shoes, right, Colin?
No, I can't. I can't put myself in their shoes. I don't respect any of that stuff. Anything that leaves me without a government, right? After 500 years of hell, I don't accept. I don't want to hear what they have to say. I don't want to hear nothing they have to say. You know, because nothing, the justice was never done to us. You know, we were taken off the African continent against our will. We lost everything that we have as a people, as a human being, and whatnot. You know, and we're in another man's country in America that's calling all the shots, right? I'm saying, just like the Jews, everybody else has a right to self determination. We have the right to self determination, and that's my price, and I am not backing down from that. You know, I'm not going to go. That's unnegotiable. You know, that's what I feel.
Mm, uh,
That's the way I feel about it. You know, if some people may disagree, that's fine. We got to do it like that, but I don't see any other way. You know, I don't see any other way, and because I've been listening to all these other talk for years, you know, and I've seen nothing happen. You know, everything else, all it's going to be black is leading just to talk. You know, people just talking. You know, Negroes will talk your head off forever. You know, talk to talk to talk to talk to talk. No, you show me you're serious when we have a state and a nation state of our own, and we got recognitions by international governments and everything like that and whatnot, that we could basically build and have diplomatic ties and relationship help, and we could be seen as a sovereign people, you know, and then we could be the voice of our people in America, right? Right now we have no political voice in America. I want the world, I want the world to know our story, you know. I want the world to know what happened to us in America, you know, and that's not going to happen until we have a nation state of our own. That's what I fight for. Anything else, I want nothing to do with. You know, Dr. Cole, diplomat is once you're a diplomat, we have to use the network. Well, mine is funny, Dr. Arcana. But mine is a scream. You know, you have or no, we don't have that in Liberia and Sierra Leone. Liberia and Sierra Leone had coups and stuff like that, you know, and they're doing their own thing. Now we could probably have an agreement, right? But the native indigenous people in Liberia basically destroyed what we built and whatnot, and it was just a mess. So, but I still connect with Liberia in the spirit of our ancestors that built that country, right? That's the claim we have to Liberia, right? But Liberia can't be in Africa. It could be a place we could probably build a settlement, whatever like that. But that can't be Liberia. Can't be the end game, because
Hmm.
we got a country people that's just too hostile towards us, for the most part. Colin, honestly, this is your point. At this point, Black America is separate, distinct culture. They're very difficult. They'll say, "Yeah, we cannot. We are. We. I know we can't assimilate fully into African society. I know it. You know, but the bottom line is, I do think we could be part of Africa, but we need our own space, our own territory. You know.
I hear you, but I'm just saying, like, definitely, you know, to be more diplomatic as far as
I
because
can't look. Be like, I can basically do what I want to do, do everything I could do, right? But I can't be diplomatic. Why? Because I can't architect diplomacy. So in order for you to have diplomacy, you have to have a sovereignty, a state. When you have diplomatic agreements, you sign treaties and whatnot, and it's bound by law. Your country and that country got to abide by that. That's law. As law. We don't have any ability to friggin' bound anybody to any treaty or anything like that. We don't have any. 500 years, we never thought of the fact that we have country people like South Sudanese, right? People barely civilized that was able to raise their own flag and become a state. This is insane. And you got the most advanced black people on the friggin' planet acting like we need friggin' white people, white America. I'll never accept this shit. I'll never will. Anytime you have a country like Burundi that shouldn't even exist, and they got tell me what purpose does Lesotho serve? Little tiny little freaking country is a speck on the map, but they recognize Swaziland. Are you kidding me, Big Black? So I should be upset the fact that 45 million people, the strongest black people on the freaking planet, don't have a freaking state or government or anything like that stuff.
no, I hear you, but all I'm saying is, it's gonna. I don't know, man. I just think it's. I
Because
just feel
nobody, hold on. The reason why I
I
think
think
like that
about
because
it a different way.
you've been listening to these fake Pan Africans for years. And with college Genesis is a real thing. Yeah, I am. Look, it was negotiated with Angola. That was 5 years ago, right? I want to restart talks, but I cannot do Angola until I get situated in Liberia. I need a base. You know, I want to make Liberia. I want to use Liberia diplomatic channels to do what I want to do. That's going to take us building in Liberia, right, and me gaining political power in Liberia. So that's what I'm saying. You know. Don't think America is yours. America is mine, but the bottom line, America's not enough. It's also white people's. I want something for myself. You know, worry about Haiti, Ross Moisture. Worry about Haiti, that shithole island, that open deprecation island that you love so much. Worry about Haiti. Don't worry about Black America. I know what we're doing. I know what's for Black America. You know, that's what I do know. I don't know what about Haiti. I don't pretend to know what's about Haiti. I don't care about Haiti. That's your business. Whatnot. You do what you want to do. I know about what's best for Black America. I want Black America, our communities in America to succeed, and I want us to have a land of our ancestral homeland. That's it. Everybody has their agenda. So, yeah. So, bottom line, I want Black Americans to succeed, and I want us to succeed in America, and I want us to have our what we claim as our ancestral homeland in Africa. That's it. I'm not giving up America. You build African stand, natives are going to come together. No, they won't. The only people they'll try that with are these weak ass Pan Africanists. Those weak ass Pan Africans who don't stand on nothing. They'll say, "Well, look, I'm a big African goddess, right? If Ross Moisture don't shut up, that's why I say stuff like that. Yeah, Haiti is an open defecation island. So. Girlies can't even fix your hood. Nobody, the hood is not fixable. You know, what is he got? Been sleep for the last hour? I'm a housing Nigerian. You just want to do housing. because you want to date 12-year-old. You want to get with 12-year-old girls, man. You know, you're a Haitian, bro. You're a freaking horny ass Haitian, man. Stop it, Royce Boyce. You know, you're a horny ass Haitian talking about 12-year-old girls and whatnot. You should be ashamed of yourself. You know. Look, the hood basically in America, people don't understand benign neglect. The reason why the hood is the way it is because that's the way they want it. Now, if you do go to the hood side and fix it, whatnot, see that brother crying on the video talking about why me, why me? That's what you're looking for, you know? You need to build something in Black America. You need to build Black middle America up, you know? Black middle America up, and then you need to build something on the African continent. That's the two things like that, you know? So General Barbecue just promoted himself to be a 5-star general. Yeah, that's what Ross Moisture should be worried about. General Barbecue, you know, just like barbecue in Haiti, African first world child soldiers. Oh, I don't think we got child soldiers here, bro. Nobody conscripting nobody. We got gangs and stupidity, dumb fools here. We don't have child soldiers, bro. Come on, Prince of B. That's a little stretch. You capping, you know. General Barbecue. The fun never ends, man. The fun never friggin' ends, man. You know. But yeah, Big Black. Yeah. So that's what I'm about, right? And I have to. I know I'm the extreme of everybody. You know, that's fine. I don't understand. I don't expect everybody to think the way I do. You know. But I have foresight. I see things that a lot of people don't see. You know. I see things a lot of people don't see, and I realize that absent the pursuit in Afghanistan, Pan Africanism is useless. You know. It's really useless. Tell me one thing that we have. Can you tell me any wins we have in the Pan African world, Big Black? Big Black.
As Black Americans or
No,
as a whole, as a whole, as a
In the
race.
Pan African world, can we see any success stories? Success stories.
Well, the Pan African Congress was pretty much facilitated, kicked off the decolonization of Africa.
Okay, were they successful?
Well,
no.
Yes, but not all the way.
Look, every last thing, look. What you see in Africa right now is still Africa is still basically a part of the European power structure. You know, that's the truth. So the Pan African didn't work. The stuff you see in the fighting you see in the Congo, the disintegration of Central African Republic, every conflict you see in Africa is definitely tied to white supremacy and the friggin' continuing legacy of colonialism and racial exploitation. You know.
Now they're at a better point than when they were colonized, Colin.
What?
They're at a better point than when they were colonized.
Well, actually, to tell you the truth, after, when America in the West, when Europe and the West said they want to give Africa independence, actually, they made it worse. They actually dug in. You know, they act like they strategically withdrew, but they actually were digging in. You know, they dug in after World War II, right? But they put on facade like we're giving African independence. No, they solidified their hold on that. That's why they killed Patrice Lumumba in cold blood. They got Robert Mugabe not Robert Mugabe, Mobutu Sese Seko to capture him, you know, and they captured him, kicking him in the streets and everything like that, and they they carved his body up, brother, and they friggin' put his body in an acid way. We don't even know where his body. He never even had a proper burial, you know.
Who was that? Who was that?
Patrice Lumumba. You know who that is?
Yeah.
You know, see, these are stories I know, you know. Not a damn thing has ever changed and nobody ever was held accountable for that. He was murdered in cold blood. You know, so the bottom line is this: that's waiting for any black person in America who thinks they're going to go to Africa and play by the white man's rules. White man's rules is they don't want to see black people in the West with any sort of power in the African continent. So they basically like this, integrating the tribes. Ross Moyes, man, why do you come on my platform with your stupidity? You know, if you Haitians want to go back to Africa, integrate into the tribes, go right ahead. We can't do that. We can't do that. We can't integrate with these tribes in Africa, you know? If you want to do that, go ahead. Why are you on my platform? Go to a fucking Haitian platform and just tell them everything like that. Black Americans cannot do that, man. We're not going to fucking integrate to none of these African tribes. Not going to happen, you know? Stop saying like we're not going to integrate in any African tribe or society. It's not going to happen, you know? Colin would accomplish more if he humbled himself and sit down with Black Caucus. The Congressional Black Caucus. That you really supposed to? I'm supposed to lend an ear to these idiots. You know, the Congressional Black Caucus, the Do Nothing Congressional Black Caucus. You know, the African Union, aka the African Union. So like this, and the great Araucana. Oh wow, yeah, she just became a Pan Africanist like 6 years ago or whatnot. And she's on a Pan. She's been a European, a Negropean most of her life in the crib. If you go back, but now she's a Pan Africanist because she knows what butters her bread. There ain't no damn, Pan Africanism in Africa. All the people who support her and keep her and the nice glasses and the makeup and all that are Black Americans because she knows we're a bunch of fucking fools. She knows what to say, what we want to hear. So, so Big Black, you falling asleep, bro?
Oh shit.
You
Yeah,
back
I heard you.
I'll mute
Yeah.
you. You falling asleep? I'll mute you.
Hey,
Unmute yourself when you come ready to come back on.
okay, yeah.
Big Black, always good, down for the fun, man. Big Black, man. What would I do without him?
But man, but Colin, man, let's be real, man. I mean, on the serious note, it's how you talking about just going in and we gonna take stuff. That's it's
All right,
very dangerous.
look, let me say something, Big Black. That's exactly why I do it. That's exactly why I do it. I look. This is how it goes, Big Black. Like I did a show of a week ago called "Blood and Soil." The ultimate price for freedom. You know, look. The way we came to America was what? Blood. They uprooted us through blood from our soil, right? And it
Mm-hmm.
was very violent. We went through a middle passage, bro. The same way that we left the Africa and whatnot is probably the same way we're gonna have to return. It's gonna be ugly. It's gonna be bloody and violent. That's just the truth. I try to get people ready. There's not gonna be no coming home kumbaya. That's not reality. And so, like I said, now if Africans were civilized and whatnot, they would see the benefit of what I'm talking about. But they can't see that because, for the most part, they don't even care about their own people. You go to any African country, Big Black man, you got a certain amount of people running the continent, right? All they care about is their lavish lifestyles, getting a free ride to Europe. So sitting there shaking hands with some white folks in Europe and whatnot, or who can get their best bag on. It's like, damn man, he was president. We got this done. We got this done. Everybody in Africa, politics is who could get that, who could do the most begging and crying to Europeans for goodies. That's all it is. So we're not like that. That's not us.
Yeah, but I think this is like, I don't know, man. Like, as far as like this time in history, in a situation where pretty much it seems like it's Operation Isolate Us. You see what I'm saying?
Well, bottom line, that's why I say, look, we basically build with Liberia first, right? We already got a lot of Black Americans, African Americans living in Liberia right now, large numbers, living in Liberia right now.
Mm-hmm.
And they see what I see. This is a country our ancestors founded, whatever like that. So we're just reclaiming that. We're in
Mm-hmm.
Liberia. What the end game of an African is going to be, we don't know yet. But we
Oh,
definitely got to be. We need a country in Africa that we could do business from. If I do want to sit down with the AU, they're coming to Liberia. I am not going to the AU. Their representatives coming to Liberia. If I want to do business with Dr. Arcana, she's coming to Liberia. I don't seek nobody. You come to
mm-hmm.
me. That's the way I see it. And so I know for a fact of the matter is, Black America has the most money, the most power and whatnot, this, that, and the other thing, and they need Black America. What they want to do is they want to be able to control the Black America's Pan-African world without people like me. No, I'm not going to let that happen, because all these people, they don't care about you. I do. I care about my people, right? These people obviously don't care about Black America. We have something. Let me ask you a question, Big Black. Have you heard of a Black American business group that owns any investments in the oil industry in Africa?
Nah.
No, right? That's Pan Africanism, right? Do you know
Mhm.
any African American that owns gold mines and gold refinery and stuff like that? No.
No, no.
All the lithium they say is the next biggest thing. Lithium, cobalt, and all like that. Are any African Americans there mining cobalt and lithium and everything like that, and practice and get into battery making, lithium battery making for electric vehicles? Are we getting into that? No, right? So tell me what the hell is Pan African doing? We every time we go to Africa, we walk away with nothing. We only walk away with our dicks in our hands, you know. So the bottom line, I'm a different type of Pan Africans, right? I'm telling Africans, look, you guys got to come something to the table, or we'll cut you the fuck off, you know. Like I said, I want more people thinking like me, you know. If more people think like me, we get something done. Because right now they don't take us seriously, you know, because they count on that teddy bear, loving Pan African and Black American, that they sit down and carve up all the friggin' wealth with the Chinese, the Russians, the Europeans, everybody else, but Black America has nothing in Africa, no stake in Africa. You know, that's not gonna happen. You think that's just?
No, I don't think it's just, but I don't think it's just
No, there's no.
Black,
No,
Black
you think
Americans.
it's
I mean,
just?
you got the
You think
you
it's
got.
just not? If you believe in Pan Africanism or not, Big Black, you know.
No, I believe in Pan
So
Africanism.
how do you believe in Pan Africanism if Black people in America don't benefit from anything that Africa has to offer?
I mean, right now we're in this. As far as like right now, what's going on right now, right? As far as like asking for like, you better off asking
No,
for land than taking
I'm
the land.
saying like this. Let's say it's not land, right? Let's say it's not land. Let's say forget the land, right? Where is where is the Black people, business people? Do you know any Black companies that are listed on any African stock exchange? Are there any Black American owned banks that operate on the continent? They're European owned banks, they're Asian banks, you know. How many Black people in America, Black companies in America were able to set up shop in Africa and do their thing? Not many, you know, if any at all, you know. So you're gonna tell me you're gonna have Pan Africanism, right? So I'm like this. We've talked Pan African, but yet we make most Black people in America make their money from white businesses in America. That's hypocrisy, right? Africa should be the place where Black people become rich millionaires and billionaires and whatnot, not America.
Anywhere you spend anywhere you spend in this country, you're gonna, you live in this country. A
Yeah,
person,
no, hold on. What I'm saying is this.
pay
Let me perfect example I'm talking about.
even a bum pay taxes.
Hold up. Do you know how China got rich where it is, right? You know who's responsible really from China? It was a Chinese diaspora, Chinese Americans. The Chinese basically reached in the 70s, reached out to their diaspora and lived many generations in America, right? Many people were born in America, their ancestors were born in America, right? They say, you're still Chinese. Come back. And a lot of people were invited to Beijing. They got education in America and Europe and the UK and France and everything. They came back to build their mother country because they were invited back to come back to help it. They were given lucrative jobs and positions and everything like that. When's that? Has that ever happened with Black America, bro?
No, but
See, as
see,
I said, Big Black, you always defending the status quo with the Pan Africanists, you know?
but
And what I'm
hold
doing,
on.
hold up, my rhetoric is breaking the status quo, if nothing else.
But see, the whole situation with the Chinese is different than, what I'm saying. They went
How,
through
you
a different experience.
how's it different? How's it different? You have Chinese that have been in America for 200 something years. They're completely Americanized. They speak English. And everything. A lot of most of them couldn't even speak English. Couldn't even speak Mandarin or Cantonese. You know, they're
Yeah, but
completely
they still in ways had like a connection with their
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. A lot of these people a lot of these people that came from Hong Kong. You know, Hong Kong is different from mainland China, right?
okay.
A lot of people, a lot of these Chinese basically migrated to America from places like Indonesia, the Philippines, and Hong Kong, Macau, and places like that. Even
So
Malaysia and stuff
when
like
they
that. You
came
know?
over, did they come over as slaves?
No, no. They came over basically as slaves. They came over as almost like forced labor. You know.
They
So
came.
what I'm trying to say is this, though. if it's apparent that we came from Africa, right? That's why I said Africa is freaking hypocritical. On one hand, we talk about his black unity, but yet you're making excuses why they freaking don't do anything for Black America. Africa has never lifted one penny or one anything to bring integrate us into their society. I'm talking about integrate as far as like business. The Chinese basically integrated the Chinese diaspora in the country. That's why you have Chinese American people, Chinese Americans that are the ones that built China's economy, the tech companies, the industries, and everything like that.
Well,
We
well,
have,
hold on, but even when that was happening, right? When you saying that the Chinese was reaching out to the diaspora, right? Africa was
no,
on
no,
the conversation.
you know what they said? You know what they did? They said if you're Chinese, your blood is Chinese, you're still Chinese. Some of these people were like you go to Hong Kong, right? And you go to UK, those people consider themselves British, but the Chinese government said you're still Chinese, and they reached into them and said, yeah, I'm obligated to China. That's where I come from, And you had people that were torn that say, no, I'm an American now, you know. But the bottom line is this, they were torn, but some of them in the end said, I'm an American, forget China, whatever like that. I'm rocking with America. You look at the mayor, I think it was one of the senator from Washington State, a Chinese guy. He told that story. You're Chinese, but you're American. You're conflicted. And he says some Chinese basically say, yeah, okay, I have an obligation to help my ancestral homeland. Sometimes it conflicted with their values as Americans, right? And you got a lot of Chinese that live in migrate to Hawaii. That's U.S. territory, So what I'm trying to say is this: all those people from all over the world, right? Those Chinese that went to different countries all over the world. Some of them went to like places like South Africa, They basically invitation was sent out to the Chinese saying, look, China was like, we got a country of nothing but peasants and backward people. We're going to reach to all these Chinese around the world to lend a hand in building an ancestral homeland.
But
That's
still,
what's
when you trying to compare the Chinese history to the African history,
what's the
Carla, let me say
what's
this.
the difference? What's the
When you had these colonizers, they coming in, not only they carving Africa up, but you got different nations carving Africa up.
Hold
on, Carla. So not only they carving Africa up, but you got different, they're speaking different languages that are not native to the, to their lands. You got
So
the
what that
French
got to do with anything?
Africans,
Hold
Portuguese
up. First of
speaking
all,
Africans,
do
you got
you
English
understand?
speaking Africans.
Do you
But
understand? Hold
in
up.
this particular instance,
Hold up.
when China is reaching to its diaspora, you expect at that particular time for Africa to get together and say, "Hey, come on over here." When you got all
First of all,
these
check
European
this out.
different.
Big black. You don't know history. China was colonized even worse than Africa was. You know that, right?
How long was it colonized?
China, they call it the century of humiliation. 100 years since the Opium Wars.
Okay, so
Western power, Western powers. Western powers. Western
How
powers.
many countries?
Hold on, big black. You can't talk over me, bro. Western powers carved up China. Shanghai was a British province.
Okay.
What you call? You had Macau. That was Chinese. That was Portugal. Portugal. The British also had Hong Kong. Major. So the bottom line, China was carved up. Spheres of influence. The Americans were there. The French were there. The Italians were there. All these people carved up China into their own spheres of influence. They had their own militaries and everything like that. That they basically protected their own borders inside of China. That was basically what it is. Study the Boxer Rebellion.
It was not carved up as much as
no, it was carved up. Actually, to tell you the truth, unlike Africa, right? The Westerners actually set up shop and settled there. For the most part, Westerners didn't ever settle in Africa, only Southern Africa and Eastern Africa, right? There are no Western settlements in West Africa, none. There are Western settlements in Asia.
But they're more European. It was more European countries coming in Africa.
Yeah, but hold up. West Africa.
Am I right? Am I wrong? Holla, am I right? Am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely wrong. You're absolutely wrong.
Okay, so there's more European.
You're absolutely wrong. Hold up. What they did was this: when they had the Berlin Conference, all they did was say This is our territory. They carved up Africa in the Berlin Conference. They didn't start occupying Africa to the 20th century, but they was in China for almost 200 years, They didn't carve. They didn't even occupy Africa, and then all that. And most countries, right? The countries in Africa are mostly protectorates. The only country in Africa that was really colonized really was Southern Africa. You had the Portuguese in Angola, and you had the British in South Africa, and the British in Kenya and Uganda. Were not, for the most part, the rest of Africa was just protectorate status. There was no European settlements in West Africa, not one. But cities like Cape Town is a Western settlement. Durban is a Western settlement. Johannesburg is a Western settlement, right? There, Nairobi was a Western. Kampala was a Western. Harare is a Western settlement. Maputo was a Western settlement. There are no Western settlements in West Africa, so it was never colonized.
Okay,
It was
so
just a protectorate status.
Answer me this, Colin. When you're talking about when the Chinese came out to reach to the Chinese Americans, right, and say that you all are Chinese, what year, what century was this?
Well, that was back in the 70s.
Okay, what was Africa back in the 70s?
Africa was free. They got their independence.
But there was not all of them were independent, right?
Yeah, everyone, look, the last country to get independence in 1975 was Mozambique. The rest of them were all free.
So they're just now getting their independence. They got their diaspora. Now
what I'm saying is this: it's 2025, right? And the bottom line is this: the Africa. Look, the bottom line is this, man. If you basically have a continent, right, and they can't recognize, and this is the problem, right? When people talk Pan Africans, right? Most Africans don't even know there was a transatlantic slave trade that even happened. That's the truth. Most Africans never heard of the transatlantic slave trade. They don't know how black people got to America. They don't know anything, So you got a continent that doesn't know anything like that. When Africans talk about that problem, they talk about colonialism. When I heard Dr. Arikana talk right now, she was doing this patch speech. This is when I was filming her a couple of years ago, right? I was like, man, this woman's on fire, right? I was waiting for her to say, when she was going off on what she knows to say about how to get black people riled up. Oh man, Africa suffered colonialism and blah blah blah. Well, she was a colonial agent. She worked for the British, and so basically she was like colonialism, blah blah blah. Now, one time in her speech that she mentioned the transatlantic slave trade. The transatlantic slave trade is what brought Africa down, not colonialism. The transatlantic slave trade is what damaged Africa forever. The uprooting of millions of people, the wars it caused, and they said the transatlantic slave trade is a reason for a lot of reasons for Africa's slow development and lack of development and stuff like that, and a lot of problems in Africa that they see is tied to the dehumanization of Africans due to transatlantic slave trade. And so most Africans basically talk to, they don't even think it's important to rectify that, right?
So let me get this cut right straight, Colin, right? After they was raping Africa, right, and they still kind of to this a little bit, right?
Well, how do you? Let me ask you a question.
Hold on. Hold on.
You say they're raping Africa. Give me an example.
They're not plundering it for its resources. After you get plunder for its resources.
No. That's another lie they keep Africans put out there. Every bit of resources that you see coming out of Africa is because Africans willingly or willingly sign them over, knowing they're bad deals, right? But all you have to do in Africa is basically take care of one or two people, government officials, whatnot, and then they'll give you the whole continent.
So there's no such thing.
I'm not one of these Pan Africans sit there.
So there's no such thing as economic hitmans. You telling me?
No, that's a lot of crap. That's
a lot of crap. That's a lot of crap.
Hold on. They say Africa got a hitman, but the bottom line, Africans are not stupid. They know everything. Everything they do. They know what the consequences are, but they choose to ignore it. And then they come back years later talking about, confessional economic hitman. Why is it that, look, they say every time we go do something, there's a coup. They tried basically 27 coup attempts against Fidel Castro, and he failed. He outlived 7 American presidents.
Let's take Ghana, for instance, right? What happened with Ghana? What happened with Kwame
Yeah,
Nkrumah?
I'll tell you.
Hold on.
I'll tell you what happened.
No, okay,
I'll tell you what happened. You know what
okay.
happens in Africa, Big
Yeah,
Black? You want to learn
let's
this really quick, right?
because there was no other
Big Black,
hands in Ghana, right? Other than
Big Black. You got so much to freaking learn, man. It's sad.
okay,
Man.
tell
Let me teach you. Let me
what happened to Kwame.
hold on. Let me explain to you, right? This is what happened in Ghana, right? In every other African country, right?
Okay.
As soon as any country in Africa decides that they want to do something better, when not, you know something, the Western countries don't say, let's send a freaking hitman in there, blah, 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 blah. They have people in Africa, right, that they profile, CIA profiles, right? Like Mobutu Sese Seko, the Overture Patrice Lumumba. They basically attend parties, whatnot, and they see how Africans interact with each other, right? Or who's his right hand man, right? It's that guy right there. Who's his girlfriend? Like, what does he do at night? What does he like to eat? What his habits are? So the CIA profiles every single person in Africa. They profile everybody around them and everything. And then when the time comes, right, they usually approach these people like say, hey, look, we know that you didn't get passed up. You pass up an emotion. I think you will be a better leader. Put that in there. That's what he did to Samuel Doe in Liberia. Put that in their head that, yeah, you guys are being oppressed, blah, 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 blah. They'll leave it at that, right? It's the African person that wanted savage. Same thing happened to Thomas Sankara, right? His best friend.
So what? Hey, Colin,
hold on,
Colin.
Every last single leader in Africa.
That's simple, right? What happens when enough of them say no? What happens then, Colin?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
What happens when they say, you know what? Because everybody just say, oh, I'm going to go with the flow, right? What happens when they say no, Colin?
Who says no?
Let's say if a person can't, what? Just rolls on there, hey, you should be president. What if they just reject all that?
I don't think you listen to anything I said.
You said that they talking into it.
Big Black, are you gonna let me finish talking? You don't put words in my mouth. Let me finish what I'm saying, right?
Okay,
like this, okay? What I said was they initially approach people, right? That's what they do all over the world. They initially approach people. They did it to Lee Kuan Yew in Singapore, right? But then basically after they fill you, what they call fill you out a little bit, like in the movie Sinners. Are you gonna invite me in? Stuff like that. Same thing to do. In order for you to have, the Bible says, resist the devil and he'll flee. Then what happens is this: they basically put that in the atmosphere that, look, if you ever want to talk, whatever like that, come to us, right? It's always the friggin' people who is ambitious. They know that, right? They all come to them and say, yeah, I'm ready to do this. I want to be president. I want to get rid of this government. Like this. So that's what happens, right?
Nah, it's a little deeper than that, Colin.
You're naive if you think Africans are just.
You're naive if you don't think some people try to reject those advances, and you're naive.
No. Check us out. I have too much evidence.
They already knew what they was about.
I have too much evidence that shows me that every last single coup in Africa.
So what happens when they say no, Colin?
They never say no. They never say no. They never say no.
They never say no.
Every time. Look.
Colin. You're right. They never say no.
They never say no.
Okay, Colin.
So every time, when the rare cases they say no, you don't hear about them. But for the most part, every coup in Africa, right, is because somebody approached them, and then they come back and say, something. You're right. It happened in Liberia. They basically, the CIA and the Peace Corps recruited Samuel Doe, Taylor, Kiapa, all them, and whatnot, and put it in their head that you guys are native people, you're being oppressed by the Congo, miracle Liberians and whatnot. And then when the time came, whatnot, these people got with the friggin' people that helped them overthrow Tolbert and the Liberian government. Happened all over. Because same thing with Kwame Nkrumah, right? The people guy that overthrew him was ambitious. Nana Adu's father, They freaking overthrew him, while he was out of the country, because they basically, this is what they do. They basically go and basically make sure that, look, Africans aren't stupid, right? They know when you're basically out with the friggin' West, right? And
you said they never say no.
Well, no, I'm saying like this. Africans know basically if you're out with the West and you getting unfavorable headlines from the West, next thing you know, you put the plan B into action that you're going to take this person out. The only time basically a coup happens is when the West basically puts it out there that they don't like a particular leader, and they get their own people to act on it. Same thing happened in Congo. It was Patrice Lumumba's own soldiers that handed him over to the Belgian. His own soldiers. So they're like this. So it is what it is, man, bro. I wish I could tell you a prettier story, man. How it's just the white man.
You just told me a pretty story.
No, that's not a pretty story,
No, but you just said you just told me, they never say no.
You want to believe that this is Pan-African going around?
You just told me a pretty story. You just said, they never say no. They just go and ask me.
We're all black to the 20th power. And it's the white man that's on that. You told me a little while ago that you believe the West is
just like when they come in the hood, they never say no. Everybody saying never say no. Nobody says no.
When they basically bring guns and drugs in the hood, right? If basically people said, no, I'm not going to sell those drugs. No, I'm not going to shoot up people. It wouldn't exist. If Africans basically got serious about building,
never says no.
You would never see any coups. You never see anything like that. They're not serious, bro.
They never say no, huh? Nobody.
Africans are ambitious, bro. That's just the way it is, bro. That's what it is. They don't have no law. The African does not think like you. You're American Negro. You think maybe long term, maybe a year. I'll give you like a year thought. The African only thinks as far as the next day, if that.
What you call it? Jump to your thought. What you talking?
I'm just that's it, yo. I'm here. Look,
no, Colin. But I understand what you was trying to say. But yeah, man, they're gonna try to give them a price they can't refuse. Let's be real, man.
If you're dealing with Africans, no, they're not going to refuse it. Because if you promise them more food on the table and whatnot, African guys, some of us think long term. I know some of you, but that's like 2% of you. 2% of you think long term. Trust me, I talked to some Africans who say, like, P.L.O. Lumumba, man. You listen to that guy talk, man. That guy has all the problems of Africa solved in one speech, right? But he can't get elected dog catcher in Africa, because nobody want to hear that, All people want to hear is you tell them what they want to hear, how nothing's your fault and it's a white man's fault, whatever like that. So they can continue looting and everything like that while you got focused on some imaginary white man that's supposed to be taking everything, Look, man, big black, you'll understand once you go to the continent and get around to most Africans are full of shit, That's just the truth, And Principally basically is like, Kyle loves master. No, I don't. I'm just telling you that, it is what it is,
Colin, you kind of disappointed me there, man. Come on.
Well, but I'm telling you, Big Black, I'm telling you the truth, man. It hurts, man. Truth hurts. But think about it for a while, man.
Of course, I know a lot of Africans sold it out, but a lot of us sold out.
Man, look,
there was a lot of coercion going on.
Look, Big Black, man. I'm like this. I believe my way is probably the last chance we got.
What if they come to you? What you gonna do?
Well, I'm arguing for an African. I'm the only one doing that. And the bottom line is that means that the West, black people in the West.
Are you going to say no when they come to you?
What?
Are you going to say no when they come to you?
Dude, why would I do that? You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to my look. You gotta understand something, man. The average African don't care about nationalism. They're tribalists. They don't care about the flag or country. That's the whole idea of nationalism is very new to Africa. They don't care about government, flag, stuff like that. It's just something they go through. They don't care about that.
But the majority of African Americans don't care nothing about nationalism or Pan-Africanism.
Well, the bottom line is this. But the only black people that actually built a nation on their own was Liberia. The only ones that Haiti so much too. But the bottom line is this. The only country that basically ever came where black people declared themselves independent and say we will be a republic, it was Liberia. Every other country in Africa was formed by Westerners, and Africans just took over, So it is what it is,
I mean,
So the bottom line is, so it's in our blood, my DNA to want a nation state. I don't give a damn about no freaking thing. Ethiopia was a kingdom, it wasn't a republic. African guys, yeah, it was a country, but it was a kingdom. It wasn't a republic. So it's a difference. Ethiopia, like Togo, is becoming a kingdom because the president just declared himself president for life, man. After him and his father been president for the last 70 years, he just declared himself president for life one night. It's a joke, man, So the bottom line is these people do what the hell they want to do, and I am never going to subject my people to that shit, So it was like, Collar, the hood was targeted because African, like you said, slender. What the hell are you talking about, man? Prince B. I don't know what Prince B be talking about. Prince B, what the hell are you talking about? So I'm just telling you, big black man. You looking at the world through rose-colored glasses, man.
No, Colin, man. You had some riders in Africa, yeah, but they put some.
Yeah, you got hold up. You got a friggin' couple of people on the internet. Don't let that fool you. Get on the ground in Africa and tell me about Pan Africanism, man. Then you'll see. It doesn't exist, bro. Does not exist in Africa.
Before the internet, most African Americans didn't know what Pan Africanism was.
Look. The bottom line is, black people in America, our culture is naturally Pan African because we live in a white dominated culture. Being Pan African really is, big black. It's nothing other than being race conscious. That's all. That's all Pan African.
Color. I was part of I'm Generation X. I went through the X Clan era. Even even in the X Clan era, a lot of people were looking at people that was rocking the medallions like lanes. I mean, it was big out there.
I know. That's all.
But we were still far and few, right? People that were kind of, what I'm saying, that were pro-black.
Look,
that's why it died so quick.
Look, back then with X-Clan, that was just a fad. You can't do like this. Black people basically, when I say Pan-Africanism as far as black people is concerned, right? Well, black people in America naturally just see black people as black, flat black, that's Pan. And we also recognize that our roots are in Africa, right? And so we consider people like us or people with black African descent. That's Pan-Africanism. That's all. It doesn't mean kumbaya. It doesn't mean none of that stuff like that. It just simply means that black people basically are one people, no matter where you come from, like that. That's what. Now, things that go against that are things like tribalism, sectionalism, nepotism, all stuff like that will destroy Pan-Africanism. So therefore, black.
I put it like this: because we were under this particular system, you know what I mean. We had to understand, and because of our experience, we had to understand we need to stick together. And yes, we did.
Yeah, so we did see other blacks in the diaspora, like our and Africans never went under that system, so they don't know. They don't have the urgency of knowing why they need to be unified based on race, because that's not.
But a lot of them are catching up real quickly.
How? Look. There's a woman that's going around TikTok, right? Basically lambashing Black America for supporting Camilla Anthony, African lady, right? She's saying,
are you talking about some of the immigrants here teaming up with the racists?
She speaks for a lot of them, and they basically like, we talk too much about race and blah blah black. I know I'm looking out for you, bro. Because I see when you get to the content, you're gonna get taken advantage of, bro.
No. Believe me. I see way past a lot of shit, Colin. I see way past a lot.
I say, but you're very naive about how the world works.
No, I'm not naive about how the world works. You telling me everybody said no? What kind of shit is that, Colin?
What I'm saying is this: as far as like the coup attempts and whatnot,
you say everybody said I'll go along with it. Every time somebody walked up to a person that, hey, how would you like to be?
Hold on. First of all, they don't just They just don't walk up to anybody, right? These people understand the nuances of every society profile. They do it through groups like the NGOs and people like the Peace Corps. They'll overhear conversations. They'll basically look at what people
I
are working.
understand that, but even
And
after
so
that,
therefore, they already profile potential people that'll do their bidding. Long before it
but
even happens.
even after that, right, doing all that, the person that's most likely, right, doing a psychological profile, just like they did psychological profile on the Panthers, right, right. So
Yeah,
even
so
after
the
doing
bottom
all,
line, but
even
the
after
whole thing is,
doing all that,
they
you
have a
still
success rate. They have a
you telling me
success
you're
rate
still
that's
gonna
very,
have
very high.
100% after doing
Yeah,
all
we
that.
know that. Well, hold on, we
You're
know
not
that.
gonna have
So bottom
100%
line,
after doing
right?
all that.
So
You're
if
not
that's the
gonna have
case,
100% a
if that's
success
the
rate.
case, then
You're
Carl
telling me
Sagan,
you're gonna have 100%
being a
success rate
teacher
after
and never
doing that.
student, no one can match his intellect. He poses in the U.S. Most blacks have most lived in the North, not South, though 90% HBO is South. Yeah, man, but people go to the South because it's cheaper, So yeah, I get it. The HBCUs in the South, but we go down there. Most of the people who are students, HBCUs are people from the North. That's the whole thing. All my friends that went to HBCUs, they're like, "Oh, I'm going down South or not," because it's cheaper, or whatever like that. They know the people, the down South people, though, never attended college. Most of the college people that went to HBCU, Norfolk State, were people from New York and New Jersey and places like that. So.
And actually, I think a lot of the continental Africans they're catching up real quick. If you ask me, due to the fact that you have a lot of these gemmed up diaspora wars that are started from non-blacks. You know what I'm saying? We still it's still Pan African movement is still rising. If you want to be
Well, I would say like
honest,
this. I would say like this. I would say
because
like
we
this.
all know a lot of these movements. We all know the sellouts, some of the sellouts that come here, right? But we also know, yeah, there's some diaspora war stuff that has been started by
I
non-blacks.
don't I don't know anything about diaspora war or whatever like that. I don't know anything about that. Diaspora war. When I criticize Black America when they're out of pocket, and I criticize Africans when they're out of pocket. I'm not no diaspora. I don't sit there and be like, "Oh, Africans this one." That's Tariq. He has a freaking video out now called "Tether Fatigue." I mean, so that's
But
what he
that,
does. There's
that's
people out
finding
there
out
who
the
don't
black
like black,
fatigue and
or
stuff
don't like
like that.
Caribbeans, and don't
I,
like
I,
Africans,
I,
and that's his audience.
I
Friggin',
think it's stupid to even entertaining that black fatigue shit. That's pretty much a whole. Let's see how far we can go with the whole Trump crowd and the coons that ride along with it.
actually, tell you the truth, it started with black people saying, "I got black fatigue." It started with black people saying they're tired of being black, they're tired of all the problems and everything like that, tired of being questioned or whatever like that.
But you know what, Colin?
They also everybody else hijacked it, like the Anton Daniels or Jason Whitlock.
What I
Oh
was on
yeah,
Psycho
these
panel,
clowns.
but at the same time, the whole black fatigue was, from what I hear, because it's a person that wrote a book. It was a lady that wrote a book, and when she described black fatigue, it's almost like she's describing post-traumatic slave disorder, meaning that the whole tired of this.
Oh yeah, I know that. But the bottom line is, but you got people like Jason Shitlock and Fool Daniels and all these other people saying, "See, the whole country at black fatigue, blah blah." And they start going off all the stereotypes and everything like that.
Yeah,
Usual
because
stuff.
they want to kiss the racist ass, So the racists, the other races, non-black racists, they picked it up and they run it with it. This is the whole Trump almost last a second to last hurrah. You know what I mean?
And
Because after Trump,
me personally, like there's some guy in the chat room trying to come in here. White guy tried to come on my show tonight. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Anybody probably was like, I've
that's that
seen it.
last hurrah. That's almost the
I say
last
this. So
hurrah.
the bottom line is this. Hey, look, I'm like this. I can't change you the way you are, whatever like that. But I can do one thing. If I have a platform and I'm communicating with my own people, even if we're arguing, right? It's my issue about confusion because I figure black people need to talk, whether we even disagree. But I'm not gonna let no white devil come up here on my platform spewing. I don't care about your fucking opinion. I don't give a damn about your
I
opinion.
mean, it's like this the whole scrambling thing. I'm saying going back to like a lot of the non-black races, they're seeing this truck thing as a now or never type of ordeal. You see what I'm saying? So they're gonna grab anything. And the coons, they're gonna help them for some reason. They're gonna help them. They're gonna say,
You
hey,
got Chuco, you got Chuco, who basically was telling me, that basically, Colin, man, Trump's coming for you, Colin. You're gonna get deported. He's a Nigerian. So basically, so you got Africans like glad this is all happening. They're the ones getting deported, right? But they think something with Trump, something bad's gonna happen to black. They're hoping for something bad to happen to Black America.
Man, they're gonna get Trump. I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. Trump gonna do it 4 years, and they're gonna turn this into it's gonna be raining men in America. The liberals gonna get it. The Mexicans ain't gonna vote for none of that shit. They ain't going for that shit no more. You know what I'm saying?
I think, I honestly, I honestly think,
Democrats
look,
gonna reign for a long
Trump
time.
Trump had a good chance to fix his country and get, but he went too far. That Afrikaner shit, that was just too far.
Hey, I'm telling you,
Also, his picking a fight with Traore, and stuff like that. He went too far. The freaking everything he does. I was like, dude, you don't know. Just basically get something done, right? You can't get your bill passed through Congress, and you're worried about fucking the white Afrikaners. I don't
I'm
understand
telling
this
you.
guy, man. I really don't. I said, look, what are you trying to destroy the Republican Party or something? I guess obviously that's what he's trying to do.
when these liberals get it back, they gonna have
Oh
it for a
man, it's
long
gonna be hell to pay. And we're gonna suffer because we're gonna have people like we
Yeah,
could have people like AOC as speaker, and you could have fucking somebody a liberal appoint fucking next liberal president appoint somebody real radical to the Supreme Court. And this guy basically just, I don't know, he was just so drunk with it. He don't understand. The only reason why he won is because he had a significant number of black people that voted for him, and a lot of black people stayed home. If black people come out against him like they did in 2020, he's done. The Republicans are done.
it's
And
more like black people
who's
stay
going to
home.
succeed him? Who's going to succeed him is J.D. Vance. And J.D. Vance, nobody knows about him.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. They
And
ain't got
Africa said,
nobody
do
at
not
that.
underestimate Trump and his foreign policy. The world will never be the same. Look, the bottom line is I understand Trump is foreign policy, but the bottom line, look, worry about Iran, worry about fucking Syria, what you're doing, right? Worry about the Middle East, leave fucking Africa. That's all I ask for Donald Trump. Stay the fuck out of Africa, That's all I say like this. Stay the hell out of the Congo, I don't want the white man. I don't want America nowhere near the Congo. Nothing, I don't even want. Look, to be honest with you, I don't even want them freaking looking at the Congo on a map. That's my ancestral homeland. I don't. Do you think I want these freaking people mining and military, over my fucking dead body? Not gonna happen. So
Let's see
that's
what's
what
gonna happen too. But they, you give these coons, some of the coons that come over from like different parts of from black people.
all I know is look. I can't rely on Africans, right? How the president, fucking Felix, whatever his name is, of the Congo, feel is appropriate to fucking ask the United States to come in and fucking take all the minerals just for security. It's the dumbest thing I've heard. Wait.
But here it is, Colin. It's the children's children, right?
Hold
Let
up,
me say
Rudy.
this real quick. The children.
Look, I supported Trump against Kama Mamila because that would have been a disaster. I'm not a Trump supporter. I could give two shits about him, right? But he took care of a problem. He got rid of the Bidens, Obama, all the people I hate. I hate liberals. If you ask me who I hate white liberals. I hate black liberals. I hate that whole crowd because all they do is waste our time with this America crap. I want America to be as racist as it possibly be. I want America to really be what it says it is. So black people can say, you know something, it's time for us to have a nation of our own, right? So Trump can make that happen. Hey, that's why I want Trump in office, right? The last thing I want is people say we don't need to be a Afghanistan collar. Man, we got the White House back. I don't want that.
Well, if we need that we're in trouble. Then if we need
no. Sometimes,
we in trouble.
Check us out. Some people are FBA, Big Black. I'm FTA. You know what FTA stands for?
Yeah, well, what it stand for, Colin?
Foot to ass.
Yeah.
And also, Big Black, I got a PhD in Negroology. The Negro is a special case. He could see his house burning down before he calls a fireman, and everything like that. I believe in foot to ass, right? If having Donald Trump in the office is a foot to ass, I'm all for it, know?
He kind of, to me, like I said, it ain't even really just. Well, he's not. After the 4 years, he's done. Because not only did he messed with, he pissed off every racial group in America, including the whites.
Yeah, he's done. He's done.
Before,
You know, it'll be a miracle if he comes back. He has a way of coming back because he'll remind people all the good stuff he did that they like, whatever, like that. When it comes, and then I just say I know what's going to happen, right? The Democrats are going to bumble it and probably pick Pete Buttigieg as a freaking candidate for 2028. It's going to be what's the guy? Gavin Newsom, Pete Buttigieg's ticket. That's what the Democrats do, something stupid.
First of all, he fucked with the market too hard. You know what I mean? Like white people.
Actually, the market is coming back really strong.
Yeah, but they don't. America doesn't like that uncertainty.
Well, hold on. The bottom line, the markets always do that. When basically people do like uncertainty because when the market crashes, it's going to come back. It's people make a lot of money right now because he brought those.
What I'm saying is the up and down, the up and down. They don't like those little tricks he played. As far as like a lot of jobs, a lot of white folks lost a lot of jobs with Trump.
Oh yeah, well,
the market is the job market is kind of fucked up.
Is the truth. He's done with you. The bottom line is this, man. You got people like Ross Moisture, Big Black. You don't even freaking get something, right? You never answer all these people, detractors. Who's preaching?
Powerless. They powerless.
Yeah, but hold on.
The most they can do, Collar, is drum up some bullshit like.
What I'm saying is this.
Black. What's that?
Hold on. It's Africans and Caribbeans that basically sometimes come on my platform. I at least try to talk about Black unity in Africa, and I get all this blowback, right? So when I do talk back and you say I'm basically being too hard, whatever like that, I'm only reacting to what people give me, and in my chat, whatever like that. When people say stuff, I react to it, and so therefore you can't hold me responsible for everything I say.
I can't hold you responsible, Kyler. But sometimes you be saying some shit that be
I know, but hold on. You see the shit they say to me,
Yeah, but come on, Colin. You already know it's gonna be, you already know it's gonna be some cool.
Yeah, but hold on. Let me ask you a question. Do you understand that, being a Black American panel don't mean I'm somebody's punching board, right?
No, you're not nobody punching board. You can punch them back without just going like total, let's say, just dropping atomic bombs on the whole country and all of Africa. You dropping atomic bombs.
Look, I love my African brothers and sisters, but there's some issues that they gotta straighten the fuck out. They gotta straighten that shit out.
I agree with you. You know what I'm saying? So issues we got straightened out.
And one thing I would always do is
sometimes, right?
Hold on. My biggest problem with Africans is this, right? Right now, they're going around talking about. Look, I'm a supporter of Ibn Traore. Let's get that straight right now, right? But there's a really big but. I don't like how just a few months ago, Caribbeans and Africans and Black British and UK were coming at Black America. Everyone was coming at us, right? Everybody like, why? I was like, everybody will take. Why is everybody coming at us? Africans had slick shit to say. All over, like, people in UK, Black people in America don't have no culture, blah blah blah, and whatnot. They're so white, whatnot. This and thing, and then you got people talking all this cash shit about us, right? Now, when it seems like General Langley, a Black man from America, is basically saying, "Okay, you guys pushed us into America. I'm going to represent the country I was born in, the country I was got trained for, Marine, 4-star Marine, and everything like that." Then Africans like, "No, you guys are Black. You're a sellout. How can you be a sellout when you just rejected him? You just rejected Black America, saying we don't belong with your guys or whatever like that. But yet now they're all over saying, oh man, if you tax Johore, Black America's going to riot in the street." What they need to understand, just like we stopped protesting for the Latinos and everybody else, the same thing has happened with these Africans. Pan-Africans one-sided. Africans want to
No, Colin, but you got to put it to that equation, right? You got to put to that equation this media bliss. Tariq did for about fucking 6 or 7 or 8 years, man.
I know that. I know that. But the bottom line is this: then why is it that the people that the Africans attack are the people like me, Pan African? They don't attack Tariq. They attack me, They attack me for even saying that I want an Afghanistan, Not that I don't agree with it and let's talk about it, whatever like that. You like this. They literally come at me with, "Oh, you don't have Africa, Bible. You don't have like this."
Well, you do get at Tariq, and then you play his videos and shit. You like the
Yeah, well, yeah. I think no. I think that government video is fucking hilarious. Matter of fact, me.
That's crazy. Like, how you gonna attack Tariq and then play his videos and when they come at you, Then he dropped off. Well,
Hold up. Me and Hustle Smart is thinking about friggin' finding that beat to the government, and I was thinking about doing my own the government video, so we could play it, the government, it's the government, the giddy government, booyaka booyaka, run to you niggas, so Kyle, you do say some offensive stuff about food. Look, I'm sorry, man. I can't eat freaking snails. I can't eat some of the shit Africans eat.
don't talk about it. You gotta come on, Colin, man.
People ask me, look, I don't just voluntarily bring shit up, man. But
you need a PR team, shit.
I get volunteer. Look, I don't just say, just like, damn, Africa's fucked up. Just like I don't wake up every day saying, how can I throw Africa under the bus? Right? It don't happen, just like yesterday I was talking about big girls, right?
And you can't talk about that's part of the movement, Colin.
What?
That's part of the movement too. You can't talk about big girls. It's gonna be it might be some big girls that support your movement, and you just gabbed all the big girls.
Look, I would say like this, right? I love my big girls, right? But there's a place for them, right? Now, when I see a big girl, right? I'm seeing somebody that we can probably make some really see who can make the best biscuits or whatever like that, or who could have a pie baking contest, whatever like that.
It's a
But I don't want to see the big girl in Victoria's Secret, see that's the thing,
So you ain't see one before.
So what I'm saying is this: everybody has a thing. Everybody needs to know their role. If you see a big girl and whatnot, that's somebody that you basically want to get your grub.
That's the thing, Kyle. You need a PR team, man. You need some PR because you can't be in the middle of the revolution talking about big girls. You're gonna lose half of them. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I what I have to do is do a better reach out to my big girl. When I get my Patreon up, I'm gonna have one section called my to my big girls. When I'm gonna have
do it like that. Just you ain't gotta just pinpoint.
What? You don't think there's something wrong with that? To my big girls, when I attribute to my big girls?
Yeah, because you just pandering, then you're gonna go straight to the skinny girls and show that picture, show that video of your ex watching that kind of shit.
Look, man, come on, man. Big black man, you making me out to be a jerk, man. Come on.
Sometimes I'm just saying, man. Wait, listen, Colin, wasn't no big girl watching the car.
But for years, man, I had you cracking up, man. It always make you laugh. That's one thing I do give like you and Jonathan. Jonathan has no sense of humor. You ever know? I never heard Jonathan laugh.
Jonathan kind of funny though. Jonathan.
Yeah, I never heard Jonathan laugh. Yeah, I heard Hustle Smart laugh. Only people I never heard laugh was Jonathan, Elvis, two weird dudes. Jonathan, Elvis.
Man, what's up with you and Elvis? What happened, man? I missed that last show, but I heard
Elvis, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, right? I got heated with him, right? Because I said women pick and choose. No men pick and choose. I said only gay guys think like that. Men can pick and choose. Let me tell you how the animal kingdom works, right? Two lions are fighting out there, right? A woman sits on the side, right? And she waiting to see who's going to win the fight. And she basically, with the guy that wins, he's beaten. Whatnot. Does she walk off with the loser, or she don't get with the winner? She go with the one who wins. That's the one that's going to basically give her a better chance of breeding stronger cubs. That's called natural selection. Same thing with rams. You remember you see rams hitting their head, horns and whatnot. What are they doing that for? Mating rights. Gazelles. Buffaloes. They do that for men. Rhinos. You ever seen rhinos fight? What are they fighting for? The right to friggin' mate, right? The winner is gonna the women is gonna pick the winner. The female is gonna pick the winner of that thing. In the game of life with females and real life humans, females will have like 10 guys around them, right? You guys are all competing, trying to pour on the charm, everything like that. The one that basically gets her is the one that she's gonna be with, Man, Elvis, get out of here. I don't want to hear
But here's the thing too, Chakala, right? She might go for that one dude, but she might be in the lineup too. And she might not make the cut. So yeah, it's a little bit of
Oh
both.
no,
You know
no.
what I'm saying?
I'm talking about
She might
when
not
it
make
comes
the
down
cut.
to
She might
women who are
remember
probably.
everybody for the one dude.
Yo, Big Black. Men don't fight over big girls, man. They fight over freaking fine girls because that's what there's a prize, right? So
No, I'm saying he didn't fight over, but
let's let's assume we're fighting. Let's assume the fight is the prize.
now you gonna go to the big girls. Now we ain't talking about the big girls.
No, I'm saying what I say when I talk to a lot of people like this, when they say stuff like, "Well, sometimes the man." Look, the bottom line, the only time that happens and whatnot, it's never happened. Men don't fight over big girls. They only fight over hot girls.
I'm not saying they fight no big girl, but what I'm saying is, okay, that girl might have her little lineup and she choose dude, but she might be in dude's lineup when she getting chopped
Oh yeah,
up.
it's like a cross thing, whatnot. But I'm saying for the most part, let's put it like this, right? Women pick and choose the strongest or the most able person. People who have the most genes to pass on, the best genes to pass on. All those things are factor in. A woman could have like 10 guys, they call suitors, right? Vying for her, right? One guy may be a guy that picks her up 4 o'clock in the morning when she's speaking drunk, whatnot, That's that guy that picks her up when he always make cock blocking other guys, making sure she don't nothing get her. Then she got that one guy that's a good dancer. She likes hanging out with because he can dance, whatnot. Then she got that one guy that her friends like. She brings around her friends because he's so cool and everything like that. It's all like this. There's a guy for everything with women. And then there's that one guy she likes having sex with. But some people believe that women are out here, they got send guys like it was some honey flower. She's a hoe. No, I know what she's talking about. A lot of women got few guys on the thing, So
you get those type of scenarios, but you do have girls that'll be having sex with about 4 or 5 guys.
The African guys goes, are you short collar? Some cultures prefer heavy women. What cultures prefer heavy women? I don't know anybody that prefers heavy women,
But I can see both scenarios, right? Depending on the women, depending on the type of women, You see what I'm saying? It's depending on how the woman is. You have some girls that really just like talking to one dude at a time, walking 1 or 2 dudes at a time, and then one cut. Then you got the girl like, well, I guess Honeyflower is. She says she have a whole bunch of people she talked to, and then one that she kind of, having sex with.
That's check us out. That's most women. They always have this thing. If you make the mistake of thinking every woman's just sleeping around, that you don't understand women. That's not how they are.
No, yeah. In the talking phase, yeah, as far as like
women could be women could be with a bunch of guys they think is hot. They'll say my guy friend. The worst thing you could ever be is a guy friend. That's my guy friend and whatnot. And she's really serious. That's just a guy friend. She has no interest in him. And the bottom line, the guy, he likes her. Obviously, every guy likes her. Most men play the friend role, right? I remember one episode of Will Smith. Remember that? What's the girl? What's her name? Nia Long was his girlfriend. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And she was out there. And Will was a spy who was dressed up as a fat dude. He was a spy spying on her with this guy friend. And he goes, Will, why are you so jealous? He's just a friend. He goes, friend, I know that game. He's gonna wait until you're vulnerable and then pounce on you. She goes, how you know? He goes, I've done it before, You wait until he goes, gain your trust and then pounce on you. That's how men are. Everyone wants that. And women are smart enough to know that. They know the guy friend really just want to be with them, but they basically, just biding their time and whatnot, trying to apply their luck,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. So, Yeah, Mauritania got a lot of fat girls. Mauritania got some good looking women, but yeah, but they like fat women in Mauritania. I don't know, it's a fetish over there, you know. They like fattening women up in Mauritania. You know, I don't know what that's all about. Won't be going to Mauritania anytime soon, you know. So yeah, like I said, so it is what it is. To each his own, folks. You know, to each his own. But yeah, so main thing is I try to tell people all that women pick and choose, right? But that's a natural selection of things, you know.
But
And
men pick and choose too now, Colin.
no, they don't pick and choose, Big Black. You know,
Yeah, they do. I mean,
you pick, but you don't choose. You know, women.
I didn't.
No. You can't just walk up to a woman and say, "I think you're gonna be my girl one night." You got to court her. You got to win her over. You know.
You ain't
Now,
never had two. You ain't
Big
never
Black,
had. You ain't
Big
never
Black.
had girls say choose between me or her, and like, hey,
Check us out. Check us out. Unless you're
stand by you like they
Big Black,
contestants
Big
and shit.
Black. I'm not talking about your big Berthas, man. Come on, stop.
No, I'm talking about it was real nice. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
you ain't get no hot. You ain't getting any chick that knows she's hot. It's not like that, bro.
Come
Because
on,
she got
man.
women have too much power. Not only even with the internet right now, all she has to
But
do is
some
turn on
brothers are
Instagram.
blessed. Some brothers are blessed that they can have it like that. You know what I'm saying?
Every a girl knows when she's cute, bro. She knows every woman that Big Black, by the time she's 14, she knows she has this power over men. You're nothing to her, you know.
No, no, no,
See,
no.
Big Black, I tell you, that's like all
No,
you guys.
but
You
you
guys don't know nothing about women. Every woman, by the time she's 14, right, know she has power over men. She knows men.
okay, yeah, but it's always those guys, right? That elite class. You did what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That
there's a
you
few
know what I'm
guys
saying?
that basically
And
drives a Lambo.
they're asking to jump.
If you're
They're
one of those
asking
guys
to
that
jump
drives
that
a
son how
Lambo,
high.
it's like if you're a guy that drives a Lambo and you're worth like 30,
No,
40
it
million
ain't
dollars. Yeah,
gotta.
you know what
It
I'm
ain't
saying?
gotta be the Lambo. It ain't
Oh
gotta
no.
be
Oh,
the
so
Lambo,
in other
Tyler.
words, Big Black, you think you can go down to South Beach in Miami and friggin' just with your hoopty and just women just like fall, oh, Big Black, you're so sexy and whatnot, you know? Hey, Big Black, that's not happening, bro.
Man, listen, Colin. I mean, it's guys around that's they you know what I'm saying? They got game, and women
Yo,
dig
by the way,
them. They really like these
yeah.
guys. You know what I'm saying? You
Yeah,
know,
and
you got these guys with these women are
I
like,
know. They call porno movies. They're not.
no, they not porno movies.
That's in porno movies and rap videos, bro. But that's not real.
They got the Billy D types. You know what I'm saying? They can do their
Yeah,
thing,
even the
man.
Billy D types, man, that's overrated. And ain't nobody getting that unless you got money, and power, and whatnot.
No,
You know.
it's some game that can soothe all that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Some people like that.
No,
Some
you
people
better
like
watch
that.
out for them, dude, because you gonna be paying money.
I
You know,
look. I used to look.
if you
I
don't
used to be
watch
like.
out for them,
I used to
dude,
be like that with women. But the bottom line, I realized. Look, I realized. I was a want to be pretty boy when I was younger, but then I realized, man, I can't. The women got all the power. It just frustrated myself because I had a couple of luck with a couple of females, right? And then I basically was like, you know something, I'm getting older. And the bottom line is this: I am not friggin' 21 no more. I'm 30 and whatnot. You know, I got really nothing to offer women like that. So the power shifts back to them.
Colin,
I
I
had a
think
good
what happened,
I had a good run between I was 18 and
Colin,
27. You
when you
know.
start you start opening that wallet real early. That's what happened. You start tricking real early.
No, I didn't. I never tricked, bro. I never tricked. Actually, Big Black in my early 20s, when I was dating women much older than me that had money. You know, I never.
Okay. But
Yes, I never tried tricking. I never did that stuff. I never been with a prostitute. I never been with, it's like
no, I
I
ain't
never.
talking about just prostitute. I'm talking about. I'm just saying.
I
You
never
went
look.
to a prostitute.
I never spent money on females because I used to date females that were much older. They were hot, older chicks and whatnot that were divorced, whatever like that. And the bottom line, those were my girlfriends. It's people like,
But see,
man,
Kyla, when you were dating those older chicks, you weren't talking like how you talking now.
what are
You
you
was
talking
trying
about?
to, when you was dating them older chicks, right?
Hold on. Now hold up. When I was young, right? I had six. When I was young, I had 6-pack of ab. Women thought I was good looking, whatever like that, you know.
Right.
And
When you,
so the bottom line is this: that only lasted until I turned 30. You know, then you turn
oh
30.
damn,
Society expects you to have something. When I turned 30, I didn't really have a lot. So what I did was I went out there and got me a new Mitsubishi Eclipse sports car, you know, and
you sound
basically
tricky, huh?
I started basically, I got a silver sports car,
you
nice.
said, you
And
said
then
I need.
basically, I started picking up girls my own age and younger.
So I need to go to the lot, huh?
Before that, I was getting driven around or rode female cars. But I had 30. I had to switch it up, man, and be like,
Hey,
hey, because
you
nobody wants
had to switch
to
up
see
your
old
game,
man.
huh? At 30, you had to switch it up a little bit, huh?
Yeah, I had to switch it up because it ain't cute, man, being 30 and basically don't having a car and really no stable place to live and whatnot. You
Well,
have to do it.
yeah, that too, but of course, that ain't good being 25 being like that. But
Well, the bottom line, I was milking it, man. When I was 25, man, I was not thinking about nothing but just having fun. When that 30 crept up on me, man. You're 30 now, man. People, the world wants to see you basically doing something with your life. No matter how you put it, you got to be doing something. By the time you're 30, you got to have something. You can't be
so
out
so
there.
you saying from 20 to 30, you would just gigoloing it up,
Hell the fuck yeah,
Your
man.
job,
Shit,
your job was just to wash
So,
your car on Saturdays.
I got all that out of my system, man. That's why people say, "Kyle, man, I don't need to go to another strip club. I don't need to talk to another woman the rest of my life, man. I get all that shit out of my system, man. So the bottom line, I know, but the bottom line is this: when women stop picking me, I was like, damn, I gotta switch shit up. So, but like that, because I was always getting picked by these females and whatnot, And then next, and they tell you, I picked you because there's something. Yeah, you said this and whatnot. It could be something you said. Oh, you knew. They'll say, oh yeah. I don't know many people who ever saw that movie. Oh, I'm impressed by that. That's what it took to get you, because I saw a movie, and I remind, yeah, man, or that book you read. Oh yeah. You don't know what turns a woman on. You really don't.
I think it's
That's
got
how women are, man.
a
It could be
little bit
one thing.
harder.
It could be one thing. It could be one thing. You basically like her favorite song, and she just like, oh, that's my favorite song. Guess what? You're her guy now. You don't never know what it's going to trigger a woman. It's never when it happens. It happens. College spent is extending his expertise beyond business, philosophy, African geopolitics to Black women. Next level for him is being an expert on Mozunga. What the hell are you talking about, man? Barudi's weird, man. Barudi, that's what happens when you get too old and you're trying to come up with.
He said Bazungu women. He said Bazungu women.
Also, stop using that term Bazungu, man. Mazungu is East Africa. It just means foreigner. If I go to East Africa, I'll be called a Mazungu. So they try the Negro American, right? The African American, right? They try to pick up and sound more Afrocentric. They use terms like Mazungo, like that. Broody, you're a Mazungo fool, So just say cracker, Say cracker. Say devil. Say cracker, Don't say Mazungo. You sound corny, man. I tell Philip Lindsay that, Stop saying that word, man. You heard me. You saw me in that chat room that day, a big black, right? And I told Phil Lindsay, stop using that term Mazungo. You sound ridiculous,
Philip the homie, man. I fuck with Philip.
Yeah, I don't know, man. He seems like he got a crush on Dynas, man. I don't like that, man.
Nah, what?
He got a man crush on Dynas. I ain't saying it's gay or nothing, but he got a man crush on Dynas.
He got no man crush on
Search for Huru. I'm like, dude, man, you're old enough to be Dynas' father, man. What the hell are you freaking acting like he's like Dynas, like the source of all information? Dynas never studied any African scholar,
Oh, but this
But
guy,
Dynas is my boy and everything like that. But come on, I put him in perspective. He's a good brother. I like what he does. When I support what he does and everything like that. But damn, he's not freaking Jawanza Kunjufu. He's not damn Karenga. He's not freaking any of these people like that. He's Dynas Amir. And
no, it's like a couple of people on here on the real that got a lot of insight. I think you're one of them, but
yeah, I am, man. Like I said, I hate. Look,
well, Philip's another one. Philip got a lot of insight too.
Yo, Phil is a freak.
And,
let me stop what I say. What I really want to mean. Phil is like he gives me black fatigue. He's one big bag of misery, man. It's like somebody gets Phil, do you get turned on by just putting out the bad news in Black America, talking about white people all 24 hours a day, something like that? Them folks or whatnot. Dude, I don't give a fly. Look, is it me or I don't really care about white people or what? I don't give a damn what the fuck they do. I don't care what they do and whatnot, And what I got people who are business associates and I know whatever like that I'm all right with. But for the most part, I'm not sitting up there making a video every day. Them folks like this. He made a video the other day of a fucking black guy who's in Cracker Barrel and they refuse to wait on him. You know what I would tell that black guy? get a hat that say I tip big, and when you walk in, you'll get served right away. Because the notion of black people, we go out, we like to run people racket, ask a bunch of stupid questions and jokes, and don't tip. So what you want to do is go out to a restaurant, right? Listen to me, Big Black, right? You should do this, right? I tip big.
Yeah, that's some tap dancing shit, Carla. I'm not
No,
rocking
no,
with
no, no, no. Hell up. Do you want to get served?
No, 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 no. I'm not
No,
gonna
no,
go
no. So, hold
into.
up, hold up.
No, I
Big
seen
Black,
that video.
Big
If
Black,
he'd
Big
walked
Black.
in there with an I tip big, he still would have been sitting there 30 minutes later
No,
with
no,
an
no.
I
You
tip
say
big
you went
hat
there.
on.
I tip big, or I tip big, or I tip. Just did not say big. I tip, right? People say, "Oh, okay, sit right on down, man. I'll wait on you when not." You know, the problem is, black people basically don't tip, man. So I didn't say it's right, but the bottom line, if I was sitting there for a half hour not waiting, I just get up and walk out. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. But he obviously wanted to eat a cracker. I don't think Cracker Barrel's food's that good. Have you ever eaten Cracker Barrel before?
Yeah, Cracker Barrel nasty as fuck.
I can't stand that food. Their cornbread is that. It's like, is that white people's cornbread? Like, that's nasty, man.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I don't understand why the big fuss on Cracker Barrel is. It's
If
like
they had Jiffy cornbread, the food would be good. Red cornbread like we do it, but that cornbread has no taste to it.
all their food don't have no flavor to it.
I'm like, God damn, what the hell is this? Why are you sitting in Cracker Barrel of all fucking places, man? Go across the street to IHOP, or freaking Waffle House, man. What the hell are you in Cracker Barrel for, So Negroes bring this on themselves, for clout. So I was how many views I can get. I'm sitting in Cracker Barrel for a half hour, nobody waiting on me. Why do I need to know that? Black people love spreading, like Phil Scott loves spreading misery. Phil's a misery.
Simply said, man. Simply said, one of the guys was going at it, man. They was going at it.
Oh, the other night with Mr. Nigeria.
Yeah, him, the only.
Oh, that was so funny. I pulled over to the side of the road and just like busting up laughing, man. That shit was so funny.
Man, it's Jasper boy, but they be having it over there because Ola get good and shit,
When Ola called in last time and whatnot, and he's going, but Ola, he hasn't been back since Dollar Bill kicked him off. But I don't know what happened,
Man, he be having these long ass stories, but you know he gonna get some peanut butter. He be like, yeah, they like the peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
He gonna
get to that peanut butter in a minute. You know what I'm saying?
That shit was so fucking funny, man. Police and that fucking Nigerian guy, that was so we're not taking no more. He goes, don't these are condoms and whatnot, blah blah blah. He kept saying, yo, how many baby mamas you got? He said, yo, go clean up your hood. Go clean up your hood.
Yeah, because he sounded like Michael Blackson saying that. That's what made it funny, Michael Blackson.
Yeah, go to your hood, I was fucking dying laughing, man. That was funny. This Nigeria. He had all the stereotypes back. You guys have a baby mama epidemic or not?
Police. He
got a criminal. I said, do people forget that Nigerians are the biggest criminals on the freaking planet, man? In every country, go to Japan, go to Singapore, everything. Nigerians are filling up jails all over the world, but we're criminals.
Police, he worse than you, man. He'll sit there. He get that, which I be like,
he'll go there, man. He'll go there.
He just shit on everybody like I passed the mic, like.
I be cracking up, man.
Like he being polite after that. I passed the mic. I think he shit on
that shit was
5 or 6 countries and shit.
I was cracking the fuck up, man.
Yeah, that was good, man. That was good.
Like I said, it's always fun. We got, like I said, I was talking about digital real estate. Would you want when I was talking about that?
Oh yeah.
That's something that I think we should get into. But all the stuff I think we should get into, nobody talks about. I said black people should have their own stock exchange, or at least an app. We should have our own app that's tethered to all the stock exchange platforms in the world. When somebody can come up with an app, man. Look, I put it out there. Somebody please come up with an app where we have our own trading platform, and everything like that. Please do that, man. We want to get our people into stock trading and shit like that. We got to be able to. Black America earns too much money to let this go. We need to be able to freaking raise some of these billions of dollars we make every year so we can invest in our community, invest in Africa and stuff like that. That's the only way we're going to do it,
But on a serious note, though, Dollar Bill been raising those questions, man. Like I like, the last couple of times Dollar Bill been on
What questions?
about,
What questions?
about going to like the next level and as far as like the continent, needing to get rid of the tribalism thing.
Yo, that's a nice try, but Africa. Ross Moy said in my chat room, a Haitian telling me I got to go to Africa and get more tribal. These people. So I'm saying no, I don't think so. I'm quite good, man. I'm quite good on that. So I'm quite good on this tribalism. I don't need to be a tribe. Why am I going backwards? Humanity fucking rose from tribes thousands of years. The rest of the world, 10,000 years ago, tribes started disappearing. And it became ethnicities, nation states, religions, whatever. Republics, whatever. But Africa is still a tribe. What can you do? And also, man, look, I'm gonna tell you right now, if you don't belong to certain tribes in Africa, man, you ain't getting shit done, big black. So much for Pan Africanism. If you don't belong to certain tribes, especially in Liberia, if you don't belong to different tribes or whatnot, man, you ain't getting shit, man. You ain't getting shit done. You ain't buying nothing. You ain't getting shit done. The only people that basically, people that basically benefit from Liberia, not Liberians, are Black America. In Black America, you have some sort of privilege in Liberia that we have more privilege than the American Liberians do. Because the bottom line is, when people hear you're Black African American, they like you. But they think you're American Liberian, they dismiss you like, oh, there's a Congo people, like that. But you're Black American, they're like, oh, they roll out the red carpet for you.
That's
So,
wow.
the significance of knowing your tribe. I don't need to know the significance of that. What is that going to do? Is that going to help me with my digital real estate business, Ross Moisture? No. Is that going to build my trading platform, whatever like that? No. Is that going to help me pursue my African? No. So what the hell I need it for? So it is what it is. We're a tribe. Black America's a tribe. Matter of fact, Black America number more than most Black people in Africa. We're one of the largest. We're the largest group of Black people outside of Africa. And the most successful group, the most educated. We're the only Black group with an almanac. And an encyclopedia, a well-documented history of success, own museum, almanac, encyclopedia, and thousands of authors and books that told our story. We're supposed to throw all that away to join some dusty tribe, man? Are you freaking kidding me?
Oh, hey, they had I was looking at chaotic, that 111 guy. They had a whole trial for him.
Who?
The 111 guy, because he was doxing. He was doing some doxing over there.
Who?
That guy you lit up from Chaotic's channel.
Oh, I don't know.
111.
Yeah, what did he do? What did he do?
He doxed the white guy on their channel. Put his information in the back chat as far as like his address and stuff.
Yeah, I don't like people like that. How do you find the white guy's information?
Dang, it's so crazy. I get they got different servers, right? He hooked up with these people. I guess the white guy, he rubbed a lot of people wrong, right? This white guy, he rubbed a lot of people wrong. And
true. I think he's like a Nigerian.
They be trolling and doxing the hell out of each other.
Yeah, check us out.
He went to their enemies and tried to get them to.
Okay, let me answer this. Philly Yari says Brazil's a lot. No, most of the Brazilians that claim themselves Black are actually mixed race. As far as like people who have the most African DNA, your attention DNA, is Black America, the largest group. Most of the people who call themselves Brazilians, Black in Brazil, are actually mostly Indians, mulattoes, and people like that. People with basically hardly any African blood. As far as like real Black people, for the most part, and that's a miracle how we survived race mixing in America. We still remain Black.
No,
we're the
largest. They had all those classifications. Remember? Black.
So only recently that people start calling themselves Black, and it's not as a blurred line. Some of them are actually indigenous, right? They still call themselves Black. So as far as like true black people, we're the largest true black group outside of Africa. That's the truth. You know. So who cares? Black women are tribe, or who cares? Black women are tribe. The international black man, women are the bottom all across the high world. I'm so tired of being at the bottom. I'm not on the bottom. You know, I'm glad you're on the bottom, Dusty brother. You know, every time I travel outside of America, I feel like I'm on top of the damn world. You know, I went to Morocco. They treated me like I was God, man. You're Black American? Oh, my God. Oh, blah, blah. Gee, I ain't all that, man. Moroccan women, man, they're like all over you, you know, like, oh, my God, man, I want to come to America. Take me to America. Well, so I don't know about this with being on the bottom stuff, you know. We may seem like it from America, but you go to Africa and that Black America is definitely on top, you know. So like that, everybody wants to be us, you know. Africa has the largest population. Haitians have the DNA, maybe so, but we have the largest population of Black people with the most African DNA. We're the largest population, you know. The most dense. No. Black Brazilian Colombians are mostly mixed, you know. I hate that, you know. They're mostly mixed, you know. Pele was black, yeah, but he was an exception, you know. You know, so we're black people in America are the only black people, the largest group of black people that still have most of our African DNA. You know, all these other people are mixed. You know, the Colombians are mixed, Panamanians are mixed for the most part. You know, no, Panamanians have a lot of African, but like you know, but Dominicans are mixed. Most of them are like 20% black. You know, the FBA movement. I don't care about the FBA movement principally. What the hell? Don't they understand, Big Black? Do they understand? I give no fucks about the FBA. You know
Yeah,
that, right, Big Black?
the NBA shit is dying out.
Yeah, Tariq is making a pivot. He's coming back to Pan Africa because see Traore. I better jump on this Pan Africa. So, dude, and then he's up there trying to be like, "Well, see, we FBA always supported other people." You know, he sounds so corny and distant. You know, he's like, "Us FBA are friggin' are supporting Traore." FBA. When you say FBA, you're basically divorcing yourself from Africa. You know, that's all it is, right? When you say you're foundational Black American, right? You know, what you're basically saying is you start your lineage, everything started in America, you know, that you don't have no roots. You severed your roots and your ties from your ancestral homeland, you know?
He might well flip that shit because that shit for to be dead in the next year or so.
Yeah, so the bottom line is this although Big Black, we have all these disagreements and everything like that, at least I consider myself an African, right? So the reason why I consider myself African is because I want what's naturally mine. 12 million square miles, right? To be honest, I want some of it, you know? That's my birth. Africa is my birthright, you know?
Yeah.
And so the bottom line is we deserve and we will have something of our own. We will not only will have a state, but we're going to have interest in ownership of everything. My goal is to have us to have ownership in everything that goes on the continent, whether it's ports, whether it's airlines, with everything. We're going to have interest in everything. The African is going to be so freaking rich, you know, because we're going to own everything on the continent. I promise you that, you know. So if that's our goal is to own everything, a piece of everything on the continent, invest everywhere like that, we'll get there, you know. Yeah, we'll get there.
I want black people. I mean, black people to own. You know, black people in black countries to own what's theirs.
Yeah, I mean that's fine, but the bottom line is this: them owning stuff in their countries don't really affect us. I'm pro Black America. You know, that's first. You know, and then Pan Africanism is my yin. You know, I'm Black America first. That's my yang energy. You know.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, right?
Yeah, it's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
You know, I understand that concept, but again, like I don't know. Your strategy is your strategy. You
Well,
know.
I think I'm taking a bold strategy because I've studied people, I've studied Africa, I've studied, and I believe this is the only way to do it. If you don't make demands and do stuff like that, you know, you're not going to get any place. You know, let me tell you something, Big Black, about Africans, right? You got to be blunt with them. You know, you got to be upfront with them. You got to say what you mean when that. You got to speak with bass in your voice. Say, this is what I mean, right? Let them come up with you like, no, you can't do this. Okay, then stop asking for our support against the United States. Stop coming to America asking for our support every time y'all get in trouble with the United States or UK, whatever like that. Right now there's basically Black America's not going to stand for the Trump administration and going after. Oh, really? Oh, really? If you tell me that Africa stands off the table, then you're going to deal with America, Langley, and all that by yourself. That's the way I'm like. Now, if you want me to support you guys on the continent, what you're doing, you better support what I'm doing. That's
But
what I'm doing.
Kyla, a lot of that cooning that some of them come over here with, that's one generation for phasing out.
I don't think so.
Yeah, look at the UK, man. When you had the Caribbean,
blacks in the UK are the worst.
man. The clash, it was way more worse when they first came over.
Yeah,
When
well, black people in
they actually went to, there was actually
black Brits are the worst.
there was a lot of physical confrontations in that. If you study,
we have never had any physical confrontation with black immigrants. So, where we say it's just we get on each other's nerves online. There's never been any physical confrontation.
But now they man, that intermarrying and everything in the UK, they're not really separating.
So the bottom line is this. So, and the bottom line is that most Africans come over here, they still basically hang with each other and whatnot. And I respect that. They hang with each other. They support each other. That's what they should do. So.
But the more that they make generations, the more they make kids over here, and their kids make kids. They see exactly what's going on.
No, my friend, Great African. Great African was born in Liberia, right? But he lives in Wisconsin. But he came over here at an early age. But he's basically been African Americanized, right? But he told me like a year ago, right? He has to take his son. He said all his kids to HBCUs, right? In black college, whatnot. Basically he's part of Black America. Is assimilated to Black America. I'm part of Black America. That's reality. A lot of immigrants are like, "Oh, I'm an immigrant. I'm not part of Black America." Now a lot of them are like, "Yeah, I'm part of Black America because of the experience." He said his son went to his dad. The kids were making fun of his skin. His son's dark skin, right? They were making fun of my skin, and they was like, "Why your skin's not white?" And I said, "Man, I gotta get him to another school where he's around Black people." Stuff like that. I can't have them go through that, because I went through that when I came over here from Liberia and stuff like that. So I'm saying the bottom line is this: racism will do things for you. It'll make you conscious about this. But
like I said, the ones that come over here, right? Not all of them coon, right? But the ones that do that,
I wouldn't call it cooning. I think there's basically living their reality. If you live in a country where white people are bringing you milk and bread, and the soup kitchen or the place where they distribute food, and bring you bags of rice and whatnot. Have you seen that white person helicopter? It was all. I mean, I was like thinking about this one thing, right? I saw National Geographic, whatever, like that. But I was thinking about making a comic skit about it. It's like, and these a plane landed in the Congo, right? And the natives saying, "Yeah, a big iron bird was in the sky, and he came down and he gave birth to some white people," like that. It was like a plane.
Color, let's be real, man. Man, they catching them real fast. They understand that they've been colonized, and they're starting to catch.
Look, if you can't realize that you've been colonized,
a lot of their leaders are being remote.
Well, when you see all the wealth and the prosperity is in one part of the world, all the misery and suffering is in your part of the world. Well, it don't take a genius to figure out what's going on,
Right. But what I'm saying is the ones that come over here, the ones that's cool, because not all of them are selling out. Let's say sell out. The ones that sell out, they think that they can just kiss ass, and make their blackness go away.
Let me ask Ross Moisture, right? He says, "Great Africa is a mono warrior." That's my brother. I know he's a mono warrior moron. He goes, "How is he? I never say he's African American. I say when he comes to America, right? He's part of Black America. Part of Black America includes anyone Black in the Black experience in America. You don't have to be African American to be part of Black America. Damn, people are stupid. I made it clear. I said you could be part of Black America, like we have a Jamaican community in New York, whatnot. They're still part of Black America, right? But the bottom line is they maybe Caribbean. Black America is not always defined by African American slave descendants in America. Black America is diverse and vast.
See, there's nothing I like what Tariq did, right? because his main beef was with the some of the sellouts that come over in the United States, right? He started to throw a lot of Caribbeans in there, and as if there was the same amount of sellouts come from the Caribbean, which is false. As far as like because they've been in our neighborhoods a lot longer, so
Yeah,
it's
Caribbeans have assimilated into black because when you go to New York, like Biggie Smalls and Jay-Z are both Caribbean. Slick
so you
Rick was
got
Caribbean. Slick Rick was Caribbean. Heavy
right.
D was Caribbean. Now we're supposed to just basically throw Heavy D, Slick Rick, and all these other people. And no, that's not how FBA. Look, I don't care what FBA defines, right? A fly-by-night internet organization is not going to redefine what is true. Black America includes any black person that's been living in America that basically American, that's black African descent.
Yeah,
That's Black America,
Heavy D was in self destruction. You
Yeah,
check
he's Jamaican, Heavy D's
very
Jamaican.
very pro black versus self destruction.
Yeah, he's basically he made a song "Black Coffee, No Sugar, No Cream." That's the type of girl. He goes to Black American Dream.
Yeah,
Heavy D was definitely pro-black and whatnot, and he was basically from Jamaica.
right.
That's like I said, all this nonsense about dividing people between the islands and all this stupid. It's just something new that they started online. Principally, we marry our own. That's because you're white, principally. You're one of these white Haitian guys. So bottom line is this: when was growing up when that, you know what it was? Good looking people basically married good looking people. Ugly people married ugly people, right?
No, but that's what it was like in the past. What I'm saying, I'm from that generation where it was like that, right? Where
Check it out. If you got a bunch of people that Jamaican that are hot, they're gonna be around Black Americans that are hot, right? And the bottom, it's like a clique. If you got people that are busted and whatnot, they're gonna hang around people that are busted, whether they like. That's how it is. I like all these people thinking, oh yeah, look. I don't hang around every Black American, right? I hang around Black people on my level. Sometimes I'll vibe with somebody Jamaican when we got something in common, man. I like what you do. I like how you are. When I'll mess with you, man. But I don't care about your friggin' background and shit like that. That's how you normally is. Corny people hang out with corny people. Cool people hang out with cool people, whether you're whatever background you are. So it is what it is. So it is what it is. People with this FBA stuff. I don't like I said, people are like, oh, you think just because you're FBA, we're together? No, I don't like a lot of these people that call you because most of the FBA people are corny people. I would never have a conversation with. You ever notice that?
yeah,
These are cornball dudes that we used to clown back in the days. Now they're basically like running shit. They're getting over. Like these Negroes need to know their place. You're FBA, you're a cornball. We used to
if it
clown you.
was true, even that elbow talk is kind of dying down.
It's cornball talk. Real people realize, damn man, everybody in our ABO group or FBA is a fucking nerd. No shit. You guys, you nerds, try to think y'all gonna have some power or some like that. You guys, we see you. There's not one cool person that advocates for FBA. Name me one cool person that you can say, oh, he's cool back there. No, cool people don't hang around that shit.
The whole thing too, Carl, is that they don't have the end games ain't
They
right.
ain't got no game. They ain't never getting no damn reparations check. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah,
Because the government will call Dane Calloway as a witness, right? And say the government will say slavery never happened. Prove that slavery happened. They'll say, yeah, it happened, man. We was bragging on Africa. Okay, we're gonna bring in our star witness, the Honorable Dane Calloway. He's gonna get up there. Yeah, we were already here, Turtle Island, and but slavery was alive. There's no slave ships, and we get say it's gonna be wham, case dismissed.
and it's also killing that FBA movement. This Trump administration, you know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like
You try to get a dime out of Donald Trump. Okay, let's see like this. You got people like my good friend Jonathan thinks that he's going to convince enough white people in California to go along with reparations, giving Negro California, a state that's $50 billion in the hole. Is going to give black people cash pay. Did they really think they were going to get cash pay? All you do is created a job for Negroes. They had a study group, right? And those people got paid. They had lunches every day. everything. There was like a 6 month, was not 6 or 9 months, whatnot. All they did was draw a check for 9 months, whatnot.
That shit was a joke, man. And then you see how the Mexicans were going along with it because they're like, okay, we're gonna get our reparations after you all get your reparations.
The bottom line is this, man. I tell you how you get your reparations, right? When white people fall over dying laughing, right? You could walk in there and just take over, and you know what I'm saying? Because I know Glad Newsom when they said we want Catholic, and he probably when he wrote that thing saying, "Well, we never talk about we want to study this and look at education opportunity and whatnot." He was probably sitting there with his advisors, dying laughing. I can just imagine. He probably sitting there laughing so hard he almost choked. I don't know why black. And he had all these dusty ass black people and whatnot. We're gonna get a check. Dude, nigga, get out there and get a job. You ain't getting no money. People actually showed up there at the legislation like they were ready to walk home with a check. They thought they were gonna walk home with a check. That's how ignorant most a lot of black people in America are. And I notice a lot of these movements attract the most ignorant black people. And one thing I do like about my page, right, and what I do is I tend to attract black people who got a little more sense and education, whatnot. The bottom line is, you got black people out there. I can't believe how stupid they'll have no idea how the government works. Do you think the government's gonna be like, okay, let me cut a reparations check? It's the right thing, dude. That's not how it works. In the federal government, to do the reparations, right? Every politician got to put his political career on the line. That means, okay, let me go commit political suicide, right? Because if I basically get black reparations, I'll never get hold office again. They're gonna do all that just for you because they love you so much.
That's why, like the white liberals are looking like, they always really against it.
Oh no, white liberals basically talk about studying reparations. They ain't talking about giving you money. It's about studying. That's another agency that they create to give themselves a job. Okay, we're gonna form an agency to study reparations, right? And then they stack it with their kids and college students and whatnot. And they're out there going to lunch and going to Starbucks and lunch every day and whatnot on the government's dime, studying reparations. Like I said, Big Black, I got a PhD in Negroology.
Yeah, I already know.
African guy says, "Do you know that the UK paid reparations to them?" I don't know what the UK. I look. If the UK paid reparations, that's not the United States. That's not the United States. And also, I guarantee you, if they pay reparations in those countries that are majority black, they're gonna get that money back some way or another. Like the Jews got reparations from Germany, but guess what? Germany got most of the contracts, to build Israel.
The only way that'll happen, right, is when you see countries, you're talking about like these black countries that get to industrialize and be able to sway power, sway a lot of power in the world.
Yeah, because if you give a country reparations, right, they're going to get it back because they'll say, well, okay, we know you're going to take this reparations to build your roads, bridges, like that. We want our contractors and everything to have first dibs on it.
Mm-hmm.
Black America has nothing. We don't control anything, so we have nothing to trade for reparations. Let's say they give a certain amount of money for black reparations, right? The bottom line is usually reparations go to a central authority, right? A government, like that. They use it for building infrastructure, education, all stuff like that. And then on the least end of it, right, they'll hand people out a small amount in cash payouts or whatever like that to get people on their feet. It's a little small amount, Black America have no infrastructure. We have no government. We have no nothing, right? So why would they give you reparations? Because they can't recoup it. They can't benefit from it,
Right. Especially on the lines of like real big checks is over 40 million plus,
Yeah, everybody black person thought they were going to get paid out like Ben Yusuf. Like 100. I said, Ben, what about we take the money for reparations and put it in education? Motherfuck the education. Motherfuck the goddamn education. I want my check, I said, I want my goddamn.
I kind of agree with him in a way, in a sense,
Yo, so Big Black, you would not want to see that money go to an education fund for Negro children?
Education for these pockets.
So bottom line, you would not say, Big Black, say your reparation check coming, wouldn't you want to basically see that money go into a college fund or something like that for the next generation, or do you want to check?
I'm gonna check. Give me a check.
See, that's what
We all
yeah,
type of college funds, and
see, that's what I'm saying. You see, that's the Negro. He don't plan for the future. He only thinks about today. We're not too far. We're just like the Africans.
what is that going? You talking about now? Like you say, first of all, we're a nation within the nation, so we don't have a country. You know, come on, man. That's that. What that's going. We already got all different type of college funds, and you know, everybody.
Bottom line is that,
Every
yeah, but
hood,
hold
in
up.
every hood, we got
A lot of Caribbeans and Africans are tapping into the Negro college funds now. So you don't want to see FBA with a college fund, man, if it means you're not getting no money.
Listen, man. Anybody go to college? Go apply for some financial aid and get the hell out of my face, man. Let me get my check.
But they'll say that is your, they'll say that's your reparations.
Financial aid, you go apply for some financial aid. Hopefully, you don't have to take out no loans, and give me my $150. $50,000. You know what I'm saying? So I can build generational wealth.
Right now my feet are getting cold, right? Because I feel it's freezing in hell right now. Hell 3 years over before that ever happens.
Yeah. That ain't gonna happen.
Black
Even
people
if you think about the liberals that kind of, have they really want to do the right thing.
No. It's not they want to get you. Black people, what they would fear is black people losing interest in the political process. That's dangerous for America, right? So you might even see the Trump administration talk about reparations, right? Because they got to keep us engaged. They could not have 45 million people walk away from the political process,
No.
I think this last election, black voter turnout was probably its lowest,
When I say like they have good intentions or whatever, like what I'm saying is not as far as reparations are concerned, but just like, okay, we feel wrong about the things that was done in the past.
Look, even conservatives feel wrong, but the bottom line is, you know what they say? They say we gave you your freedom. If it wasn't for us, they say 600,000 white men died freeing you, right? We basically gave y'all reparation in the form of citizenship, right? We can't be deported, whatever like that with citizenship, We gave y'all reparations in the form of welfare. We gave y'all public housing. That's their argument, We gave you a chance at the American dream. They said, hey, look how many black millionaires and billionaires here. That's what they'll say, We gave you an opportunity for the American dream, and y'all just too lazy to take advantage of it. That's what they'll say,
Man, they ain't going. White folks are going for that. As far as like,
so when you think about it, reparation to them, that's exactly what they say,
Right. It's like, okay, it's like, think of it like this, right? In their mind, just imagining 40 million people get like let's say 150,000.
Check us out.
You think they're going for that shit?
If their mind, if every black person was getting $50, they'll be upset, That might cause a revival of the Klan, Negroes get anything. That's how far gone it is. So black people, I don't think black people could even, if they have reparations, I don't think they would even, white America would accept us getting $25 to $50, much less $150,000. That's not, look, all this stuff is just insane. That's why I say you got people like Tariq going around telling people we're going to get reparation when they got people out there looking in their mailbox every week for their reparations check, Big Black, do you be going out to your mailbox looking for your reparation check after you listen to Tariq? Is your reparation check in the mail, Big Black?
Nah, they shit, man. Listen, like I said, they like you said, like $50. Shoot, I would say,
look, I might just create this blog post, right? Just basically saying on my PayPal, whatever like that, saying, yo, if you want your reparations check, send me $100 right here and your address, and I'll mail you a check for processing for you, $100. Man, I get rich overnight, man. Because Negroes will be like, what? There's $100 cash app, whatever like that. Possibly my reparations check.
Don't bill me shit. Why? What they say? Send to my bank account for bills.
I'll say, look, we mail it. We can't. Sorry, but we can't like that. So we just mail it to you. Just put your address here. We'll just mail it to you. Man, I get rich, man. Negroes will be like, oh man, what you call, man? I'm gonna get my reparations check, man. I was shocked at the same time as you, Collar D Brown. Okay.
Like I said, it would be nice, but and we are deserve reparations. But do I think it's for it's
Well, we all deserve reparations, man. I deserve
it sound like
reparations.
white man.
I deserve reparations just for dealing with Negroes every night. I ought to get paid for the shit. I said like this: just being an American Negro or not, dealing with Negroes all my life, when I deserve reparations.
You talking about this black fatigue?
Yeah, I definitely got black fatigue. I definitely got it, man. I'm tired of
Yeah,
Negroes. It's like one thing I was like, dude, man, just look, just when I first came with the BAO, I said it's so clear. We could build infrastructure in Africa, have a nation state of our own, build businesses here, funnel billions of dollars to the African continent, will be free. Case closed, right? Then out of nowhere, somebody had the idea that we never came from Africa. We were here, and we're Americans on that. We're foundational Americans. We're Americans. It was like a nightmare. I couldn't believe it. I said I was so right. Yeah, it's time for us to build a nation for our own in Africa, right? That was going to be the hardest enough, right? Because you got to get the land and everything, right? Then I had no idea that a certain cult of Negroes would be coming around talking about we're the true Aboriginal Americans. This is insane.
All that was basically just a pushback of Pan Africanism.
Exactly. No, it was a pushback to the college Genesis because I was the only one. See, the other Pan Africanists, right, basically didn't bother them because they know as long as you're staying in America, you're bothered to America, they can dominate, because they know you got to watch the same news, everything like that. It's nothing right there and done. But when you say that we're trying to withdraw from America, right, where you stepping out, then now they feel threatened by that,
Mm-hmm.
As long as you stay in the borders of America, they're good. Like Malcolm X said, anything based solely in the borders of America for Black liberation is doomed to fail because you need an outlet. You need an outlet. If everything you do basically is just like confined to the borders of America, it'll never work. You basically got to build something outside America. That's why we had the idea of an Afghanistan. And when I first came with the Afghanistan, people come in, white people, oh, how many states do you want? Maybe you can go to Montana. I said, no, I don't want any states in America. Well, we gonna build that. We want Africa. So you talk about leaving us? Yes. Then they start getting serious. Me and David Hitt back in the day got serious. Then when I invited David Hitt on there, it was like a Skype. I invited David Hitt on. They were like, "Wait a minute, this guy is a Naval Academy graduate, Marine, whatever like that." They're like, "Oh man, why are you talking about leaving?" They were like basically like you and Collar and that. Why would somebody like you guys want to leave? They thought it was a joke until they started hearing David Hitt break down how we're going to build the economy. Captain Hitt talking about how we're going to build the economy, how we're going to do this, how we're going to do all this stuff like this. And when I bring out best and brightest, so you guys want to take the best and brightest and build a new nation, leave us with the track. Yeah. They were like, oh shit, these guys are serious,
What do you think about the guys, the argument?
Is when you talk about parting ways with them, that's the only thing that gets attention.
What do you think about the argument? People say, well, you got some blacks say, well, we just need a piece of, United States, maybe something.
Oh, it's not gonna do. That's a Negro stalling tactic because they know they're never gonna get it. That's just something that freaking us to hold on to hope that something's gonna change. Look, you are never gonna build anything in this Western Hemisphere. The Monroe Doctrine. Anything in this Western Hemisphere, America feels that it has to intervene. That's why they invaded Cuba, Haiti, Puerto Rico, all places like this, Mexico, and every place else. The Panama Canal. All this whole hemisphere belongs to the United States.
That's so basically, they better trying to get reparations than that. I
never. Bottom line is this: trying to get a piece of America. There's no black settlements in America. That's how successful they were. Their manifest destiny means they had the right to crush everybody. Black people tried to have their own state in places like Louisiana, the Parish Colfax massacre. That's in my novel, Colfax massacre. Black people tried to succeed in Mississippi, the Delta. That was one time the people tried to free state of Jones, something like that. They tried to succeed from the state of Mississippi.
Oh
Same
yeah.
thing with Florida. Yeah, I see. You got no history like I do. In Florida, that whole area from Jacksonville and all that, black people had dug in after the Civil War when I tried to basically create their own homeland. And guess what? The government just came in and said nope. Came in and took everything back.
Mm-hmm.
So black people had many times have tried to carve out a place of America. We could know America's like every inch of this country is occupied, owned, patrolled, and controlled by the white power structure. Every inch.
Yeah. Yeah. They're not in the business of giving the land away.
Yeah, which one African guy said Free State of Jones is a film. Yeah, it's a film. I saw that years ago. The Free State of Jones, of Jones. They tried to succeed,
Mm-hmm.
Bottom line, it was crushed. It was crushed by the federal government.
I can
Because
believe
after
it.
the Civil War, a lot of these places start breaking apart, and basically they came in there and crushed it. That's what ended Reconstruction because black people were like, we have nothing to freaking gain from this. Black people wanted their own land. Matter of fact, Lincoln actually supported one area. Right, there was a strip of land between Wilmington at the top and Jacksonville. That was supposed to be a black African American homeland.
Mm-hmm.
But
Oh,
Lincoln
no, this is all in Florida. Okay. This is in Florida. He supported that, but yeah.
Yeah, it was the bottom. It was supposed to be an area where Lincoln wanted to have all the ex-slaves move there, so he'd be in the process of removing us from the United States.
Mm.
So that would be an area where they build schools, technical training, and everything like that to basically get black people for the journey home.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he had a member of the Liberian government. John Hanson was here in America in 1862. They had basically talked about either sending Black America to Liberia, Haiti, or Panama. Outside the
Mm-hmm.
United States. Settlers outside the United States. So the bottom line, you gotta know your history.
Yeah, I agree.
I know your history. That's why I said when people come at me, look, I know what I'm talking about. When I say it's time for us to have an Afghanistan, I'm wait a minute because I know history. The only thing that's going to work and save Black America is we need a state. Now I say everybody got to go, but if we have a goal of 30% of our population, our best and brightest go to that state. Trust me, the Afghanistan between the Afghanistan and Black America, we fucking rule the world. We really we the most powerful people on the freaking planet. Why not? I was like this. I tell the average black man, do you want power, big black?
Yeah, I mean,
It's yes or no. Do you want power?
Yeah, Africa give us a piece of.
The only way you're gonna have power is what I just said. No other way.
Yeah, I mean, Africa give us a piece of land. Yeah,
They're gonna give it. We're gonna take it, and they're gonna agree to let us have it. We're gonna take it. The bottom line is, I just believe we just have to occupy everything is occupation. There's a little white girl that has her own country in the eastern part of Africa.
You acting like they pushovers, Colin, man. They're not gonna just let you just.
I know it's like look. Let me tell you something, bro. Yeah. I didn't say they're pushovers, but like, what are they gonna do?
They gonna bust heads. That's what they're.
Well, no, they're not. No, they're not. They're not. Stop acting scared of them, man.
I'm just being real.
Big black. They're not gonna do anything to us, bro. Trust me. Not gonna do nothing to it. They're gonna see us build a thing, and they're gonna love it. Because they got no choice because Africa needs us more than we need it.
They're gonna see you working on the land. They're gonna send over a fruit basket and shit.
No, we don't care what they do. We're gonna be armed to the teeth, bro. We don't have to worry about that. We're gonna be armed to. We're gonna be ready. Trust me. We're gonna be ready. We got military people right now planning for this. So bottom line, we're gonna do this, brother. I just want some of you bros like you stop being scared, man.
I ain't scared, man, but let me know.
I'm scared, bro. You sound scared, man.
We gotta lay the groundwork down.
Black, you say this is not for me, Colin. That. Don't be scared for me, bro.
I'm just saying, when you lay the groundwork down.
That's the way I am, and I say it so they can hear it. I say it because they can hear it, and then now they're basically like, "Oh, Gus Colin gonna." They just been so defeated. They stop fighting me on it. That's mental health. That's why psychologically, you got to win the psychological. You got to win the psychological warfare. I already won that. Most Africans really feel like the Africans.
What if you go over there, Colin? Like, listen, Colin, let's go do you a favor. Give you a little ticket. Here's your little ticket.
No. Look, they're in no position to negotiate. You know,
We get you first class on out of here. We respect you, Colin,
they're
man.
no position.
That was a nice joke, Colin.
They're no like.
Just
Hey,
go,
African
just
guys,
go
I
back
don't have
home, man.
hold up, Big Black. Be quiet for a second. Big Black, African guys. I don't have the military experience, but my brother Captain David Hitt does. He's a captain in the Marine Corps, you know, naval graduate, you know. This guy's been to reconnaissance all over the world, you know, Iraq, you know, Singapore, all over the world. Yes, we definitely got freaking people that got military background, lots of military people in our organization and stuff like that. Yeah.
They got people with military background too, man.
What?
They got these.
No, but, let me tell you something. Big Black, we got whatever they are, we're 10 times tougher and stronger, you know. We're 10 times tougher and stronger when they're no match for us, man. You know, I'm telling you right now, Black America is the most violent people on the fucking planet. They're the most dangerous people on the planet. They know it. You know, we're the most violent people on the fucking planet. And our level of violence and stuff like that is nowhere near. The Africans have never seen anything like this before. You know, trust me. You know, and so the bottom line, the best thing to do is just have a peaceful solution. Whatever like that. We're coming. We're going to take it. Whatever like that. I hope the back like that. That's not what I'm saying. You should avoid. Yeah, I want to avoid conflict if I can. But the bottom line, but somebody telling me no is unacceptable. I'm sorry. You know, like everything else, man. Sometimes bloodshed is necessary. You know, when we talk about a nation of our own and whatnot, you know, the bottom line is this: the world. We don't owe the world anything. You know, so we're going to do this. You know. Hopefully, the dream is to have a peaceful solution, you know. But basically, if people come in,
ask them for some land, Colin.
I ask them when it's going to take it, you know. And also,
there ain't no peaceful solutions.
Look, it's not. First of all these countries are artificially drawn. Who says any country, all these land is unoccupied, right? Possession is 9/10 of the law, right? If you have land that's
what law? You can't just cite that.
Why not? Hold up. Why not? Hey, a little girl, a white girl, right? Her father, she wanted her own kingdom, right? Her father friggin' purchased land in northern Sudan and Egypt border, right? And made her own country with her own flag, and she got recognition. A little white girl from somewhere in the Midwest wanted to be a princess in her own kingdom. Her father went out there and basically planted a flag and says because the land's unclaimed, you know. So I'm saying to myself, if a little white girl could get land and whatnot because the father planted land, what the hell you think we would do? You know, come on, stop.
The land was unclaimed, right?
Well, the bottom line is the bottom line is we contention that thing. If we pip out land and whatnot that's unoccupied, right? We don't recognize any claims to it, you know. Claim is like this. So what we do is go to the world court and we argue our case for years. In the meantime, we'll be building, you know. So that's what the Jews did. Everybody else did. We just make the first move. I just want you Black brothers from America stop being cowards, man, you know, and being scary ass Negroes, you know. Where man,
scary, you know.
It's not gonna be that bad, Big Black. Trust me, it's not gonna be that bad. It'll be all right.
Power could pull the trigger. That'd be a
the bottom line, look, but it'll be all right, Big Black. You know, it'll be all right, Big Black. We'll have enough people backing us and whatnot. Not only that, we'll also gonna have support from other African countries.
Y'all treat me bad if I come on late, you know, to the party after y'all, you know.
Oh yeah, no, don't come in late because after the fact with that, you know, like now you want to come over. You know how it works, you know. You know, I'm looking for people who's down from the beginning, you know.
All right, Colin, you ain't gonna let me get to the front of the line, Colin. I'm like,
no. Hell no, man. You know, I'll be like, I remember you, Big Black, talking your shit online. Now we got the nation. Colin, I always believed. I was like, man, get your ass back to Chicago, nigga. You know, get your ass back out of here, nigga. You know?
That's how you gonna play me, kind of guy.
Yeah, man. Good way. I want you to have faith, Big Black. And African is faith. Well,
I'll be rooting for you at the
African is my religion, man. That's my religion. That's how much I believe in this. You know.
Listen, man. I'm gonna keep my eyes glued to the TV, making sure give you my Warmest prayers.
Yeah. Also, when I start getting monetized, I need your warmest dollars too.
Oh damn, Dollar! When you first started this, man, you said I ain't worried about the dollar.
Oh yeah, I changed my mind. I changed my mind.
God damn, Colin.
I changed my mind. I said you
You said
Negroes
so.
got.
Now, when you change your
You know
mind?
why? Because I figured you Negroes are not gonna ever go to the African Standard Bill, so at least you can do this. You know? If we got a military mission, if I got a military mission in Angola, I need reconnaissance, raise money for reconnaissance equipment, whatever like that. Right? I need to raise money. You know, that's what's going to happen. This platform is going, and the reach for this platform is going to be able to raise money to do all that shit we're going to do in Africa. You know, Liberia, Angola, wherever like that. You know, that's what it all takes money. You know, everything we got all the plans, but it all takes money. So my audience and everybody out that support this one, that I need you to write those checkbooks, get that cash up, whatnot.
The checkbooks.
So like make some money donation, but because we're raising money, I want to be able to raise. My goal is to be able to raise millions and millions of dollars, and we'll get the job done.
You got to get the content, man. That's
Dude, man. Well, hold up. First of all, big black. We're gonna launch this thing from Liberia. We're already gonna be on the continent. You know.
No, I'm saying like the content, like you can't rely on donations because the donations ain't gonna be there.
Well, like I said, hold up. I will have a Patreon. Look, I have a Patreon, right? Put out content, whatever like that, step by step. What we're doing in Liberia, what we're doing like that, you know. So yeah. I think I could if this platform grows. Let me ever have like as many subscribers as Diane Samir. You know what I fucking have right now? You know, if I had 100,000 subscribers, Diane should be rich right now. 118,000 subscribers. You know. That's a shame, but I my platform is probably the most engaged out of everybody. For my small number of subscribers, right? You see how many views I get? People are actually engaged in my platform, right? But you got people.
But I've been trying to tell you, like, you know what I'm saying, your insight and everything.
Well, look, bottom line, let me tell you something, Big Black. I know something you don't know, right? Okay. People basically say that, right? They say inflammatory stuff. You know what people still do? They still support it. They still watch. You know? Because you know why Big Black people are looking for online? They're looking for somebody who's real. You know? And that's what people get from me. A lot of people don't don't like what I say. They get offended by what I say, but they say at least Kala is real, right? When you're online and whatnot, sometimes you look at some of these people that's on, whatnot, are they fucking real? Are you just on there just to friggin' hear yourself talk? When they listen to me and whatnot, I'm talking from the soul, they know Kala's real. And people buy into that because people are searching for something real, whether they agree with it or not. You know, that's why it's abundantly clear that the FBA movement's not real.
I understand, like, you know, sometimes being real can be, you know, like
that's the only thing I know how to do is be real. You know, I can't be fake. You know, if I think a certain way, I gotta say it. You know, if I'm fake and whatnot, I'm no good to anybody, right? I just want people to say he's real and he's trying to carry it. And it goes by not just what I say, but what I do. When I get my office set up, and I'm already incorporated in Liberia, right? When I get my office set up there and everything like that, then my warehouse, and we start stacking equipment, vehicles, and stuff like that, you know, I want to basically be in 3 years be able to do reconnaissances or future potential African territory. You know, I want to be able to explore the whole entire coastline of Africa. You know,
I'm about to get off though, but I just hope that, you know, like they'll give you some land before, you know.
Well, I hope so too. I hope so too. Look. Let me tell you something. I have several countries that told me, yes, land is no problem. You can have it. You know. But now, I say like this. I just said basically to do this, right? Now, I had people. I couldn't hold up my end of the deal, right? Because I didn't have the people ready or the money ready, anything like that. So they sort of walked away from it. That's when Dr. Arakana came along, you know. So I want to be ready. So when that time comes again, they said, "Oh yeah, the ideas I pitched to some African countries, like, man, I wish we could do that." I even had one in Kenya one time. You know, I thought about Kenya, you know, as a place. Well, even when I am from East Africa, I had Kenyans telling me that's a good idea. African Americans having a homeland in Kenya. You know, I even had Kenyans, you know, way in East Africa. That was like 15 years ago. You know. I have people write me in Senegal, Gambia region. I have people write me in Togo and whatnot. I had people write me in Angola. all of Mozambique, all over the continent is people. And, land is no problem in Africa. Trust me, Big Black. It's no damn problem. Because the continent is so big and vast. They're like this. It's just basically having the sticker part is when you get the land. How much autonomy you're gonna have. Because some people think when I talk to them, they think we're gonna have land, but they're gonna have all the political power. When that doesn't we need our own government. We need our own tax base. We need our own treasury. We need to have our own risk pool. That means basically we're putting money into an area. We should basically say where all our tax laws go to.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing we got to work out. That's why I said we're gonna take it because that's because people they'll give you land, man. If you go, they give you land and whatnot, and you basically have no municipality. You don't have your own currency and stuff like that. You can't do anything. You're completely dependent on them. So that defeats the purpose. So
Let's see where you cover from.
They kill opposition people less, Colin. Whatever. That's your people, principally. You people always dying when not. We're different, People are trying to compare Black Americans to these freaking goofy ass ooga boogas, Yeah, so they kill people for less. Yeah, it's because in these countries that we don't want no part of, human life is nothing. We're gonna have a nation where human life is valued. You can't just get killed by what you think and say. We're gonna be a civilized people. That's why we need our own nation. So we could realize that. You're right, Principe. Yeah, that's why I said they killed the opposition. Yeah, we want to be able to have an opposition in our land. And have discussion as a civilized people. That's what I want. That's why we
All right.
can't just jump into Africa like that. Because our culture and our values are different.
All right, Kyle. It's been nice talking to you, man.
All right, brother.
Luke.
Man, thanks for coming by. Always a pleasure, brother. Peace.
So, peace.
What is Bruce saying? Caller, you are real in your analysis. In this way, I am able to intellectually and reflect my own views on African subject and bounce or examine posts of different. I don't know what you're talking about. If Abraham Lincoln had lived, 90% of Africans would have said, yeah. If Abraham Lincoln would have lived, man, trust me, black population in America would be like 3% right now, if that, had he lived. So fake ass militants talk. Principally, shit down, shut up. Shut up, Principally. Anyway, folks, it's been nice. You guys have a nice night. It's been a long time, 4:30 in the morning almost, man. 6.5, another great show, 6.5 hours, whatnot. Thank you, folks. Thanks you all you do. Like, share, and subscribe. Till next time, this is the College Genesis signing off.